I brought a dwarf. How many spell points? Oh, I can hook it up too.
Well, except he's got the kicker. I know I put at least I know I put it on that one. I swear I did. I'm not that dumb. Oh, that's right. He's got the 6 count.
All right. Right. Which is dead. Probably end up dead.
Don't get him fired. He does wear thick robes. Apparently I did not, so...
Oh, the purple worm.
Yeah, he's a good corner holder.
You know what? I don't want to play him anymore. I'm playing the gnome fighter.
I'm gonna have a problem.
Fighter mage.
Mage. Mage fighter. Fighter mage.
I need to grab a fork.
Fine, that's yours.
I'll just ask Courtney.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'll get them back. And I'm going to do my spell books. And you know, you get 2 spells. I presume your wisdom high enough for 2 spells.
Yes.
Both first level right now.
Correct.
Cannot be the same.
I have a 14, so if it would ever have mattered, I could
Yeah,
also have
you
the
can
additional
decide.
third and fourth.
Right. And first or second. And
Right, first or second and third or fourth.
so there's your spell point. At least this is how I like to do spell points. 10 per coin. It's easy to keep track of that way. It's probably less important for the fight for your fighting mage, but
I'll tell you what, dude, the air conditioning in your bathroom is amazing. You could sit in there for a while. It's like pumping out.
Yeah, if we could leave that door open, it'd be great.
yeah.
Yeah,
but
oh,
it's nice
that's
to-
true.
But if we leave the door open, the dog eats all the toilet paper. So.
Yeah.
All right, so these guys were not picked one, so you're still deciding.
They were shunned.
Come on, man.
Joe, what are you torn between? All of them?
Pretty much.
Mage, or
Because I'll
mage.
play 3 characters.
And I'm not playing 3 characters. The adventure is not set for that. So
All
you
right.
guys will be missing a thief, but you can
All
live
right,
with that.
mage thief.
Mage thief, for sure.
For sure.
Okay, what race was the mage thief?
Human.
Human mage thief. That was this many right here. And I think you have the same number of spell points. Let me
2
make sure.
spells.
Because apparently I totally forgot to write spell points on there.
And actually specific spells depending on your specific religion.
Yes. Which again I like, but it does take. That's why I type them out because it drives me nuts otherwise. So.
Is this the official Hackmaster
No,
dungeon?
these are Tor Dungeons Master
Okay.
screens, but they're half height, which I like better than full height ones.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, actually, I have a DND half height.
I think I do somewhere. This is the one I found first, so here we are. Yes, you still have 60 spell points as the mage.
All right. And I have Firefinger now.
Firefinger? He basically shoots a little bolt.
Sounds like a something you should get a cream for.
Doesn't it? Thank you for that. Okay. Were you demonetized already?
I mean, yeah, but this channel doesn't make a lot of money anyway.
Yeah.
The little streams one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
But
don't
people
get
actually throw in little things in the chat and saying, hey, we want to see your...
So what you're saying is I can throw
They
major
do.
F-bombs in and nobody's going to care, because that's my style.
The well, the thing is that people that come to live streams are a lot of times the people that are more like, I don't know, dedicated and really hardcore
Right.
into my content or whatever. And so they're the ones that are also more likely to go watch all our games we play too.
I like when somebody's like, again, can't you live stream these? I'm like, yeah, that's outside my knowledge. Sorry.
All I know is if we hire an army of interns to review all of our live streams and pull out all the jokes, you could create some hilarious content.
Yeah, that would probably make some pretty solid weirdness.
Joe's like, this would be a channel all about me.
Yeah, that's probably true too.
I say some funny things. What the weirdest thing is I don't come like with pre-canned material. Like, it's all
Just whatever
in
shows
the
up.
moment, and it's not funny any other time.
I would say that was my one regret, not the jokes, but you may think my one regret for Curse of Strahd was I shouldn't have Varys come back.
Come back? What do you mean?
To come back to life. He should have stayed dead, but
When did he die?
right at the very end, Strahd kills him, and
I
then,
might give up on this. What are you playing?
Mage thief.
then the
Strahd
cleric.
killed him?
Yes.
How did he come
There
back?
are 2 clerics.
Because
Somewhere.
I might just pick one of those.
Oh, Brawler?
This is
Brought Lord
insane.
revivified.
It's having such a hard
Oh,
time.
you wish he would have just stayed dead?
Well, assuming I was gonna, I later.
Would you like to see
didn't
my
pick
career
right at the
death?
time. But later, I asked about. I should have asked about when Strahd died if his soul was released from the mist, because last time he was trapped.
Yeah, my
And if
regret
it was,
is
he should have stayed, with Ilmatar, because
Yeah.
he didn't really want to see what happens.
You
to
had a
his
halfling
friends.
cleric anyway. I'm going to use your halfling cleric.
All right. Well, same mini, obviously.
Bentley
Spells are
should
the
have
last sheet.
Okay.
And just
stayed on Strahd's throne
All right.
and invited his entire clan to see his new kingdom instead of going to them.
And then he would have died when Strahd came back, which would
Yeah.
have been funny.
Or just become a
I
big
think you're even the
boss.
same religion.
For the next
Dude,
game.
that one
Strahd was
has a-
offering you a place
Everlasting
to power
Hope.
a whole
Oh yeah, I
campaign.
like that one.
Yeah, that's the same one.
All
Okay,
Denny
yeah.
wanted to
That's
do
what
was
else
kill
are
his
there?
father.
It's almost the same as what I was
Or
building. So.
prove to his father.
Works for me,
Originally,
man.
it was prove to his father that
take
he
it.
was not a loser.
All right.
Yeah.
If we are ready, recap. No, sorry.
I'll do the recap.
All right, I want to recap here. You never get to do it. So.
Got 11.
Got 11.
Oh, wait, I
he
need
can always
dice.
roll his recaps.
I need dice.
It's always my
We'll need a
best.
full normal set of polyhedrons like
Shove
in
it.
D&D. Speaking of that, I need dice. You guys won't let me just make up my numbers.
Oh wait.
You even took this in dice. We built the same character, man. Mine was taking longer.
What am I again?
Crack shot, sling, reslice. Both of those.
I like, well, and again, for the sling, if you're
Yeah.
trying to sling for a halfling, why wouldn't you?
Well, and you get them for half cost. So.
Yeah. Like the dwarf took the same thing with the warhammer for like I think all three because why wouldn't you? It's cheap.
I got an 8.
7.
11.
You're up. What are you gonna recap?
All right.
All right, we're done.
Previous to this session. All right.
I'll take the recap because that's how we start the campaign. How's that sound?
Yes.
All of you grew up in various areas, decided to leave home to become adventurers for any reason of your own, or at least to seek more excitement than you found around your home. You met as caravan guards on a caravan to the city of Barbarian, which is one of the major cities in this region. And thinking when you got there, you met each other, you became friends, or at least companions. And when you got there, you thought, we'll form a true adventuring, a mercenary company, we're going to go out and make our fortune in the world for whatever your personal choices are. Sadly, you found out when you're there that the current Mercenaries Guild has a total death block on Barbarian. In order to become a mercenary company and take legitimate contracts of any sort, you have to join the guild, which was well beyond the value of any of the coins in your pockets. In addition, you found yourself shortly after finding it followed by large, well-armed men who, although they didn't actually do anything, made it quite clear you weren't terribly welcome in town as non-members of the guild who were heavily armed. Fortunately, over a couple of ales, a guard who was sympathetic to your plight recommended you travel further along to the town of Tiwaru, which is on the edge of the country, is much more wild, and is a growing town in need of brave adventurers where the guild does not currently have a presence. Given that, between the fact that it looked like you might not survive much longer if you didn't leave the town, and the fact that this recommendation might actually let you lead the life you wanted, you have set out on the road to Tiwaru. I know we all kind of said, but brief introduction of characters if you want, just so we know who everybody is, and then we'll get into the true meat of everything.
Sure, so I am playing the rogue.
Yeah, I don't think I named anybody, so pick
Yeah, I
your
picked a
names.
name. I am Gideon Fitzgerald Lockhart III. Obviously, you've already heard of me. I left my hometown having essentially... I wrote it on a sheet.
No, I was checking to make sure you're human.
My dating pool had dried up. I had essentially been chased away by every eligible bachelorette's father in the city, and as such am now left for happier tidings and to make a name for myself and some coin along the way.
Did you say you're the rogue?
Yes. Like I said, think Jack Sparrow.
Gideon,
Not
for short.
necessarily
But,
specifically, but
right.
that concept. Mighty Dwarf.
Oh, the dwarf. I gotta make up my name still. I'm the dwarf, and I am out here adventuring.
Got it.
I'm lawful good.
Again, you can, unless you're a cleric, if you really want to change the alignment, feel free.
No.
Yeah, clerics
So-
are the only ones that are.
I think I'm out here adventuring because I want to become more respectable in my father's eyes before I inherit whatever we have to inherit. And my father values wealth and fame. So if I can get either of those, that's going to help me become more respectable in his eyes. And then I can have a little bit more honor at home and maybe settle down a little bit easier once I have some wealth and fame. So that's why I'm here. Mostly in it for the glory or money. Yeah, there you go. And I'm going to do a random name generator and get my name for you.
Hello, I'm Elemino. I'm your everyday superpowered magic wielding spell machine. And but I had a interesting time getting into magic school. I kind of snuck my way in. I was a little bit of a scoundrel at heart.
The minnow. All right.
Elemino.
Minute.
Elemino. Or it's literally the letters L-M-N-O.
Yeah, I figured that's it.
I got my name coming up here. Ooh, these are complicated.
My name is Paris T. Hollow. I am journeying to find a cure for the thing that infects people. The what do you call that? The
COVID?
where people get sick
Sisyphus?
and it goes around to a lot of people. What is it? It's like that. There's a bunch of people get it. When they get sick, a lot of people at the same time. Anyway, whatever that's called, that's what I'm trying to find a cure for. See, it's kind of this disease that affects your thing in your head.
Brain.
The brain. It affects your brain. So.
Have you been talking for long?
Have I?
I mean, you talk like someone who doesn't know how to talk.
I'll have to write that down.
Maybe he writes better than he talks.
Maybe he's a writer. Can you write us a poem?
Yeah, I can write a poem. Yeah.
What would
Yeah.
you say your class is?
Oh, that's easy. See, I
Can you
I
can
come
you do it
from-
in an iambic pentameter?
the Church of Iambic Pentameter.
Are you a cleric?
What? Yes. Yes, that's what I am.
If you have religious skill, he does have a holy symbol. But
I do, and
his is probably fairly recognizable because it's one of the most common churches,
No, I don't bother with that.
the Church of the Everlasting Hope. Yes.
which is known because they often are they're healers as their
Correct.
primary focus.
What do I have to roll to seduce him?
That depends if he's even vaguely
That one
interested.
die, the one that's that one shaped is like kind of square but not.
Oh, yeah.
Like
On sides.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 languages.
Nice.
Barca.
Do you? Wow. You must have been having some fun with languages with him.
That's a
Paris
job
T. Hollow.
posting, I think.
Alright, so you guys together have set out. And the road is a kind of standard road for this area of packed dirt with a decent mounding, so it's in good shape. It's mid-spring. It's one of those spring days you hope for that are beautifully clear weather but not so hot to make walking uncomfortable with just a hint of a breeze. There are the occasional cloud. Right now you're in fairly settled areas, so you do see wagons and farmers that travel around. But as you travel through the day, you're expecting about a day or so travel to where you're going for. And as you travel, you do move further from what would be considered civilization. It certainly is not wild animal areas, but you see fewer houses. Very rarely anymore have you seen a house or a farm or anything that indicates humans have done it. The road, however, remains in very good shape. The other thing that you notice is early near the town, the road was cleared. They had kept the brush away. Now the brush seems to be encroaching more, not onto the road, but bringing up to the sides. So you're seeing almost more hedgerow style, not more natural than planned hedgerows. As you move through, I need everyone is going to do their first skill check as a chance to learn skills, and that's going to be an observation skill check.
Oh,
If you
all
look at
right.
your sheet, you should have a skill called observation.
I'm good at this.
If you are not, because it's in blue, if you're not trained in it, you still get to roll and just add your wisdom, because that's the controlling attribute for
And
observation.
this is that house rule you're doing where you're doing the
Everything is high, because then I don't tell you if it's
Okay.
an opposed roll.
You
Roll
wanna add your
percentile.
wisdom?
Roll, if you don't have the skill, add the skill. If you have the skill, just add the skill
I
percentage.
have the skill.
Then your wisdom's already figured into it.
So
And then-
98.
Well, hang on, this is considered, one of my sheets, because I already put these down. This is considered an easy roll, so you get to add an additional 70 to your roll. You shouldn't fail
So
this.
168.
Right. So you built 100, you succeeded.
203.
Hold on a second, I gotta do math.
I'm something above 100. I don't feel like adding it.
That's fine
62
to know.
plus 70, 151,
Or 32, one of the two.
132.
So all of you easily
Where'd the
see
one
what
come from?
is designed to be easy to see.
So
As
skill
you
checks, you have
round-
to get 100.
100 or more than 100, 101 or better. So as you round this corner, what you see stumbling out of the bushes up here are two humanoid figures of approximately human size. Ye who rolled a 200 in some, they do appear to both be human,
Okay.
and you can tell that both of them are stumbling and seeming to be not in very good shape.
Oh, great.
As in, like,
Drunkards.
wounded or drunk?
Wounded, you
figured
think,
they
although
were.
it's hard to be certain.
Alright, we should go help them. I'm sure they
So
got clutched.
you're down there somewhere. They have a
I
little
suspect
exclamation
they
point
have
over
that
their head.
mind disease you were talking about.
They have a little exclamation point over their heads.
Oh no, they look like they're you know that thing when you drink a lot of alcohol. They're that. They're
Yes, the mind disease you were
What
talking
did you wind
about.
up with as a name for your dwarven fighter?
Oh,
Just so I can put it
I am Fignag Bruchin.
Big nag it is. So as you start towards them, they notice you. Immediately, one of the figures, who apparently is male, as you can tell, good sirs, good friends, could I please call upon you for aid? You start your way slowly, definitely not threatening. You notice that the other one, who is very definitely female, as you get a better look, is limping very badly on her leg. Both of them, you can see as they get a little closer, are dressed in what looked like they were once fairly fine clothes, but now are ripped and torn. She has got a long skirt, but down, it's got an obvious tear over her leg, and a significant amount of what looks like dried blood has run down the skirt itself, and has dyed the skirt red from its original whitish color.
wow.
I will rush over to assist her. I'll try to like support her weight. Like,
As you get close, she is definitely would be very attractive, except her hair is full of brambles and things. As is he. He is actually appears to be a fairly attractive man, not as well dressed as she is, but also equally dressed in what was once finery. However, you note, especially with your high roll, that he is clutching his side slightly, like he's injured his ribs, and he has a very nasty, what looks like a black eye coming in.
Okay.
I'm gonna approach warily and tell them, if this is a trap, I'm killing you first.
I can assure you, my good dwarf, I mean no harm and no trap. We merely needed your aid. We were ambushed on the road and only barely escaped with our lives. As you can see, my good lady is badly injured.
Yeah.
Bandits on the road. I bet there's a reward for their heads.
I've heard of that. I hear that they go around raping people.
We'll chop off their parts and they won't be able to do that anymore.
Good idea.
so I'm rushing up. I don't know.
I mean, I'm going.
It's in terms of proximity,
Inappropriate sense
but
of humor, by the way.
so
Inappropriate sense of humor.
All gnomes have that. Every gnome has an inappropriate sense of humor as one of their given quirks. So.
Oh, really? He's human.
That's right. You have it as a human. All gnomes have it, but as a human,
All
yes.
Human.
If I rolled it for you and like, yeah, we're keeping that.
Nice.
So as you move up again, she actually is grateful to lean upon you. She,
Right over there.
Wow. Look at this. This guy's macking on girls already.
well, what? Your looks is what, a 17?
I
or
don't even know.
something?
Where do I see that?
Attribute.
Oh yeah, 17. Yep.
So you're unbelievably attractive, as is she. So you know.
So I'll set her down. You said there's a big tear like in her
Yeah,
skirt or
as you
something.
get close,
like-
you can see she's got. It's actually fairly practical for being clothing. It's not like giant petticoats. So she has a cloth skirt, but something obviously slashed it open. And even at a glance, it's not like someone carefully tore it.
Is it
something
like-
ripped it.
Is it in a position where examining the wound would not be particularly indecent?
Yeah, it's low enough. I mean, it's certainly not the most appropriate thing in the world, but
Right,
no,
right.
you don't have to be staring at
Now,
anything
right.
you
would
should.
that have stopped you?
It will change the approach.
Yeah, you could easily examine the leg.
So I would ask first, but like, please, let me take a look. Like, sit her down.
Would be honored. If,
I have
he's
no medical
obviously
skills that I'm
exhausted as
aware
well.
of,
First
but-
aid would be the skill if you have it.
I'm not doing
I
that.
actually do have first aid.
So you're right. It's not an uncommon one to get.
So I will. I'll sort of examine the wound. You said there's a lot of dried blood.
Yeah,
not
it looks like
necessarily-
it's older. Even with minimal skill, you can tell that it missed the artery by literally inches. If it hit that, she'd have long been dead, but it did sever the muscle pretty badly, which explains why she's limping and having a hard time moving.
There.
have anything that can help with that. I do
I
have.
got anything?
Yeah, absent-minded.
I have
Nope.
a wine
Not
skin.
It's good that you have come across. Oh, I'm sorry. It's good that you've come across our party. We are highly trained,
I am
skilled adventurers.
grateful for any assistance. We are just seeking to return to the town of Tiwaru.
Now, you got names.
Yes, forgive me. I am Burrell.
Is this
And
the woman or the?
This is the man. She has yet to speak. And
the
my,
man
my
that
noble
have the
lady
pointy
is
thing between her
fiery.
legs. I'm sorry. What was the woman's name?
My noble lady is the lady fiery.
What?
Fiery.
Oh, noble, you say?
Indeed. She is of a minor noble house.
Huh.
Do I know with my first aid abilities, would giving her alcohol be potentially dangerous?
I say dangerous, but not necessarily helpful.
Like it might help reduce pain, though, is my thought. Like,
It might.
Make her more susceptible to something else you have planned.
it's no fun to do. Like
You're
if
pretty
she's
sure
got
at the
a torn
moment
muscle.
I say she's not going to be interested in
Yeah, yeah.
anything more vigorous. She has a giant
trying to build a
massive
relationship.
slash
I'm,
on her leg, you know.
So help being a friend, right?
for now.
Medic.
So I'll give her. I have a wine skin. It says I have 2 quarts of good wine. I'll have her take a sip or two just
Yeah.
to try to help with pain.
She gratefully drinks a sip. She says, "We were set upon by fiends, greenish men, greenish man-type creatures on giant wolves. We had men at
Aliens?
arms, but they held them off so we could escape, which I'm ever grateful for. But we're overcome, and with them were tiny, vicious dogmen, evil, barking creatures. It was terrifying.
Ah. Obviously,
we
you were
managed
set
to flee.
upon by the green men and dogmen races.
It's so it would seem. I don't know. We managed to flee through the bushes, as you can see, and somehow eluded pursuit. I, to be honest, don't even know how. But would you be so kind as to return us to Tiwaru?
No, we can do better than that. We can find these green men, the wolves, and the doggy men, and kill them all and get your stuff back for you.
Well, I mean, certainly we need to get her to
I would
safety
be grateful
first.
for that, but obviously, yes, safety is so much more important at this moment.
Well, yeah, we can take you back, but we can kill them too.
That would be. I will be, and grateful, and we can discuss that at a later point and appropriate pay for doing so. But
I like the sound of that. Let's
the,
go.
At the moment, again, all we truly need is to be safe.
Indeed.
I must
Let's,
get her.
Is her wound good to go to get her walking at least?
Well, she's going to walk very slowly because she's got a very badly slashed muscle. She can
Do you
walk,
think
but
we should
slowly.
warn her about our friend?
Is
Vivian?
scrutiny like insight?
There is no insight skill. Scrutiny is close examination of something.
Oh, okay. So
Morally.
there's not a.
There is no
You
skill
know,
in
he
Hackmaster
doesn't-
for can I trust them. That's up to you guys.
They
to
don't do
decide.
anything he doesn't want them to do, or they don't want to do themselves. I mean, look at the man. I would do it.
Talk about me.
Everyone looks at you.
I get that a lot. So, I don't remember the name of the town. We're heading there anyway. Right? That's the place we're
exactly
going.
where you were going.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a few
So it
hours,
seems
so.
to me we should take this lovely woman here and whatever his name is, and take them back to town.
Burrell, my good sir.
name's
it's an
Barrel.
honor to know
But
you.
yeah, that's what
Kind
I
of like
said.
a barrel. It's what you put whiskey in.
I cannot deny that at times I have put whiskey in myself, so I suppose that's not an inapt analogy, my good man, my good dwarf.
We should take them back, find a place of lodging, and then
Yeah,
make
that's
our
just fine.
plan for handling these greenish and doggish men.
Yes.
Green men and dogmen.
If you would be so
Yes.
kind as to identify yourself to us so I may know with whom I speak.
Oh, well, of course. I'm Gideon Fitzgerald Lockhart III. These are my companions, Minnow, something about nagging, and then Paris.
Paris, yes.
Something, that does not sound like
Yeah,
a
you're
traditional
Paris.
Dwarven name.
You wrote it down.
Yeah, that's right.
Check your notes.
I do not believe nagging is a traditional dwarven name. Is that perhaps a nickname, good dwarf?
It's Fignag.
Fignag. Then I'm honored to meet you. And Minnow?
Elimino.
Elimino.
Yes, it's an ancient name from an ancient house.
El Imino?
Let me
Literally the 4 letters of the alphabet.
We stumbled onto his secret.
Yes.
Well, it is truly a pleasure that I met such kind people upon the road.
Well, the pleasures are certainly.
Well, I think we should get Lord Barber and Lady Furball back to town or whatever.
Write
Indeed.
it down. Get their names right. Names are a very important thing for people.
That wasn't right.
Names are a personal thing.
I mean, I thought it was cute.
Write it down.
All right, I'll write it down.
What have you been right on?
Nothing to think.
I draw it in the dirt.
Are you literate? I don't know. Is your dwarf literate? Do you know?
Oh, where does it say that?
It's a skill, literacy.
Literacy is a skill. They don't have languages.
I got that
associated.
skill. That's a good point.
I don't remember.
I am literate.
Yeah.
I do happen to be literate in 2 languages.
Yeah, me too.
A lot of people I got it for, but not everybody.
I'm literate in 2
Seems like you're not.
languages.
I scratched some marks in the ground.
And as you set off, the
think
first thing
that's
you
right.
realize is, although Fiore can talk, she does not very often, although she does quietly converse with you about the life of a noble. So assuming you truly are a noble, you know, not a lot, but she's from a minor house. And you find, one of the things she does say, given your charisma, actually give me a gather information roll. I'm sure you have it. Anyone who has it can roll gather information.
Glean.
Glean information,
Yeah.
sorry they changed
That's
that.
I got a 40 on that.
You can roll it unskilled, but you gotta use the lowest of your int wisdom.
So 97 on my die plus 40.
That's nice. Yeah, I got like a less than that.
I'm not. Is there a penalty for failure?
No. This is just how much you hear upon the road. And if you don't have the skill, it's either int, wisdom, or charisma, whichever's lowest.
How do you have coins there?
That's the spell points.
Nice.
I like to use them
Magic.
for spell points because I find it easier than writing them down.
Okay. Cool.
10 spell points each, then you know if you spent them.
This is Firefinger.
Right here. Firefinger 1. Firefinger
Or you can,
2.
I think that one you can pump up if you want.
Okay.
One of the things you can do with spell points is increase the power of spells by expending more spell points on the spell.
Okay.
Yeah. 10.
Oh, and you do need to pick which of your apprentice level you have memorized. You only get one of them
I
memorized.
was gonna ask that about. Do I have to memorize?
Firefinger.
Well, you have to pick 2, yes.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. I didn't know this.
So you could cast the other one for double cost.
I'm gonna
You
note
can
that.
cast an unmemorized spell, but yes, you have to pick 2 that are your memorized
Okay.
spells as a cleric. The advantage is if yours get disrupted, you don't lose the spell, you just have to start again.
Gotcha.
If his gets disrupted, he loses the spell points.
I was trying to prevent myself from saying inappropriate things, as these are new people.
So what you do
What were the
find,
names?
again, is she apparently has a great interest
Barrel.
in archaeology and old relics and devices.
And Fieri.
And at one point, given your very good roll, she mentions a necklace and kind of reaches for her neck and then gets a look on her face that shows you she obviously had something she recently lost. That you don't know that she meant to say it to you, but you're very good at kind of drawing information out of people, especially with that roll. The rest of you spend more time listening to Burrell. First thing you understand is Burrell likes to talk. He never stops. He will briefly listen to you, but then he's right back to talking. And he has a very long story that you have no idea if there's any truth to it whatsoever, because it changes periodically as he tells it. He talks about a journey they took that apparently went across half the continent, but he can't remember the names of any of the cities he went through, so he seems to make up names, and anyone with any knowledge of geology or geography knows that he's making up names. He talks about the island nation of Svimovish, which is a lower nation, it's like a nation of jungles, that he apparently insists he spent years traveling the jungles of Svimovish and learned the language, which he attempts to speak. None of you speak it, so you have no idea, but
I speak
Svimovish? SVI would be. Might be.
Skimovish.
Oh yeah, he has total gibberish. Whatever he says is not even vaguely close to Svimovish.
I begin to tell him my story in Skimovish, and it is equally boring and dull.
His stories are in no way dull. They're just totally inaccurate. He's a master storyteller. He rivals your ability with words. He just apparently likes to tell tall tales. He's fought dragons. He's fought elephants. He's ridden elephants. He has amazing stories that if you just listen to him as fun stories, they're great. But it does not take long to realize there's no possible way he's telling you the truth of everything he says, because it makes, plus partly he looks like he's about 20, and he's got about 40 years of history he's telling you, and partly just because there's no way, This guy got beat off by whatever dogmen and green men are. He probably didn't face a dragon and fool it with his, honey tongue. But he is very entertaining. He obviously is an entertainer who knows how to tell. Yes, he's a rogue too, and quite a good one. But eventually, through the journey, and yes, she leans heavily on you or anyone else who offers, and you're pretty sure she is not faking her injury in any way. I mean, you looked at it; it's definitely real. But eventually, as you come around a turn, you see what you assume from the descriptions and from their reaction to the sound of Tiwaru. It is a sound with a wooden palisade all the way around. The road leads right up to one of the main gates, but it does have a wooden, again, a strong wooden palisade built. Although as you get closer, it could do with some repairs. It's not like falling over; it's solid, but you can see the wood is areas where the wood is weakened. You know, definitely would not want to hide behind it in a siege, but you suspect it would keep out most raiders who it's not worth the effort trying to get through it. There are 2 guards in front of the gate, which is wide open because you arrived here. It's early evening because she slowed your pace about to half the normal compared to the dwarf. Well, actually, dwarves travel. The halfling is even faster than her.
He's a halfling?
He's a
I
halfling.
am.
Jeez.
And as you notice on your movement on the front sheet, halflings move at half speed.
Yep.
I don't know if it says it there, but dwarves move half speed in combat, but full speed over distance because you just got the endurance to go. The little stubby legs mean you don't move very fast in a fight, but when you're traveling a long distance, you can keep up because you can move at a higher base pace, kind of jog when everyone else walks and keep up. But in a fight, you will be half speed because you have little stubby legs, whereas the humans are full speed. And she is about half speed for a human, so she walks about the same speed as he does, just slightly slower, because she's limping very badly. But again, the wound is well past what first aid would do beyond, make sure it doesn't get infected.
Right.
As you near the gates, the 2 guards, the first thing they do actually, they have spears, is they kind of lower the spears, not like attacking, but probably because you're being led by a couple bleeding people. And Lady Fury just raised her hand, doesn't say a word, and oh, my lady, are you okay? And they're eyeing you suspiciously. And Burrell immediately steps forward. Of course, these fine friends, we found them on the road, and they have saved us from a fate, of death, or perhaps worse than death, depending if our, companion here, if Elmino is true, for the dear lady. They saved us and escorted us here. We are truly grateful for your assistance.
That's right, Fignag's the name. Fignag Baruchin. Let them all know in the barracks.
I'm just a note. You don't want to be known by name by the god. I'm just saying.
Is there a reason for that,
No.
Elmino?
El Elimino.
I thought it was El Camino.
No, write it down.
Draw a picture of a car truck.
I know, right?
It's Elimino.
Well, thank you for the assistance you've given to these fine people. You're welcome in the town so long as you obey the laws.
What are the laws?
I suppose the standard laws of any town.
So no killing, no thieving, no
Pretty
raping?
much. These are things that come to mind for you to do.
No. I'm just making sure.
I don't know if I've
Yes,
ever
I have
heard anyone roll the R on that word before.
All of those are very definitely not allowed. But beyond that, we're a peaceful town.
No green men or dog men in your town?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
What about lying? Can we lie?
I suppose if you're good at it, but I wouldn't recommend it, especially to the cards.
Did you hear that, Gideon?
Why are you asking me?
Making sure you heard that.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
I think he said it because you like to lie.
And actually, the other guard sees you and actually bows to you.
Oh, hey.
Good
Yes,
cleric.
Thank you. Yes.
Have you come to join the temple?
I've not. I am traveling. We've encountered recent disease. It's not contagious, so don't worry. But
What's the name of the disease?
I keep. It's the one that where it sounds like a leaf, but it's not, and it and it does it does the
Well, perhaps you should visit the temple. Maybe they can
yeah,
help
you know what? That's probably pretty good.
It is a good sir on the other end of town.
Oh, on the other end of
So
town.
we are
Great.
honored to have a healer here.
Great.
Although-
Yes.
He's gonna forget it.
If you need more assistance, good healer, I would be honored to aid you. in any
Thank
way.
you. I disagree
And
with
you
Sir
notice he
Brandon, and I'll
actually
just
does have
find
a
about
divine
remembering
symbol
things.
as well. He has a divine symbol of the everlasting hope as well.
Oh, very good. Yes, yes. I will make my way to the other end of town. Certainly, I apologize for my my fog, but I still have the gods on my side.
Then the goddess's blessings upon you. Anything else you gentlemen are looking for?
A tavern where we can get sloshing drunk?
Well, then that would be the
I don't
Tavern
think
of
there's
the-
a human tavern that is quite capable of that. For you, at least.
Oh, we're gonna
Well,
find out.
good thing we don't have a human tavern in town, but we do have the Tavern of the Shady Salamander, which is, you will find it straight ahead, and it will come up upon your left, and I'm sure they typically have some rooms available. I cannot promise how many, because I don't know, but the auction isn't for a few days, so most of the merchants haven't come in yet, so.
It's an inn and tavern then.
Yes, it did in an tavern. The Shady Salamander Shack.
I will.
I swear he said he named it that to make me say that word too often. Shady Salamander Shack.
What are the laws against brawling in taverns?
Generally, the law against brawling in taverns is he has very large bouncers who will instruct you in not brawling and damaging his tavern. If necessary, we can lock you up for a night to sober up, but typically we let the bouncers handle
Oh,
it.
it's not so bad. All right.
I will to what's her name, Fiery.
Yeah.
Since she seems to have some authority here over the guards, or at least respect of them. She's very familiar with this town. This is probably where she lives. I'm going to ask her where she needs to go for treatment.
I will be going to the Temple of Everlasting Hope and the other across town. They know me there, and even though the head cleric is not there, I believe they will be able to assist me.
I'll ask if she would like my assistance to get there.
I do appreciate that. Why don't you remain with your companions? Burrell will take me, and then I will see you another time, I'm sure, good Gideon.
Sounds good.
Your presence has been a balm in this very painful walk.
That was the Temple of Everlasting Hope.
Yes.
That's the name.
That's what she called it, at least.
Well, I don't know about you,
Welcome
but
to Tiwaru.
I
Don't make
have
me
a
arrest you, it's annoying.
date with the tavern, and I'll go to the Shady Salamander and look for a gaming table.
Well,
I'll go with you.
All right.
everyone's sticking together for that part at least.
Yeah.
You move into town. It is a small town, but it's well populated. It has, the main things you see is on your right as you go in are a number of wattle and daub houses that look like they're like businesses. A lot of them have like a wheel out front or other symbols that means they're probably selling something. The other side you see more wooden. That looks like, at this point at least, the guards' barracks. There's an archery set up and a number of things. And the roads, although not of the quality of the roads you were following to get here, do seem to be at least well cared for, and that they're dry and raised slightly so they don't collect mud and don't have a lot of holes in them. They're smaller village ones, but... And based on the guard's instructions, you follow it through, seeing other parts of town. Again, there seem to be... You haven't seen like a major merchant. You see a lot of small merchants that deal with specific goods.
Is there a way to determine, so she's a noble of some sort, but depending on where you are, being a noble can mean different things in terms of like amount of wealth and whatever. A noble in a town like this, probably lesser than a noble in, the town we came from.
Well, she actually comes from the same town you just came from.
Oh, okay.
She moved here, or didn't move here. She is currently visiting here.
So this place would probably be sort of like above her, or I mean, she would be above this
Typically,
place in
yes.
terms of station and stuff.
Um,
Is there a way to determine just... You said the roads are pretty well maintained, not as nice as before. Like, just the quality of this town. Is this a town where there are people of wealth? Is this sort of just kind of a...
Not nobles like you would think, at least not in the area you've currently seen. It is a small enough village that wealth is probably a fairly relative thing.
Okay.
So most of the people are fairly, middle class, lower class, but without any significant large amounts of money.
Okay, gotcha.
You would be surprised, at least from the areas you've seen so far, to find anyone of significant income. Oh, I forgot this. Coming into town, you did notice there were a large number of ranches, mostly cattle, some sheep and pigs, but a lot of cattle ranches.
Like outside the walls.
Yeah, outside the walls. As you got closer, that's one of the ways you knew you were getting closer. You started seeing ranches outside the walls. That apparently is a major industry here.
Are there guards throughout the town, or just the ones on the gate?
You have not seen any others in the town.
But we did see a barracks. So
Yeah, there is definitely a barracks and probably some guards there.
Okay.
But you move through the house, a few more wooden buildings. One thing that's interesting is off to your left, as you're hopefully going to the shack, you haven't found it yet, is a huge oak tree. And I mean, it's obviously an ancient oak tree, been there for a long time, has been fairly well cared for.
Probably druidical.
It might be, you know, the Temple of the Bear would be who would be in this, is the druids. There isn't a druid class.
Would this fall
but-
under arcane knowledge?
No, this would be religious.
What language are we all speaking?
Kalamaran, which is the
That's-
native language of
okay.
the land.
It's just emergency firewood for bad winters, you guys.
Yeah, that's possible, not... but shortly after that, you come across an area that's obviously set aside. The main building is a large two-story wooden building. Single-story wooden building. I get them mixed up. It's obviously older, but very well cared for. And hanging out in front is a salamander under a tree. And those of you who can read, see under it etched the words in Kalamaran, the shaded salamander's shack.
So there's literally a tree with a salamander under it?
Well,
or
it's a
that's the
picture.
sign? That's the
It's a sign with a carved tree and a
Gotcha.
carved well, you assume it's a salamander. It's
Yeah.
on its hind legs with a mug of beer in its hand.
Okay.
You know, it's not like a lizard looking, but you're guessing it's supposed to be a salamander, and it's a fairly well done sign. It's not a cheap sign, but the salamander is happily drinking something with a
Well,
mug.
this is a good sign, everyone. This is what I'm thinking, alright? We could set up in this town. Just like that guild up in that other city. What was the name of that? Yeah, that other city.
Yeah, the other.
They kicked us out of and were going to kill us. We can get set up here. Set up business. Help these folks around here. This noble woman.
Yeah.
Get some money from her.
Yeah.
We could set up a nice clean shop here. Look, we got a tavern. We got pigs to eat.
I think it's worth the risk.
There's a church here.
I'm in.
too.
Well, and if we
I think I said the wrong name.
play our cards right with this lady, you know,
Yes,
she's
playing
got connections in the other city, which name I also don't remember. Maybe she can get us into the guild.
Belelido. Belido.
Do we want to get in the guild or do we want to start our own guild?
I don't know.
As you're talking outside the salamander, the door does open. Music flows out, as well as sounds of people having fun, and the smell of a nice stew, maybe some kind of cooked food that, compared to the trail rations and things you've been eating up till now, is definitely a significantly higher quality.
I'm immediately pushing my way past my companions and getting into that tavern.
All right. When you open the door, the first thing that inside the tavern is immaculate. Somebody cares. I mean, they kept the outside up, but it's showing some signs of age. The inside has been scrubbed, cleaned, and redone as necessary to keep it exactly and beautifully conditioned.
I will enter last.
Okay.
And as I enter, I will sort of pause in the doorway and
Second.
There are tables, chairs, and walls, all sheen of freshly varnished lumber. Interestingly, there's a bar, kind of against a back wall, and the proprietor, apparently, at least the bartender, is a halfling. But somehow, at first glance, it's weird because he is standing waist up above the bar, which would be about waist up on most of you. And obviously the dwarf would have trouble seeing over it as with the halfling. As you get a little closer, as he kind of waves you in, come in, close the door. You realize he's got some kind of a stand built behind the bar that he walks on to serve. You also notice all of the serving people you see seem to be halflings in this bar. There's only 3. There's an older halfling woman and 2 younger halfling women. And right beside each side of the door are a pair of half-hobgoblins who have cudgels that they have on their belt, although they both, when you see you guys come in, grab them. They don't, like, raise them, but they're obviously a little more ready. And you would guess are the bouncers. There's probably a dozen or so people in here, all of them gathered at tables drinking and eating. And you can see it is indeed some kind of a stew, as they all have bowls of stew that they're enjoying. Against one of the back walls is a stage, a very nicely built stage, where a half-elven woman with flaming red hair is currently playing a lute and singing. And she has, beside her is a tip jar, basically, a bucket for holding tips. And the old halfling woman, greetings, travelers, I presume? How may I assist you?
Indeed. I do
Welcome.
believe we're going to need room and board.
Excellent. For 4 of you, we have, within here we have 1 common room and 1 private room, or we have a separate guest cottage that would have 4 bedrooms that you may, if you wish to rent out.
That sounds fantastic. The common room, that is.
What?
Absolutely, whichever you would prefer.
Where's my money? I'm assuming I have
Front
there's
sheet.
Very little.
Very front sheet, you know.
I don't have a concept of like. how much
Silver
a lot,
is
but-
the money.
Silver's the
of-
standard, yeah,
Gold
instead
is
of gold.
very rare.
Yeah, exactly.
None of you have probably ever seen gold.
Yeah.
Everything is 10 to 1. It's all decimal. Trade coins are small brass coins that are kind of like pennies.
I think there was some sort of mistake. I only have 2 silver.
Nope, you spent a lot of money on your equipment.
I have 14 apparently.
I have 23.
Oh,
Yeah, so
wow.
you had, well, because as
So the
Mage
rich
Thief,
guy's
you didn't
the
have much to
cheapskate,
buy.
Right? Get us the cottage. Come on.
I want to I want to go up to the halfling bartender and ask his name.
I just lost it. I was looking right at it and then I put it down. Ah, hail, good dwarf! And you realize half of the bar, the floor comes up so that you can stand on it comfortably at like waist height at a bar like you would expect to when you're sitting. Whereas the half you're at, you're kind of like, because it's built for humans.
The DNI wizards are
I am Forswaz.
traveling the land.
Forswaz Rezeski. Welcome to my inn and tavern. I'm honored to have travelers come in.
I assume that you have a game running in the back room?
A game.
Oh.
We have darts.
Yes.
And yes, there's a few people vaguely throwing darts. Well, actually, I don't, no one's doing it right now, but there is a small area set up for darts.
I'll do that.
I'm afraid gaming is not one of the major entertainments here.
Ah.
Mostly, well, ale, wine, and food and rooms. The best you will find in all the land, I can guarantee it.
How much is the L?
Well, for a dwarf, it depends on how much you wish to drink, I must say, but...
Well, I'm broke.
Oh, that's a sad condition to
Don't
be in.
worry, I will remedy our fortunes in a moment as I head over to the dartboard to challenge people to games of chance.
Okay, well,
James of chance and dartboards.
I would like 2 baked potatoes. I would like a bowl of stew. I would like a loaf of bread. I would like an ale, and I would like a small green salad, please.
Well, you like a lot of things. What I can offer you is a bowl of stew and bread. I apologize, but that is what we have available. And dinner for the evening, which is, again, bread and stew as much as you would like to eat, is 2 copper pieces.
Well,
What was your character's name again?
Paris.
Harris.
And I lost my ale. I apologize.
Fig Raid.
Fignag.
I'll pay the 2 copper pieces.
And what's your guys'
And I
name?
must say, this spread leaves something to be
Pretty
desired.
boy.
Only what I have. And a pint of ale is 5 trade coins. So
Which is
a
half
tenth of a
copper.
copper.
Oh.
So it's like a half a copper piece gets you a pint of
A
ale.
half a copper, exactly. Yeah.
So 5 trade is the ale.
Do you have anything? I'm sure your ale is delicious, and if it's all you have, I will happily
It is
take
not.
it. Do you have anything of a higher quality?
Well, we do actually just got a couple of barrels of mead in. That's 5 copper pieces a pint because it's a little harder to come by, and I do have a small amount of some wine. That's a full silver piece for a glass.
How much was the stew and bread again?
Stew and bread is 2 copper.
2 copper, yeah.
I will have 2 glasses of wine.
Outstanding, good
Oh.
sir.
Sure, he's got wine, but no baked potatoes. Can't ask for that.
And
Sadly, it
green
is not the
salad.
season for potatoes, my good friend. I apologize.
If you want, I can go fetch a salad for you.
I
if you'd like.
can only serve what is in season, my good man. And at the
Paris.
moment, it's early spring. We have the crops are just being planted. They have not come in. Most of what we have left has been eaten through the winter.
Why don't you tell about that disease you've been going on about?
For 4
you
copper,
bring-
I can get you a salad.
That's okay.
I also took 2 copper off for the meal.
And one of the younger halfling barmaids who does wink at you leads you over to one of the tables. And yes, the tables are set up that way where some of the seats are higher,
Nice.
so that the halflings and dwarves can sit in them comfortably, and some are human sized, so you can sit comfortably. For those who wish to go over that.
I am going to make my way over to the performer. I am going to. I'm assuming she's mid-song or
Yeah.
whatever. I'm going to sort of sip at my wine, one of my wine glasses, until her song ends. And when her song ends, I will approach, and I will say, My lady, I can think of nowhere I'd rather be than here enjoying this fine glass of wine and listening to your amazing music. And I will hand her this second glass of wine as a gift.
You are too kind, good sir. And she pointed and looks at the tip bucket.
I'll pour the wine. No, I'm just kidding.
She pointedly smashed it
right.
with
And I will put in. We're going expensive because it's a one shot, right? I'll put in a silver piece.
Thank you, good sir. Your patronage is truly appreciated. Did you have a request?
Play me your favorite song.
Of course.
Play that woman from Nantucket.
And she does indeed start into a local favorite folk song, which apparently is a favorite of the bar too, because most people in the bar start stomping along with it. And she is extremely talented at playing, as well as being very attractive, which she definitely knows how to use. Her outfit is definitely cut to accentuate her feminine attributes and get more tips, which gets her a few glares, you're pretty sure, from housewives, but gets more money from husbands, so
Right.
she takes it.
So I'll leave that glass sort of next to her tip thing.
And she happily drinks it between
okay.
sets, but she does take a second to...
And then as she's playing the song, I'll sort of, for the first half or so of it, I'll sort of just kind of, appreciatively partake. And then I will make my way back to the companions, giving her a little bow as I leave.
Since that stew and bread was all you can eat, I'm doing just that. I am
And it's-
stuffing myself.
It is obviously older
plate
vegetables,
limit, right.
probably ones that were stored through the winter, but it is very well seasoned, very well cooked. The meat seems to be fresh. You're not sure exactly what it is, unless
I
you
do-
have enough cooking to know, but it's...
For the record, I get an ale in a meal. Yeah.
And again, the ale is solid. It's not like going to win any prizes, but it's a good ale. The wine is actually quite good. Apparently, he did get a barrel of quite good wine in.
I eat slightly less than the dwarf.
I'm stuffing myself, and it's all over my beard.
Yeah.
All over it. Just making
I don't do that.
Stuffing and stuffing. And I constantly am looking over at him, and I'm just like, this is really good salad. Potatoes! You can't even tell what half this stuff is. I bet some of them are potatoes.
You're pretty sure some of them are. Yeah. Again, there's a little... One thing that all of you note over time as you're eating is he gets a lot of funny looks. Like, nobody says or does anything, but there's a lot of people who look at him kind of sideline.
I like this. It takes the attention off of the important people.
Again, not openly hostile, certainly no one causing any issues, but
Do I know anything about prejudice against dwarves or something?
got history? Or anybody might have history skill?
I doubt I have.
I think it's maybe ancient.
I do not.
History ancient. So
Negative.
So that, and it's not blue, so I can't roll it
Right.
regardless, right? Okay.
You'd have to have read it to have any clue.
Got it.
But, none of you are from this area, so...
But from where I'm from, there's no universal
None that you're aware of.
thing
No,
of
there
prejudice.
certainly is nothing universal against dwarves.
I will definitely eat probably 2 or 3 less bowls than he
Yes.
does, but I do eat quite a bit. I enjoy my food, but part of what I also do is anytime the tavern gets into the thing where they all recognize the song and they're stomping, I get up and do that too, even though I have no idea. I'm just like, yeah.
And she plays a great mix of music, from slow, sad ballads to fast, enthusiastic songs. Before finally, probably after about an hour or two, I'll be taking my break, gentlemen. I will be back. Need to rest the fingers,
This is where we offer our finger massage. How do we know if we're good at musical instruments?
It's a skilled musician.
So skill musician?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh.
I'm not sure I made any musicians.
Mathematics.
I have flutes.
Oh, you do? That's right. You have musician.
Oh, nice.
I tried to get you all the,
Yeah.
Hey,
bardy type skills.
if you go
I don't have a flute that I'm
No,
aware
flutes
of.
are fairly expensive. I don't know if I can buy you one.
well, if you go up there and
Oh,
play,
I do have I have 2 flutes.
Oh,
Oh, no.
don't you?
I have one. It just weighs 2 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
So then you do. I can't always remember. Like I
if you
said.
go up there and play your flute and sing and stuff, I promise I won't hit on you.
How do you play a flute when you sing?
It's
But she
role playing. Everything's possible.
She did take her bucket with her, by the way. She was not so foolish to leave the tip bucket out there. And you notice yours was the only silver piece in the bucket. Most people put copper or trade coins in.
Oh wow.
I will not go play. As they're kind of having their little eating competition or whatever, I will. I'll eat my one serving very properly. I do not get it all over myself.
You're not drinking the bowl.
I mean, I also don't get it all over myself, but I'm not going to waste the money. It's all you can eat.
Right.
Yeah, well, so since he only had one serving, I'm gonna make sure I eat extra. To
Yeah, he can have mine. He can have mine all you
Order
can eat
more for
also.
him, and then just eat.
And then I
He'd
will.
like another bowl.
I'm going to take out a roll of parchment, or not? Is it a roll? I don't know. A piece of parchment.
Piece of parchment. It's in pieces in this case.
And I've got a pen of some sort,
Yeah.
quill pen, and I'm going to start writing a poem. And that's what I will. I'll kind of be heads down, just kind of writing, and I'll look up occasionally as he jumps up and starts dancing.
Yeah, exactly.
And all of that kind of stuff. But I'm sort of in my own world writing.
Okay.
Use the line, me plus you minus the clothes, divide the legs, and let's multiply. It's a math joke, because I'm a mathematician.
Were you doing anything other than watching them eat? Or?
I play darts,
Okay.
and I try to get them to wager coin, and
You're gonna take coin away from the
Do
farmers.
you have persuasion?
I have fast talk, yes.
Well, fast talk will not work here because that just basically confuses people. Persuasion is how you talk them into
Persuasion,
doing what you
no.
want. I mean, you can roll it with just your charisma
It is a
bonus.
blue.
Because it is blue.
So plus 12.
I mean,
That would be 101.
That's pretty good.
So you do get a couple of games of darts going. No one is willing to bet much. I mean, the average man-at-arms makes like a copper piece a day.
Yeah.
So most of the money would be in trade
Coppers.
coins.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
You know, maybe you might get up to a copper, but
Here-
most of the farmers are
here's
like,
the
no.
truth, the truth of the matter is I have no particular skill at games,
Hmm.
nor darts, nor anything at all. I just like to
Do
game.
you have thrown weapons at all?
Oh, I do. I'm throwing.
I thought you
daggers.
threw something. So go ahead and roll as if you were throwing a dagger. Roll a d20 and add your attack bonus for your dagger throwing.
All right.
It's not technically a dagger, but it's close enough. We're not gonna. It should be in the triangle. If you go to your left a little bit,
22.
you see in the big square.
Yeah,
your,
plus
your
6.
other left. That's the number you're going to use. Everything else is just calculated to get that.
Plus 6. So 22.
So you nail if you write down the middle. You wind up with about 2 copper all told over time. But no hard feelings. Nobody's angry or upset about it because it's low enough level. They're having fun with it too.
Yeah.
A few of them win occasionally, but overall you definitely are more dexterous. And half of them are a lot drunker.
Yeah.
And so drunk people throwing darts
didn't-
is amusing.
It didn't matter if I won or lost.
Right, I
It's just
figured
a
that.
matter of
But
playing the game.
you're good enough at throwing things that you're able to. But again, you get the idea that most of them are just screwing around having fun with it.
Ah,
You know.
yes.
So, while he's hitting on girls and writing poetry, while he's acting like an idiot, and he's goofing around the dartboard, I would like to talk
Just
to
a
that-
less messy version of him.
once I finish eating
Totally
as much as I
stuffed
can,
to the point you can't walk
and I'm
anymore.
like waddling right at this point.
You're a
I'm
dwarf,
gonna,
you're always
I'm gonna
waddling.
approach the barkeep, the halfling guy.
I hope your stew was sufficient, good sir.
Forswaz.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. I loved it. And you know what? I'm pretty sure there were some potatoes in there as well.
Oh, yes.
I want to thank you for that because my friend here likes potatoes apparently.
Yeah, they weren't of any suit to roast, I'm afraid, but they make a good stew.
Now I'm going to be honest with you. We're here because, well, we're looking to make some coin, make a name for ourselves, help out your town and whatnot. Now, we escorted the noblewoman Fieri. We found her on the road, been attacked by bandits, it sounded like. And so, just seeing if you know anything about little green men and giant wolves, might be goblins or something like that, I presume. Or tiny dog men. Any information about bandits that might be around here. Anybody up to no good that we might be able to track down, take off their heads and get some coin for it.
Oh, I definitely have heard of Little Green Men, and I would suspect that indeed you're speaking of goblins, particularly the road wolves. They're not commonly a problem around here. There have been a few rumors about them.
Well, we gotta go kill them now because they attacked some important people. And there's money riding on it. So, any ideas where we might find them?
Not for certain. If I were to look, I would head east of town towards the mountains, since that's usually where they come from. But beyond that, no, I'm uncertain as to. I haven't again heard of anything. The sheriff is currently out hunting a mountain lion with some of the guards and the cleric of the temple.
Are the cleric's out?
The head cleric is.
Oh,
Yes. If you want to be over there, but. Yeah, there's acolytes there who were able to offer aid to those minor injuries as needed. But the high priest, I mean, She's high priest of our town, wonderful young woman, but she is out helping out. At that moment, Burrell comes walking in.
Good.
He's not with Fieri, but he comes in. Ah, my saviors, my friends. Have you eaten?
Well, we're gonna get to that.
Looks at you, goes, you have eaten, I see, you good sir. I'm afraid that
still in your beard.
exactly. I'm afraid that the excitement of the day has exhausted me, and I will be retiring soon. But if I might, if you were to meet me here tomorrow, I may have a chance for you to earn significant coin by assisting the lady and myself again. If you might be so interested, I would be look most kindly at if you would be here in the morning.
Yep, we'll be here.
And you see him pass some coin to the barkeep, to Foswars, I can't ever say his name. And Foswars, all right, apparently a glass of mead for each of you if you'd like it. I mean, I'm willing to go ale if you'd rather, but...
Gonna get the coin for it instead.
I'll take the mead.
That's insulting. Just drink the dang stuff.
Well, I've already had an ale.
It's mead.
I had an ale
It's
already.
made from bee poop.
he wouldn't correct.
Well,
Sorry, he
I do
doesn't know.
believe you're correct about that.
But he does pour out 4 from under the bar and place them on the bar for you.
I'll take mine, and
And you better like it. That's my personal stock.
this is the halfling saying this?
Yes. I make this myself in the back room.
Oh.
With your own poop?
No, there's a beekeeper in town I buy the honey from.
Oh, honey.
Write that down.
Honey.
Take out the paper that I'm now carrying around and just put an X on it. Because again, I don't like it. Every time I just write it down, I write down an X.
Draw a little beehive, you know.
All right.
And yeah, it is very good mead. Apparently, somewhere gets cinnamon for it because it has a bit of a cinnamon hit to it, and that makes it especially pleasant.
I do very much enjoy it, by the way. This halfling made mead.
It is fairly strong,
I'm
but
excited by the
I mean,
idea
not
of
like going to knock you on the
good
floor.
old
strong,
halfling created
This
mead.
guy is wealthy. I can tell. Cinnamon is not cheap.
It is not.
What's the goddamn guy's name? Beryl. Beryl. I extend to him my concern for Fiery and ask him to pass along a message.
Of course.
And I take the poem I have been working on. I'm trying to determine if there's some way for me to seal it. I don't have like wax.
I would just be able to fold it. Yeah, you don't need sealing wax. So.
You just put some lipstick on and give it a kiss.
What is your body weight?
I weigh 70 pounds.
We're going to find out the effects of alcohol.
We are! There's a whole set of tables for it.
Yep.
You are now sloshed
Woohoo!
from your 2 drinks.
What am I?
I'll get there. You're probably nothing because you're a dwarf.
Probably nothing.
I drink ale, and I also drink the mead.
Right.
I did too.
So yeah, right now basically you can decide belligerent and or just really fun. But if it came up to it, you would have a +3 initiative, -3 attack and defense, and a +1 to speak.
Okay.
And you might get a hangover tomorrow. Roll a d20.
What am I looking for? Am I adding anything or just rolling straight
That's
roll?
what I was finding out. You are adding your physical saving throw. It should be there in red underneath the
Physical.
attribute.
So 14.
Okay, we'll let you know in the morning.
Okay.
What's your body weight?
147.
You are just buzzed. You're just feeling a little warm and happy.
I did drink too.
Yeah, that's so far everyone I think has had 2 drinks.
Yeah.
Mead and wine. Yep.
Yeah, I mean they basically, unless it's a specific name drink, every drink counts the same. You know, they're all about a shot of whiskey is a beer, is an ale, is a glass of wine, unless it's specific. Dwarf, I guarantee you have no trouble. What is your body weight?
170.
Okay, and if you look at the second sheet, under race abilities, you have a bonus to poison.
Yes. Plus, wait.
Probably about a 4 or a 5. To poison and magic, it's the same bonus.
Racial abilities?
Where am I looking at that?
Over here.
In the box for racial abilities?
Yeah.
I don't see anything about magic,
Miss it?
poison, or anything.
Oh my goodness. I failed
I have
you.
low light vision.
Yeah.
Something about giants and ogres and
Yeah,
trolls.
you're better at hitting giants and ogres.
Yeah.
What's your constitution?
My constitution.
I know it's a little silly, but I like to do these
16, 23.
Alright, where's the dwarf? So you have a +5 to all poison and magic saving throws. That also means it takes 5 more drinks than your body weight would say to get you drunk. So you didn't even get buzzed till you had 7 drinks. Because you were just so resistant to alcohol. And what's your body weight?
200.
200. And yeah, you're not even quite buzzed yet. You're, about 3 drinks to get you buzzed.
Forlaz, is there some sort of discount if I buy a bunch of ale, like a lot of it? Because I'm going to have to drink a lot to even feel anything here.
Well, that is the...
You're gonna want to bring him a glass like as high as he is.
the Blink has obviously overdone it.
I could just jump in it, and I can just scoop it out and feed it to him. Whee!
So where will
Whee!
you be spending the night? Says, well, I could get you a cask. I have to find it.
Oh, an entire cask.
Casket? Is he gonna die?
No, hey,
Yes.
Things
remember
happen.
what we told you. Write it down.
Right. Who? Go running out the door.
How's it out? Never mind.
He's gonna go paint a picture.
Sadly.
Do we get a refund for that?
That's right. Black, yeah, it's going in there. There it is. Let's see. That wouldn't be that much. Well, for 4 silver, I'd be happy to get you a keg of ale.
Keg of ale.
If you've got 4 silver.
I don't, but I'm going to save up for it for next time.
All right.
After this next mission, we're going to get sloshed.
Well, I will be happy to have you here sloshed. You do notice that there's apparently a 3rd bouncer who showed up who's human, who is, although not menacing you, is definitely a little closer to you now.
How much?
I did, for the record, when I started feeling like I was ill, I was running out the door to make sure I
Yes,
didn't.
that's what I assumed. Did you guys
Yeah.
out? Never mind.
Yeah.
The
So-
ale is like half a copper each.
Yeah, ale was half a copper, yep.
So I will buy 3.
Okay.
Then I will give one to each of the bouncers.
They all look.
I will.
Drunk bouncer is nice.
They're not on one ale. They're all big
Yeah,
dudes.
I'm sure they're fine. I
Come
just
back in while they're handling a bit, while he's drinking a bunch and everybody's hanging out, and I will grab the remainder of the little crusted loaf of bread that I have left, and I'll just set it on the floor and lay my head on it.
So it's before your friend completely loses himself, is there insufficient rooms for the night?
The common room was how much?
Common room would be, for the 4 of you, would be 2 copper. It's 5 trade coins apiece. I will note that there will be other people sleeping with you. It's a public common room.
I'm counting on it. Wait, what? What were the other options? There's a
Cottage.
I do have 2 rooms left that have not been checked out in our current here, on my lodgings. That would be 5 copper apiece.
So the common room is 2 copper for all of us?
Yes. Or it's 5 trade coin each. And if you would like, I have just recently renovated one of the nearby buildings into a guest cottage that you could stay in, as you would be the only ones there. And that, however, would be 6 silver a night. It is a little more expensive. But it does have full cooking if you prefer to do that. We do provide maid service. One of my daughters will clean it for you, and would have private rooms within the cottage for all of you.
Keep your daughters away from him. I don't think you should trust him around your daughters.
They can handle
No,
themselves.
I'm not into children.
They're not children.
They're working. You think he's putting on child slavery here?
Well,
course
I mean,
they're
first of all,
grown women.
probably.
I do have 2 younger sons who work, but my daughters are adults. However, they
To me,
also
all halflings are children.
yes, and that's not uncommon. But so again, I mean, not required to stay here, but I will say they do have vacancy laws in town.
I'm staying in the common room.
So wait, you can't just sleep on the street then?
No,
We're gonna get in trouble with the guards if we do that.
Yes.
All right.
Last time I checked, it was a silver piece fine, and
I'll
probably a swift beating to go with it.
A silver piece, so it's cheaper to sleep in your place then.
Of course.
That's convenient for them to set laws up like that.
Isn't it?
It
It's almost
is.
like I have friends on town council.
Do ya?
Well, a few. I have been here a long time, and I bring a lot of trade to the town.
The clientele here is primarily male.
Mostly. I mean, there are a few families, but most of them look like either single farmers or married men out to hang out with their buddies.
So it'll probably just be a bunch of guys in the common room.
As far as you can tell. I mean, it's not for sure, but you'd be surprised otherwise. Partly because most of these people probably live nearby and head home for the evening.
I'll remove the 5 for me to be in the common room.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna sleep with the guys in the common room.
He's asleep. What are you doing for him?
I'm picking him up.
Okay.
I'm taking 5 trade pieces out of his
That's
stuff.
fair.
I'm giving it to the halfling, and I'm gonna just sling him over my shoulder. I'm holding him by a foot, basically. He's just dangling.
I just want another sandwich, Auntie Meg.
6 service fee for carrying him.
That's up to you.
I'm taking his loaf of bread with me because he's gonna need a pillow. But then as I'm carrying it, I start eating it.
Well, when you do get in there, it again, like the whole inn, it is a very clean room. Basically, there's a giant pile of blankets in one corner, and it looks nobody else is sleeping in here yet. Although you don't think it'll be too long. It looks like you pick a patch of floor, a couple of
I'm
blankets.
not going in yet, personally.
Yeah.
I am.
He's passed out.
I'm going
Yeah.
wherever I'm put right now.
My intention is to basically stay in the bar and listen to the music until the music ends.
And she does come back. You find out she plays multiple instruments. Come back after playing the lute. She's actually playing a flute at that point. She also plays a variety of drums, and for a couple of very racy songs, a tambourine. Her outfit also changes to something more suitable for belly dancing, practically, with the tambourine. That one's really popular among these sloshed and further along gentlemen at the bar, and gets her a lot more tips. Although no one tries anything with her, like nobody grabs at her. She generally stays on stage, but nobody tries to invade the stage or grab at her in any way.
Seems like a very orderly place.
Generally, you get the idea that, not saying there's never problems, but they're not common and they're usually sorted out pretty fast. Again, as you're watching, when it looks like somebody might be getting a little too drunk, one of the bouncers, fairly politely if possible, advises him it's time to go home. And, again, you never see anyone give trouble to them after they're like, you had enough. Usually their friends or they're pretty quickly escorted out at that point. So they seem to be pretty strong on keeping the peace in the tavern.
This halfling, he's like a little, what do you want to call it? Business tycoon.
Oh, yeah. Now, one interesting thing happens to you late in the evening is you're thinking things have to be winding down because she's starting to get tired and the bar is emptying out. Probably not as attractive as the minstrel, but fairly attractive woman in a way more revealing outfit bumps across you. Oh, excuse me, good sir. And as she's leaning on you, you realize, with your knowledge, people, she's not nearly as drunk as she's pretending to be. But she whispers in your ear that if you wish for a good evening, that just head to the bridge. And then she heads out with a wink at you and a noticeable motion to her head to the left as she comes through the town, as she leaves the bar.
There's no sport in it.
Feels like a trap.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's completely on you.
I'll go to the
decide.
bridge all by myself and totally get mugged of my remaining 11 silver.
Usually you don't go to the bridge. Usually they got a room or something, right?
Right?
No.
Huh.
So you're sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any other plans for the evening?
I ask around for gaming houses, but
Well, one of the farmers says, well, we do play cards. Hey, wait, today is
never mind.
third. When do we play cards? And one of his friends says, Friday, tomorrow, like always, at the table you're at. Yeah. I think I gotta go home. Your wife's gonna beat you anyway. Have another beer first. Oh, that sounds like a good plan. Another one.
Have a good night. See
He
you tomorrow.
won't. He won't, but he'll have a good time here. There's a reason he doesn't have any kids. At least that he knows of. Many other plans.
I'm just with
Yeah,
just
you
stay
know,
there.
keeping an eye on him. Wait,
She does finish up eventually,
Halfling.
like I said.
halfling or gnome?
Halfling.
Halfling.
Halfling, human, dwarf, human. Something you remember.
Yeah, nothing else. I'm not going to the bridge.
I have so I got 2 skills here: listening and reading lips.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible to sit around the bar and just try to pick through people's conversations?
Oh, that's always possible. Picking up rumors is fun, but I gotta get my rumor chart, and that takes me a few scans.
Oh crap!
Oh crap. Give me a glean information roll. And it will be plus 60 because you have bleeding lips. So you don't have to be as close to glean information.
So
What's your roll plus your skill
10,
plus 60?
120, 122.
Alright. There it is. When you can hear a group of them are talking a lot about something about a mountain lion that has been killing crops or killing farm animals, and apparently attacked a family to the north, and that the sheriff's going to deal with it. But while he's away, I mean, you know, it's just the deputy. Yeah, better not cross any lines with that idiot, because he'll have you in the stocks till the sheriff comes back, and who knows when that'll be.
Okay. Alright, I sleep it. I go to bed.
Yep.
Any plans besides when she finishes up, besides going to bed?
No, I'll just I'll go to her as she's sort of packing up
Yeah.
her things or whatever, and I will just. It was truly a privilege to witness you tonight. I hope to encounter you again soon.
I'm here most nights. Always happy to see a fan. And she very noticeably looks you up and down. She doesn't go beyond that, but
Right.
Jerry definitely gives you a once over.
Right. Cool. So I'll give another little bow as I head to the what is it, the common sleeping
room,
area.
And she stops by. You notice she and Forzaraz have a quick discussion. He hands her a pouch. Apparently she gets some percentage of the take for the night for playing.
I'm able to determine what that was.
The coin.
What their exchange. If
Basically, what's my take? And he jingled some coins and handed her some percentage of what he made for the night as a return for
I
play.
guess I was like a percentage. If
You're getting the
that was
idea
spoken
from the
out
discussion.
loud.
It's some kind of a percentage of it. It's not a set amount.
Okay.
Depends on how much he makes is how much she makes.
Cool.
And otherwise, you are joined by probably a half a dozen to a dozen more men. They are all men. Most of them are fairly drunk when they get in there. And you get the idea most of them are common laborers that don't have like a house in town, or farmers that have a ranch outside of town that do not want to try to make the trip back to the ranch. Including the guy that was talking about the card game. He eventually does kind of get dragged in by his buddies who just drop him off on some blankets.
Good choice.
It'll be a better night than going home will be. Maybe she'll be frightened enough when he goes home not to take it out on him too badly. Yeah, I guess it's no.
Well, maybe you could propose a story to your wife, saying that you got attacked
He's
by a
out.
bear.
He's unconscious.
Yeah.
Whatever you're saying to him, you don't even hear. He doesn't hear. He is fully drunk and gone. He passed out drunk.
I was gonna try to talk not as much.
So the next morning, as you wake up, no, you don't have a hangover. You didn't get that drunk.
Oh, good.
Honestly, what wakes you is the sound of a lot of banging and thumping. Not like damaging, but moving and crashing and banging from the main room.
Well, I'm going to jump up to my feet and grab my warhammer.
When you go out there, apparently the bouncers are rearranging the tables for some unknown reason. And they are not doing it quietly. It's pick up, carry, drop. One of the guys drags it briefly and he gets whacked in the Forzaz smacks him with like a napkin. No, don't scratch my floor, carry it! Oh, it worked! As you see the other people in the common room also waking up at various states of disrepair.
I'm going to go offer to help. Carry the tables and put them where they want them.
That's the get the hell out
We already.
sign.
They look over and everyone except the one guy who was passed out is away. Job's done. Thanks though.
All right, happy to help.
You gotta forgive my friend. They live in like communist communities.
I didn't know that.
We do. You're talking about dwarves being communists.
And a few minutes later, Burrell
and
comes
it's,
down the stairs,
co-ops.
or not the stairs, come out of the back area where he went last night.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
Oh, my friends, some breakfast perhaps? There are fresh eggs, I guarantee.
Is it all you can eat?
Breakfast is not, I'm afraid. But I can guarantee you, for there eggs and bacon?
How much is it?
Oh, it's on me, of course, my friends. Thanks for your help last night. And
Oh,
listening
this
to
is
me
Beryl.
morning. This is Burrell, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for your help last night and listening to me this morning. This is all your breakfast, of course, I will be happy to cover. As a thank you again, and for your attention this morning.
All right. Well, I don't think my companions are going to eat a whole lot, so I'll just take their share.
That I will leave for you all to determine.
I would like my share.
We don't
And
need all of it, though. Maybe
do you
a
have a
little-
preference on how your eggs should be? One of the younger halflings, I mean, again, if she was human, you'd put her in her 20s. Do you have a preference on how you want your eggs this morning?
6 at a time.
And Benedict.
How would you like them cooked? Or you just
Oh,
eat raw eggs?
Well, you know that where the thing where it's still on top's a little bit, but it's not all the way.
Right, no,
Sunny
you know
side
what I mean?
up?
Yeah, that's
Of
how I like
course.
them. Yeah.
A Benedict,
I'll
please.
write it down for next time.
Oh yes, of course.
Sunny side up it is.
That's gonna be my favorite thing. I've
So
been doing all night.
whatever you want
Write
to
it
do,
down.
as long as there's eggs and it goes in my
To
belly.
the guy who can't write.
Well, most of it in my belly, a little bit in the beard. That's
Sunny
kinda
side
how
up
I
it
like
is.
Scrambled, please, and my bacon. Give half my share to the my dwarvish companion here.
Of course.
Excellent.
I did that for you. It's cost you just a trade coin.
Shut up, friend. Now, the bacon. Let's talk about the bacon because the way you cook the bacon is very important. Now, it needs
Sunny
to
side
be-
up.
I will warn you, if I tell my mother you told her how to cook bacon, she'll come out here with a frying pan.
Will it be full of bacon?
No, but it will be very heavy.
And maybe hot.
It might be if she grabs the one off the stove. She doesn't like being told how to cook. Your bacon will be wonderful. We
Alright.
have a little bit of maple syrup left.
I'll have my
We
share
got it.
back. Actually, this guy so rude. be polite.
Well, they're asking how they want to cook the eggs. I just assumed that we could put in an order for how to cook the bacon as well.
I wouldn't do that.
All right, very well then. However your mother-in-law decides to serve it will be just fine, thank you.
It's just my mother. I'm not married.
Mother-in-law.
I don't know. I was up half the night babysitting drunker deer.
I'll be back with your food.
Thank you.
When I get my food, I divide it in half and say, this for the low price of 5 trade coins.
I'm not buying your food.
4 trade coins.
What's wrong with you? Go throw your darts at someone.
3 trade coins.
The other thing you note with Burrell is he has obviously spent the night getting well refreshed. Although he's still got his bruises and cuts, he is dressed in fine clothes again. His hair is properly combed. His beard is neatly trimmed. It's hard to believe it's the same bedraggled man who pulled himself out of the bushes last night or yesterday. So he has obviously had a good night and worked very hard to improve his appearance.
As we're all sort of like eating and whatever, I will ask him if he has had an opportunity to check up on Fiery.
I have not this morning, but I will of course be going right after we speak to the temple to speak with her. She stayed the night there under the care of the acolytes. I will say their healing magic was quite helpful in improving her wound, although it will take some time to close completely.
I will try to, I'm not going to ask directly, but through small talk, I feel like I can probably, he likes to talk.
Yes.
So between the two of us, I feel like I can get him to sort of spill some information. I would like to determine, if I can, what his relationship to her is.
And he actually openly tells you,
Okay.
I am her trusted manservant. It is my job to see to her needs.
You're a manservant. What does that mean exactly? It's like a
I don't know.
servant, only you're a man.
Basically, yes.
So there are women servants too.
Indeed. They're usually called maids.
Maids. So you're a maid.
Of sorts, I suppose.
Man-made.
A man-made.
Yes, although I don't specifically help her dress or anything, but I do take care of her general affairs, keep her of her purse.
Is
things
that
like
position open?
But so
No.
so hold on a second. You fight dragons. You explore
I've done that in
jungles.
my youth.
You
I know all
explore
that now.
jungles and now you're a maid.
Indeed, it's a
How
new
does that
experience.
work?
Well, I enjoy new experiences in my life, and this was an experience I'd never had before. In any case, if we could get on to the business at hand.
Of course.
I think that was the business at hand. Understanding the complexities of you.
So sadly, I don't believe the ambush last night was completely random.
Hmm.
As my lady may have mentioned, she is a purveyor of ancient artifacts, and she loves to find things from past civilizations. Most recently, she found a necklace in the shape of a key, engraved in dwarven runes on it. She translated those runes to indicate that she believes there is a ancient dwarven citadel somewhere in this area. Sadly, as you may know, her success brings jealousy, and there was a dwarf in our party who helped translate it, or under her employee, who attempted to steal said necklace, amongst other things. Having been captured in doing so, he was roundly dismissed from our service and dismissed from the town. Sadly, like a bad penny, he has turned up again. Last night, when we were ambushed, in addition to the vicious little dogmen and the fiends upon their wolves, the one who injured my dear lady was indeed this foul dwarf, Forbear.
Is he a friend of yours?
He hurled a vicious axe upon her limb, injuring her leg, and only again through luck and dogged determination were we able to slip into the bushes and escape. I truly do not know how we escaped. However, when making it, she found the necklace that she had been wearing when we emerged was gone. Our suspicion is that it snagged upon the bushes and was snapped loose, and perhaps, with any luck, is still in those bushes somewhere. I need someone to retrieve it. Obviously, my talents, while prodigious, are needed here to protect the good lady and help her. So I would like to hire you to retrieve said necklace.
What's the name of the dwarf?
Forbear.
Forbear.
If you were to do so, I would be prepared to pay you a sum of 15 silver denarii each.
Ooh.
The necklace obviously is quite valuable, and before my lady's recovery, I would love to be able to return it to her, letting her know, of course, your pardon. I'm not trying to steal your glory, but it would do great things to calm her mind and her emotional state, as she is quite distraught upon having lost it.
Those 15 gold each?
Silver.
Silver.
Forgive me, gold would be well beyond even my means. Having spent most of the treasure I accumulated over the years, I do not believe I could find that much gold to give you.
No. If there's 4 of us right now, but let's just say that one of us goes missing or something. Does that mean that the rest of us get his share of silver?
Make a persuasion roll.
I'd probably be pretty good at persuasion.
No, you're very, very good at it if I
That's
remember.
only 35.
I'm sure I'm
That's pretty
proficient.
good.
I am not proficient in this.
So it's just your charisma.
Ooh, I rolled a 99 though.
Ooh.
99 plus 3 is 101.
100.
Yes, he has 3 charisma.
I have a 3 charisma.
It's 102, but that's okay.
Oh. Math is
So,
hard.
despite the fact that you are really bad at dealing with people, partly because you're a braggart, somehow you come across, I believe that would be a fair thing, as I'm hiring you as a company rather than as individuals. So let us say 60 gold. Sorry, I've been playing too much D&D. 60 silver for the company,
And if,
should you return the necklace.
and if all of them turn up missing except for one of us, then it's
60 silver for the company,
as long as
however
you
you
get the
choose to
necklace.
distribute it. And should you come across Forbear in your journeys, and we're able to return him to us so we can bring the foul little dwarf to justice, I could see sufficient to increase that by, say, an additional 5 silver each, or 20 silver for the company.
Alive?
Well, alive would be fortunate, as then he could face proper judgment. I understand in these situations it's often fairly difficult to bring someone back alive when they resist with force of arms. So, were by necessity he to be slain, I would not look askance upon your payment.
Do we have to bring the whole body back?
Yes.
Will we get even more than 5
Dwarves are heavy.
if he is alive upon return?
Persuasion roll.
That's what I was hoping to think. So I add 35
Oh,
plus what, my
actually-
charisma?
No, just the 35. Your charisma's
Okay.
already in. You're actually fighting against his persuasion, but you didn't roll well
68
for the
plus
dwarf.
35.
So you way beat him in
130.
yours, even though he has good persuasion too. So you guys debate about it. He says, I can see that would be fair. Let us say an additional 40 silver for the company, 10 each that would be, instead of 5. So 5 if he is returned in a less than living condition, 10 each should he be returned alive.
Less than living. Alright.
Alright. Now, let's just say that something happens and he loses a limb and we cauterize it.
So
but
long
he's
as
still
he
alive.
lives, I will consider him 5. I do not care for his condition so long as he is alive to face proper judgment.
So he can lose all of his fingers, for instance, but still be alive and we get 10 silver each.
Indeed. I have no difficulty whatsoever with such a scenario.
As long as we bring fingers too.
Well,
If any parts of his body are no longer attached, you may leave them behind.
so all the legs and the arms and the fingers, but he's alive. It's fine.
It is indeed.
Alright.
Although putting him in the stocks might be difficult with no arms, but I will find a way.
Yeah, how long after return does he have to survive?
You put him on a stool, and you just stick his head through the stock. You should be fine.
As fascinating as
This
this
is a little
discussion is,
uncomfortable.
I do wish to go see my dear Lady Fieri. So I can give you directions to where we were ambushed in the hopes that you will find the necklace
That's
there.
a good idea. We should probably leave soon.
And then wish you well upon your way. I am staying here for the foreseeable future. So I will look forward to hearing from you again.
Lots of little goblin fingers out there. I mean, plenty of them.
Well, this is a dwarf. He did something horrible like this.
Oh, yes.
He's a bad guy. Dwarves don't do these
I-
things.
I don't know. I just
We follow the rules and we're good
the
people.
rules. Yes, good.
Is that true?
Typically, yes. Dwarves are very frequently lawful. They are known to be violent, and
But
that they're
only when
willing to
deserving.
fight. Right, but they are lawful beings. Frequently lawful good, although lawful neutral is more common, probably. They tend to follow the rules very, very aggressively. He does describe where to go, and it actually is just, if you go back to the road you came in on, because there was a main road you came off to get to Tuado, and go further south slightly. Probably another hour journey to the south is where they were ambushed. So yes, and with a little talking, he does admit that after the ambush, when they were in the bushes, they just ran frantically and wound up where he found you guys with no clue where they were.
Were there others in your party?
2 men at arms who,
And,
again, I suspect were overwhelmed by the foul beings.
There was a coach or anything involved? Or were you
No,
on
we
foot?
were afoot at that time because we were searching for this stronghold. So the lady felt we would be going off trail. She is quite fond of walking normally when not injured. It's not the most endearing trait to me, but who am I to question? I am but a humble servant of hers.
A maid.
Indeed.
I too am a fan of walking, and please extend to her that when she is back on her feet again and healthy, I would love for her to show me around the area. Would happily.
I'm sure her husband
Walk
would be
with her.
wondered to know that.
I'm sure he would.
Oh, you just got screwed.
Not yet.
That's his goal!
You're going to be a dead man.
If you will excuse me, I must go check upon the good lady.
Yes, of course.
So he moves in, and I mean, moves pretty fast out the door. Not like fleeing from you, but he's quite ready to go check.
So, it sounds like we go to this place south of town where they were ambushed and start looking around for this necklace.
I think we had east and then south.
That's west and south is what you're
West
actually
and
doing.
south.
If you're going to look for the necklace, it's slightly west. You came in from went east slightly off of the main road to get here.
Okay.
So you would go back to the main road and then go down just a little bit. Like I said, another hour
Let's do
journey.
this.
Yeah, it's early in the day. Let's get a chopping and find this necklace, make some money.
I like money.
Yeah, money is not a bad thing. That's why you do what you do.
I mean, we kind of need to make some money if we want to eat and sleep tonight.
I'm fine.
Some of you have more money than others because you didn't need to spend as much and you rolled really well for money.
Two
All right.
silver pieces for one.
So, sadly, as you go outside, the day is not nearly as pleasant as yesterday. Although it's not actively raining, it has definitely come overcast sometime overnight. And it's cooled off enough that it's not dangerous, but somewhat uncomfortable with the current temperature. but has yet to begin raining. And anybody have weather sense? It's a skill. Or if you want to change your spells, you can.
Nope.
I didn't know if you
Yes, I do. I have weather
You want
sense.
to roll it, just, again, to get used to using skills. Yeah, that was not universal. I didn't think it was.
Oh, baby. Ooh. 76 plus 32 is going to be 108.
So yes, you don't believe it's going to rain today. The clouds, although gray, are not the heavy gray, and the air doesn't feel right for a rain. But it certainly is, again, it's cool and less pleasant. Would not be surprising in the next few days if you see rain, but you're not certain on that.
I'll let my companions know this.
Is there common gear that you would wear, like a cloak or something?
There is. I don't think I put clothes on it. You guys probably all have cloaks.
Okay.
Again, I didn't bother with clothes because, again, it's a one-shot. I'm not that worried about it. You all have normal clothes as well as whatever armor you
It's
wear.
not going to rain, friend. Don't worry about the cloak.
I look at the clouds.
No.
If you don't have weather sense, there are clouds, a lot of clouds. I mean, it's like clouds. There's no,
It's not, I'm telling you,
no
it's
sky.
not going to rain. I know about these
You
things.
can barely see the sun. We're in Ravenloft. You guys
Don't
move
listen to the
overnight.
disembodied voice. Trust me. No rain.
You see Strahd flying.
Don't dwarves live under the ground?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought you guys.
And they do, yes. Typically. Not always, but typically.
Right, which is why we know so much about weather.
I don't know how to. I mean, that's.
I'd argue with that.
Yeah.
So on the journey, you find the main road, obviously no difficulty, and then as you turn to the left, it very much, the road doesn't look all that different, but it's fairly easy to find where he talks about, partly because the road is kind of torn up there. There is a small amount of blood where he was discussing. And we're going to use the same map because it's easier. So this area is where he's talking about. Would you make a D8 defense roll, please?
Ooh, a defense roll.
A defense roll.
Yes, unless you do not have an armor class, you roll for your defense versus an attack.
Oh, not good.
Well, you don't get to add anything to it. Cause...
Oh, and a 1.
So all of you, as you're starting to check the bushes, all of a sudden you hear a high-pitched whistling noise and the halfling yelps.
Oh, jeez. They're going after a cleric.
Yeah.
Kill the healer!
Right.
He's the smallest one.
You know the holy symbol
Combat
of
stats.
the
So
ring
defense
within the
roll
ring within
would
the
be
ring.
adding my
It's
plus
probably
one.
And if you look at the back sheet, it has it actually filled
That's
up.
holy symbol.
So each weapon has a defense. It's probably a little worse because of the armor you wear.
That would be funny, but no. Imagine wearing that. Like,
I know, you're
Did
just
you
like
wear any armor?
I do.
I couldn't remember. I thought I gave him armor.
I think you did. Yeah, because you gave everybody leather, right?
Not a couple characters didn't because they relied on dodging and be on the back.
So armor makes your defense lower, which is theoretically your dodge, but it makes the damage.
The damage less, right?
Okay. I got you.
So it would be
Where's
DR. So no, you do not have any.
Oh, I
armor.
do not. Okay.
So you take all of you here, and he gives a grunt as you take a 4-point sling bolt wound, bullet wound to the back. They got really lucky. I'll be honest. Your one made it really lucky because.
I'm sure. Yeah, I rolled a 1. Yeah.
Now we're going to roll initiative. Now Hackmaster, the way they use initiative is the die you roll varies. So you're going to want to be on the back page. That's your combat page. That's going to tell
Second
you
to
most.
back.
Second to back if you have spells.
Yeah.
That's going to tell you most. Oh, and for marking your wound, I should did this sooner.
I already did.
But you put a 4 because you now have a 4-point wound. And
I thought you put. Oh, it's per
no,
wound.
each wound is its own slot. So you
Gotcha.
have a 4-point
Gotcha,
wound,
gotcha,
and then you
gotcha.
reduce your current hit points by 4.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
So you roll the die based on the situation. In this case, you guys are searching the bushes. Not saying you weren't expecting some trouble, but you're not looking for trouble. So you're going to roll a d12 for your initiative. If you are an elf, well, if you have any, or a halfling, you get to roll 1 die better, a d10, because they're naturally initiative. Good. And then you should have an initiative modifier with each weapon listed. It might be a minus, it might be a plus. It's in the blue box, kind of on the right side of the box.
So it's 0 means I get a plus.
So you just roll normally. You get if it says 0, you just roll the die. Roll the
Low is
d12.
good for initiative?
Low is good. That's the lower you go, the faster you react.
Oh, baby. I got a 19. That's
You
the
rolled a
wrong
20
die.
and I said d12. So, so you were really slow.
Let's try that again.
I got a 2 and then I have a -1.
So you have initiative 1. You react immediately, basically.
Ooh, baby. I got a 2.
And I get
Okay.
I do a D10. Right?
So on your scrap paper that I said you're probably going to need, write whatever number you have.
This is a
So
club. This is
initiative
slaying
is
is what I
here.
want right here.
Well, you need your initiative to be the same, but
Well, would it? Because it didn't. You gave me grease lightning. Shouldn't that be one less?
that's speed, not
Speed.
initiative. That's how fast you shoot the sling.
Okay, that's still the same.
I probably give you one better speed than a normal sling. Then.
Does it? I'll just
Yes.
Okay.
Check and make sure, but
I will.
the figure is probably right there. So you had a -1, which took the 10 speed sling down to a 9.
Well, I didn't know. I thought. Okay, I thought it was split. Slings were 9 or something.
And if they are, then I screwed up.
No worries.
Yeah,
But-
my sling says 10, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
so then it
I
is.
think they're
so it is
normally
9.
10 speed.
That's awesome. Then.
So the number you currently have is the second on which you react to the fact that a sling bullet just came in. It sounds like everybody rolled fairly well, which
Yep.
is pretty impressive because it can be really bad. Hackmaster combat is much more fluid and less, I don't know, structured is the right word than D&D. D&D you have an action, a reaction, a bonus action. And each time your turn comes up, you do it. Hackmaster, you decide what you're going to do. It takes a certain amount of time and you do it. You want to move. Well, if you walk as a human, you go 5 feet every time I call a second. So you would move your mini 5 feet. If you jog, you go 10 feet. You can go up to a run, which is 15, or a sprint, which is 20. So the speed you're running every second, you move that distance on the map. It's not your turn. There is no turns. When you fight, every weapon has a speed. You make your first attack, and then after that, you have to wait that many seconds to attack again with the weapon.
Right.
So if your weapon speed is a 5, you can stab every 5 seconds. That's like a fast dagger. If your weapon speed is a 16, you get to slash every 16 seconds. That's like a two-handed sword. So faster weapons will get more attacks. We'll cover it as we go from there. But we got to put out the little buddies. Because as you start to react, who got a 1? You got a 1.
I got a 1, yeah.
So you get to react immediately to the fact that unless you were still searching the bushes when you realize what's going on. Whenever you're surprised, which means your number hasn't come up yet, basically you're doing whatever you were doing before the fight started because you haven't figured out the fight started yet. So if you would say roll a 10, for the first 10 seconds you're searching the bushes, staying there in shot, have no idea what's going on. If you get a 1, you immediately react. The big advantage thieves have is they usually have really good initiatives, rogues as well, so they tend to react faster. Wizards have horrible initiative. So they tend to stand there dumbstruck while things happen around them. Which can be really bad when you are the person getting attacked.
Real quick, magic.
Yes.
Casting a spell.
Yeah.
It says, I got this fire finger thing. It's range 5 feet, so like I'm literally poking somebody.
Basically, they have to be standing next to you, yes. You
Yep.
can stick a rod of fire out of your finger 5 feet long.
Okay, and it says that it has a casting time of 1 second.
Right.
So
So
I
if-
declare it, and then the next second.
The
it
next
goes up.
second it hits them.
Okay.
If in that time you are hit, you lose the spell.
Okay.
And the spell point you put into it. Magic is rough sometimes.
Yeah. But 1 second is pretty good.
And after you cast a spell, for the next casting time plus 5 seconds, you are spell fatigued.
Okay.
Basically means you can't move faster than a slow jog, and you can't do much else. And if you're attacked, your defense is really, really bad.
Oh.
Because you're
Crappy
working
spell.
off the effect of the spell.
All spells.
There's a reason why, and that's every spell. That's not just Firefinger.
Yep.
Any spell you cast, wizard spell, has that effect.
Okay.
Which is, why wizards tend to have other attack things. So as you start to look around, out of these bushes, you see a bunch of little dog-like men have emerged.
They're so far away.
Yes, they
Oh,
are.
old school kobolds?
Yep. Old school kobold.
No longer little dragon guys.
Right.
They're little puppy people.
And Hackmaster, they've
Yeah, they are little dog
dog dudes.
little dog dudes. They're not dragon dudes.
Well, that's how they started in.
That's how they started.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know what edition they changed it, but.
Third, I think.
I think it was third. Yeah.
Okay.
So these guys all have slings, one of whom has just fired the sling at our halfling buddy and pelted him right in the back rather soundly with it. This guy you can barely see, but he looks like he's got some kind of a sword in his hands. And the others have their slings who haven't fired yet are spinning them, getting ready to shoot. So this is initiative 1. What would you like to do?
So if I say I want to attack with my sling, it says 10 seconds. In the seconds that lead up to that, can I also be moving
You can walk.
or no?
You can't go
Okay.
faster than a walk.
Which is 5 feet.
5 feet every second.
Okay.
And if you, with any ranged weapon, the speed on it includes aiming time. If you want to snapshot it, you can do it 4 seconds faster, but you have a -6 to hit. So if you're desperate to get the shot off faster, you can do it, but you're a lot less likely to hit.
And,
Okay, so with ranged weapons, the speed is when the weapon goes off.
It's going to have to be initially, unless you're walking around with it drawn ready to shoot, which is a really bad idea.
What about thrown?
Thrown weapons, it's still the draw and aim is all in that time. So
Yeah,
yes,
so
ranged
I will-
weapons tend to slow you down just because of that. They have an advantage because they were prepping for the last few seconds.
So if it takes 10 seconds, we are on 1. It'll happen on second 11.
Basically, yes.
So I'll declare that I will attack with my
Nice. So
sling.
you're starting to get a rock out, put it in your sling.
But I'm
start
also
to
going
sprint
to
your
start
sling.
walking towards them.
Okay, move yourself 5 feet or have someone move you.
Which one?
I just threw you in a pile because you guys were all searching bushes. If you go off the trail, you can go there, and that's kind of squeezing past the bush. If you get any further off the trail, you're moving through the brambles. It's basically half speed.
Okay.
And you don't want to try to run through brambles. Well, you could. It would be funny, but not good.
I did that. Just
Also on 1, the other 3 fire off their
You got
slings.
the evidence. Jeez.
Shockingly, they all seem to be targeting the halfling.
Okay.
Kobolds hate halflings.
We
So,
all do.
roll a D8 defense roll.
All right. Just one.
Yeah, well, we're going to roll 3 times.
All right. Jeez.
Fortunately for you, the range is really, really long for a sling.
So 4.
That will miss just because of range. So 1
Okay.
zings past your head.
That's another 1. That probably does not.
That one hit you
Yep.
because that's a fumble. You're not supposed to roll this many ones.
I
I
know,
would just tell
yeah.
you that in advance.
Hey, that's not a 1.
Okay.
It's a 2.
It's actually good enough because they only rolled a 6, so they got a 0. They actually wouldn't have hit you on a 1 on that one because
I'm
it was
gonna
a
go
fumble.
ahead and throw that guy back. Just to find a difference.
Well,
So this
1,
is
2, 1,
another
that's a
5-point wound.
1, 1, 2. Yeah.
So another 3 sling stones
Okay,
come
5
zinging by.
point
One of
wound.
them does a 5-point wound.
Oh, that's an oof.
That's an oof.
Okay.
So that was all on 1, the first second. Because they ambushed you, they didn't even roll initiative. They get to start on 1 because it was a full-out ambush. That's fairly rare, but they had a nasty ambush, so it's really nasty.
Okie
So they are going next. Sorry, this is where my initiative tracker becomes really handy. 2,
I will move 5 feet.
you can now react. I don't care what you rolled on initiative.
Oh, okay. I rolled a 4.
Anytime you take damage, 2 seconds later you can react.
Is that how that works?
You
Okay.
figured out what the heck was going on when the slingstone hit you in the face.
Gotcha.
So yeah, anytime you get hurt, with the 2 seconds after that, you're no longer surprised.
So,
Because it doesn't take much to figure out something's wrong with you.
you're bleeding.
yeah.
Badly.
Is it hailing out or something?
Don't you go on to?
I go on 5.
Oh, so yeah, you're like trying to figure out what all this yelling is about. Why are people doing things? You're on to.
That
What would
really
you like
hurts.
You
So-
hurt yourself looking in the bushes.
I think I'm gonna do I know what my range on my axe is?
to do? Is it throwing axe?
Yeah, it's a throwing axe. Yeah.
Look over on the
Reach
blue
in the
one.
bottom left.
If you look at no, over here.
Yeah.
You were at the right spot. If you look, there should be numbers there. That's the number of feet.
Okay.
Under target.
Yes.
So okay.
Yeah, so
I got it.
Oh, I
you're-
see. Weapon ranges.
So 40, 80, 126, 160. And
So-
because they're small, the range is effectively 1.5 times it. So they are currently 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 85-ish feet, so they are about 120 feet up from you effectively for ranged attacks, which is why they keep missing you, because they're doing the same
They're
back at you,
right,
because
they're
you're small.
way far
They're
away.
at that.
Gotcha.
They're at -8s, which is why they do miss you even when you roll badly.
So the range, since they're small, my range is.
It's as if it was 1.5 times as far away. So
Right.
instead of 80 feet, they're 120,
They're 120
feet away.
feet because it's
Because they're little tiny targets. Ogres have the
1.5
opposite
times
effect. Big ogres are easy to hit. It shows it right here if you're curious. That's
So-
what that little
But
target
it doesn't
is.
matter if you're small.
It doesn't matter if you're shot. It matters to protect you, so which is why he's still alive.
right because they were aiming
Well,
at
not
me.
still alive, but
That's
you know
why they
why
were
they
having
missed
trouble hitting
with
me.
-8s. They missed a lot more often, even with their normal decent slingshot ability.
So I'm going to get my throwing axe ready,
Okay.
which is 7 seconds speed, and I'm
Right.
just gonna walk.
All right. So because you're a dwarf, you go 1 square every 2 seconds.
Okay.
Because you have short, stubby legs. Unless you move. Now with a thrown weapon, you can jog, or even run, while getting it ready. Because you're just pulling out an axe. It's not as nearly as hard to get ready as a sling you're wheeling over your head. You can't start at a run. You have to jog for at least 1 turn, then you can jump up to a run or a sprint if you want to. So you can start jogging towards them and move 5 feet. Jog is 5 feet for you. Next turn you can go as far as you want to a dead sprint and start going 10 feet for every second towards them.
Okay, so right now I can go 5 feet.
Correct, because you're assuming you want to start jogging.
Okay.
So you start pulling out an axe, start jogging towards them. But that's where you need to keep track of your initiatives is when can you, like you said, you shoot on 11 if you choose to keep going and shoot him and such. What would you
So,
like to do on 2?
I am still. There's a possibility they close, at least one of them, because you said there's one that kind of had a sword.
One that he's more in the bushes, but you can see he's holding what looks like a sword of some
So I'm
kind.
going to
Really a spear.
I know. Sorry, I only have so many minis.
I'm going to. I'm going to start getting my
Oh wait, screw that.
my sling ready then. So I'm going to start winding up my sling.
All
to
right. So
attack.
again, 10 seconds from now. So on 12, you'll be able to fire some.
On 11. 9 seconds.
That's right, because you've got grease lightning. Are you going to move any closer? Or are you going to stay
I
down?
will move closer.
Your speed's the same as his, but you
Yeah.
can't go faster than a walk
Correct.
while getting a
So
sling
just
ready,
a
'cause
walk. Yeah.
running while swinging a hunk of lead over your head with a rock in it is a really bad plan.
I've seen someone do this, and it's hilarious.
I say, it might be funny, but it's probably not the best
Probably not a good
plan
idea.
for survival.
So yeah, I
Whereas
move-
pulling an axe out, you actually get your strength bonus
Will
to
you just
damage
move
when
me,
you
one
jog or
square
faster
forward,
while
please?
throwing an axe.
1 square forward. Thank you.
You're actually going at him. What a brave half.
I am. Well, because I can dive in the bushes if I need to.
Yes, you can. All right, that was all 2. 3.
Now I'm running.
All right, so you move 2 squares.
I'll move 1.
And yes, you can see them winding their slings up again.
I assume.
Yes.
No, he's walking, so he only gets to move
that's
1
right.
square
I only
every
move
2 seconds.
1 square every 2 seconds. There you go.
4.
And now move me up 1. There you go.
5.
I get to go.
Okay, so you see all of your friends running away. You hear them yells of battle and finally realize those are little nasty dogmen behind me trying to kill me.
Alright, I will begin a jog.
Okay, so that's 10 to 2 squares. You have getting a weapon out.
And yeah, I'll pull out my throwing dagger.
Okay. And that was all on 5, 6.
Can I run with the throwing dagger?
Yeah, same as with any thrown weapon. You can actually move up to a run.
And so I jog, now I'm running.
So now you go 20, yep.
Which is 20?
Yep. Well, run is 15, sprint is 20.
15.
Okay.
And if you sprint, you can't make any attacks.
I can only up to run, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, you can go up to sprint, but again, if you're
If
sprinting,
you can't make attack.
you can't make an attack because
Okay.
you are just dead out sprinting. I don't care what
Yeah.
weapon you're using,
Okay.
you're not going to attack with a sprint. 7.
No, my speed was 7, and I started on 2. I
So
throw it
on
on 9, right?
On 9, you
Okay.
get to throw your axe.
All right.
8.
Thank you.
This guy jogs out of the bushes. He does indeed have a short sword and is holding a shield. Both of which look way better quality than you would expect a little kobold dogman to have.
Those 4 men at arms.
No, they were outfitted by dwarves.
9.
So this is when I'm
Yep.
hurling my axe at this guy.
Now, are you slowing down to a jog, or are you going to run right up into him? The downside to running into him is next turn you got to keep moving, which means you're going to collide with him.
I'll slow down. Oh, so I can.
You can jog, which would go 1 square and
Yeah.
throw your axe.
Yeah,
and the next
and,
turn
and he's
finish
right there,
jogging.
so I have no penalties. To
Yeah,
this.
it's you
How do
roll
I-
a d20 plus your attack, which if you look at your throwing axe, it should be in the red, pinkish box at the top.
Plus 4. Oh, wait,
Make sure it's
plus
throwing
2.
axe. Yep. So
Plus 2.
d20 plus 2.
What are we on right now? 9?
This is 9.
So I move, but you don't.
That's going to be a 1 plus a 2.
You rolled a 1.
Yes.
Congratulations, you have fumbled. Because I don't want to deal with too complicated rules, even though they're really cool. I'm not going to use the full fumble rules from the book.
No.
You want to?
Yeah.
All right, fumble
Absolutely.
rules
Why not,
it
man?
is.
Let's have fun
Absolutely,
with
let's
it.
If,
do
you're,
it,
if
yeah.
you guys are willing, they're not harder, but they take
No,
a
no,
few
no,
more
no, yeah,
dice.
Let's have fun with it, man.
That's
And
the
I
full
do love
experience.
fumbles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm like, I tend to stay
do
away
it.
only because I don't want
It's
to
the
overwhelm.
Dungeon Master's book.
Yes.
This is another mess book.
So as you're preparing to throw, you catch your feet and let's see what happens. 39 to 40.
There's a separate book for the fumble rules.
Well,
It's in
the
it's in
DM's guide
DM's
has a
book.
lot of
It's just
those
not in the
rules.
player's
Oh,
book.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know how you're gonna die.
Right.
This is the book on how you're gonna die.
Part of it, yes. It's got the poison rules.
So
and
my immediate reaction to this is very cool because you have to pay attention and be engaged.
You have to.
Otherwise, you're just not going to do anything.
That is
Every
what I
turn.
love
So-
about this system. Instead
Yeah.
of the rounds, there's no waiting for your turn. You're just
You're
always
always
doing
doing
stuff.
something. That's cool.
All right, natural 1 in the attack die. It was not higher than the attack roll. You have fumbled. So, let's see. What was your total?
3.
3, and he actually rolled well for his defense. So the difference of 15 minus 3 is 12, so 120. Roll a D1000, please.
All right. So I'm going to roll D100 and multiply it.
No, you can roll a D100 with a third die for the 100th digit.
Oh, all right.
So as if you're rolling percentile, we'll roll a third die for the 100th digit.
the red will be.
I usually use a D20 or something obviously different.
So I have a 9, 0, 9. So
So 909.
Yes, 909.
909 plus, what did I say? 120?
120.
So 1,021.
That's not good.
Not good.
Fumbles.
Don't roll high on fumbles, Trevor.
Okay. I just won't fumble.
Well, the good news is you didn't actually do too hurt yourself, but you did throw your axe. Instead of at him, your axe lands somewhere over here.
Okay.
That's all the fumble happened to be. You got really lucky. Well, with a melee weapon, that's devastating. Your melee hammer went over there, but with a thrown weapon, it's not quite as bad.
Yeah.
Fortunately for you.
Okay.
That's true. If you chuck your
Yeah,
melee
you chuck
weapon
your
over
melee
there,
weapon over there, you're
kinda
screwed. But for a thrown weapon, it actually is one of the better results, so you got
Okay.
quite lucky.
All right.
So you're trying to, but I am going to rule, because of the fumble, you also stumble, and you're kind of stopped there in that spot.
Okay.
So you are not moving, and you're going to take a second to get your feet back underneath you, because you tripped over a rut in the road as you were preparing to throw.
So on 10, I have to get my feet on me.
Right, basically, for 10, you can't do anything but react to what happens to you.
All right.
Anybody else on 9? Everybody went?
Yep.
Okay, 10.
All right, I will slow to there, and I also attack on 10.
Okay.
So my knife goes flying.
Who are you throwing at?
I'll throw at this dude.
All right. Range should be no problem. That's 20 feet.
20 feet.
So 30 even if it makes it all.
12.
12. He ducks under it just by luck. One thing with ranged attacks is you don't get any bonuses to your defense roll. It's just a straight D20. It's basically, did you get lucky? Because you can't really dodge.
When can I pull out my dagger?
It takes, as part of a move, you pull it out. So it takes no time to draw a melee weapon typically.
So next round?
As the next round, you will have your dagger out. This guy, however, steps up to engage the dwarf.
Oh, perfect. Bring it.
Well, normally, the first thing we would do is compare our reach for our weapons. If you look at your warhammer, which you don't have out, it has a reach probably on that side right above your finger.
It says 1/2 a foot.
1 1/2 probably.
1 1/2.
So your reach is about 1.5 feet with your warhammer. His reach is actually less than that, but you don't have a warhammer, you have an empty hand because you were carrying an axe. So he gets first shot at you. Whoever has the longer reach usually in melee gets first shot. So like a spear is great because you get to skewer them long before it. So he is going to try to stab you with his short sword. So you roll a d20 plus your defense listed for your warhammer.
My defense from a warhammer. Okay. Ooh, plus 8. 20 total.
20 total. So even though he gets a pretty good stab in, you manage to get your shield in the way and he hits your shield. If he was like a giant, there would be the risk of him breaking your shield and hurting you, but a kobold with a short sword, he does like 1 point, which your shield ignores. So he punks off of your shield, but doesn't actually get through to hit you.
Excellent.
And that was all on 10. Everybody else did their 10 thing. 11.
I'm pulling out my.
Now you will draw your hammer, but that's all you'll do this time because you got to get it yanked out.
Draw my sword. Where is backstabbing occur? Do I have to be here? Or
For
can it be here?
actual backstabbing, you can be there, I believe. Let me make sure on my backstab rules. Yes, and luck points. I didn't tell you this because you have them. So
I do.
Luck points represent your ability to manipulate the universe to go your way. Anytime you make a die roll, you can spend luck points on them. If you spend it on a d20 roll, it adds +1. If you spend it on a percent roll, it adds +5. You can spend as many as you like. You may also use them on other people's rolls against you, but only against you directly. So if I were to stab you with a dagger, you could spend them to make my attack roll worse. Or you could spend them to reduce the damage afterwards.
But everything he does offends me.
Well, that's your problem.
Can I just use
No.
him? No.
You do, however, have
I take
to
personal offense though.
come up with some sort of a reason, why you got lucky. It's not
Yeah.
anything I'm too fierce about, but you
Yep.
know, what happened that made you lucky? Just for effect.
Yep.
You know, why did you get lucky? Did he hit your, like the strap of your thing instead of stabbing you, or did you slip in mud and drop to one knee just as he stabs you, went over your head? Whatever it is. You have the most of them because rogues are super lucky. You've got like 25. I think. They only come back when you level up.
Yep.
They're not an everyday. You get them all back. When you level, you get a new set of them. So,
Use him or lose him. Use him and lose him.
rearward strike. You must be directly behind them. You can't backstab. That's only an unaware opponent.
Okay.
But you get rearward strike, which means if you're directly behind them,
Rearward strike ahead.
They have one less point of damage reduction.
So facing exists in this.
Yes, facing is fairly important for both. Also, how does your shield protect you?
Yeah.
Like, your shield works for in front of you and to that side, but does not work well to the other side.
So could I jog to here?
You could.
Does moving through
Not-
threatened squares?
You will have a -1 on your attack because you moved through where he's at least aware of you.
Okay.
You can actually walk around in melee.
Okay.
It's just you have a -1 in your attack and defense for every square you walk.
Okay.
And if you walk away from an opponent, they get a shot at you.
Okay, so but I would need to jog to here.
Right, and that's fine. Well,
Okay.
partly because he's focused on killing the dwarf that he just so pathetically bounced off his shield.
Right, and then
Which
I come
actually he rolled really well. He just got bad luck.
So when do I attack?
Immediately, because he's nothing to worry about. I just got to figure out where he goes next.
I wanted to keep that die roll on the floor.
There's no speed associated with.
The first strike, there is none. After that is when speed. For melee, it's just when you get close to each other because you don't have to wind the weapon up or any of those
Gotcha.
things. And then it's every that often after that.
What's the name of this adventure?
The name of this venture is Strangers on the Trail.
Stranger danger.
All right.
He only gets a D8 because you're directly behind him, too.
21.
And he can't use his shield, so you way easily stabbed him in the back.
All right.
So you see the mage thieves run up behind him and right between into the back of the
2d4
poor
plus
kobold who's
1.
facing you. We all feel bad for him.
4. So I roll another one.
Yes. So penetrating dice. I was waiting for it to happen. Hang on. Whenever you roll max on a die, you get to re-roll that die and add it on at a minus. The next die is -1. So right now he has 5 damage plus 1 more. 6. I don't think you have a damage
I have a
bonus or
plus
anything.
1 to damage.
All right, so 7 points. Now, even with your rearward strike, actually, that he has 1 point because he has a heavy cloth on. He would have 2 points of armor. He only gets 1 from your rear strike. So he takes a 6-point wound. As you stab him in the back. Being a pathetic little kobold, he has to make a check.
Yeah, I don't got a lot of hit points.
But he makes it. Surprisingly, despite the nasty wound in his back, he does not collapse in pain and continues to fight, angry at you for daring to stab him in the back.
I tell him that I was aiming for his butthole.
Yes. Well, at that moment, all of the other kobolds...
I do have an 11.
So go ahead. Who would you like to shoot?
This is my clearest target,
Yes,
so I'm going for this one.
and yeah, shooting into melee is very dangerous in this.
Okay.
There is a decent chance you will ping one of your friends.
Okay, yeah. So
Beautiful.
I'll aim at this one, which is a straight line.
Right, and it's, what, 10, 20, 30, about 40 feet, so it should be even 60 feet of a kobold should be close range, isn't it?
We're
Yeah,
still
it's
on 10.
Close.
We're still on 10.
We're at 11 right
Close
now.
is 40, short
You
is
pulled
80.
out your hammer on 11.
So short is it? Yeah, so it's short.
All right, so which I think means you have a -4 because just they're so small. It's
But then
hard to
I'm adding.
But you add your
2?
+2, yes, because of your skill.
Not very good. That is a 4.
No, you send the sling stone his way, but it's just too small of a target. It goes over his head.
All right.
And he's sending one back at you because you're a very large person running at him and he's scared.
Yeah.
He does not have a penalty because you're bigger. So roll a d20. Do you have the dodge feat? Somebody has the dodge feat. It'd be a proficiency. Sorry, it's not feats, it's a talent. So on your second sheet, you have dodge? No, okay, then you just roll a straight d20. Might be none of you. Might have been the straight thief.
So that one's a 16.
That's all you get.
Plus
You don't
my-
get your defense bonus
yeah,
against
yeah.
ranged weapons. But that's still good enough that that bullet goes over your head. He is going to shoot at you because you came up. You have a d8 because he's shooting at you from behind.
Yes. 8.
That's penetrating. Roll an add-on.
9, 10. Plus.
Oh, that's not
my-
just for damage.
Do I get my defense?
You don't, unless you have dodge. It's for any die you roll.
So 10.
Even d20s do it. But they re-roll a 6. D100s technically do it.
If you get a 100.
If you roll 100. Every die, if it's a penetrating die, you notice a lot of them say P. That means it's penetrating. But most die rolls in this do. There's a very few that don't. So, despite the fact it's coming from behind you, you get very lucky and it zings. You hear it rattle over your shoulder and miss you by about that much, right past your ear.
Spidey sense.
And this guy's
What is
gonna
the
be-
danger of shooting into combat? Because that guy just did and missed.
Yes, that's what we're about to find out.
Oh,
Whether
okay.
he's targeting the dwarf or the guy in front of him.
Gotcha.
They're not the brightest little buggers. Oh, fortunately he missed sideways, so it goes over here and doesn't hit anybody. Basically, you roll of how did he miss? He missed to the right, so it went zingy past everyone.
Gotcha.
They don't care about shooting at their friend. He's going to also fire at you because you're scary.
Do I still get a dodge?
You still do, still a D8.
Yes.
A very happy D8.
So +5, so 13?
And that sufficient is not sufficient.
Okay.
Despite your luck this time,
Wait. Oh, I can't use luck.
you can because it's a roll directly affecting you.
Uh,
You can add a -1. You would need 4 luck points to make him miss you.
Oh, okay.
Where are the luck points at?
You don't have
So
them. You're not.
those
They're on the
square.
back sheet, but you don't have them. You're not a thief.
Oh, only the thieves have them.
Thieves and rogues get luck points.
No, I'll take the hit.
All right. Sorry, did you have a question? Nope. Okay. Ooh, he got penetrating too.
No.
You take an 8-point shot minus if you have DR. You have 2, so you take 6 points. And
Oh, baby.
again, luck can reduce that if you want.
Dude, you're getting tall.
So you take a very nasty hit. What is your threshold of pain?
TOP is 8.
8. All right. So you did not take enough to force a roll to see if you're put in agony.
What the heck is that?
That's that right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So if you take an 8-point or higher wound, you have a chance of collapsing in agony from just the sheer pain of the head.
So
And the
that's
last
what
one,
they have also, it's just lower.
theirs is a whole lot lower.
Yeah.
And he had to roll a 4 or less on his D20, and he rolled a 2. So somehow he toughed it out despite the fact that he
Gotcha.
should have been hurt badly. And this last guy, with this guy, he was going to step up there. And he doesn't like shooting into combat, so he's going to take another shot at you. Give me a D20.
11.
Once again, you just barely save yourself from being beamed by a slingstone. That was all on 11.
I've still got to go.
And you're going on 11.
Jeez. Oh wait, it was.
What are you doing?
I'm just going to try and slingstone that guy. So with the range,
10,
it should
20,
be a long.
30, 40, 50, 60, so
Or
90.
sure, not long, short.
It's 90 feet because he's small.
So does that put him at medium?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's -6.
So.
Why are our ranges different?
Um,
Stat based.
no,
Well, we're both using a sling.
it's the same. His is 90 feet, so he's at medium range.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Because he's further away against a little target.
Right. So I just had the +2, right?
Yep.
So 13.
And then you just subtract the 6 for the
Then
range.
subtract that, so that'll be 7.
7. So you did not hit him.
Yep.
And fortunately for all of your friends, you went to the right, so it went over here and didn't go through this guy. Possibly fortunate for you when he gets hit in the back of the head. That's up to him.
Yeah.
And you drew your warhammer. 12.
Yes.
Oh, they all, let's see, that was 11.
So I'm basically spending. I have my.
Now you may attack.
Oh, I
With
can.
a melee weapon, as soon as you draw, you can swing because there's no prep time, there's no aim time, there's
Oh,
no
really?
spinning.
So I
up
can
the swing.
attack every round?
No. You attack now,
Oh.
and then that many seconds later you can swing again, whatever your speed is.
Sweet. I'm a swinging
So
at
you
them
swing
done.
out your warhammer and come swinging around on to smash this guy's head for being a little jerk.
So I roll a d20 and I
D20
add
plus
my,
your attack.
My attack.
You want to move?
I already did.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, baby. That is going to be 17.
Okay, you slam into his shield because he ducks down behind his shield. Well, that is not a non-existent thing with your weapon. So you only get a D6 as shield damage, but you get to roll a D6 and see if you can hurt him through his shield.
All right.
Quick question. Does flanking matter?
Only in that he gets a D8 defense against you instead of his normal because you're
Okay,
behind
for
him.
me.
2.
2. That is not enough to get through. What did you add your
Oh, no.
+4?
Oh, so 6.
So you do 6, which is just barely enough to knock him, but it doesn't quite get through. He has 6 points of defense with his shield up.
So for shield damage, I roll this
D6 +4.
and the damage, the normal
Right,
damage.
but you don't. You get one less, half the dice basically.
Okay, I gotcha.
So you slam into his shield and you rock him in place, but he manages to absorb the hit on his shield.
Okay. Where's the shield damage number? Oh,
It's
it's
right
up here.
Yeah, it's non-existent for daggers.
Yes.
Basically, kind of like a short sword. It's just you're not gonna get through a shield with a pointy dagger. Crushing weapons do shields really well. They have the best damage against shields. Hacking are good, but not as good as crushing.
As I'm moving, I can put away my sling and take out my scimitar.
Absolutely. So you hook your sling. Do you want to just drop it, or do you want to put it away neatly? So you
I'll
don't
put it
lose
away.
Okay, so that'll take a second, and
Okay,
then next
the
second,
next turn I can. That's
yeah,
fine.
which you've got plenty of room. That's not a big deal.
Hey, I gotta ask you a question.
Yes.
You put a club on here.
Yes.
Isn't that supposed to be a staff?
Yes, but because you're small size, it technically is stats.
I was going to make sure it counts.
Yes, it works exactly like that.
okay.
But yes, technically, what you have is a walking
Because I wanted to
stick.
make. I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm not proficient.
Yes, it is technically a walking stick.
That's fine.
It's just halfling size, so they
Right.
stat.
And I'm good with that as long as we're
It
just
gets
that counts as a
they put
staff.
in the errata at some point is because you can't use a staff. It's
Right,
8
'cause
feet,
I'm
it's
too
8 feet
small.
long and you're a halfling.
Yeah. I didn't know if they just made halfling size staffs or
They
whatever.
did, but it's called a club.
I'm good with
you have a
that.
halfling
As
size
long as
staff.
it counts as the same
It
proficiency.
counts exactly as a
That's
staff.
all I was
in every
doing.
way, shape, and form.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, because that was what I asked. I'm like, what does a halfling do? Because it's like, oh yeah, it's just call it a club because it's close
Good
enough.
enough for me.
Let's see, that was, I forgot to spin my little dial. That was 12. Everybody else is getting their weapons around. This guy, he's actually going to risk a walk to move back and get some bushes at his back because he doesn't like being stabbed in the back.
Why?
And actually he has to jog. So no, he won't get there yet. He's halfway there. He is moving into the bushes, but that's his best because he's got short legs into bushes. He's only going to be able to go that far. He does not want you stabbing him in the back more. It hurts. 13.
Can I move too?
Yeah.
So,
Is there an order that happens within a second?
Not typically. It's kind of all simultaneous. If it's vital, there's ways you can sort it, but typically it's kind of everybody goes as they go. And
Right.
Neither of you are in a square now.
I know.
he's trying. The kobold is backing into the bushes trying to stop this guy from stabbing him.
So
in the back.
13, I move forward and I pull out my scimitar.
Okay. You're just winging up your sling. Continue to move up.
I think so, yeah.
Alright. And you're trying to stay with him while getting your dagger ready to stab him again.
With
and you-
this, wait, can I move faster when when I'm doing this, not
You-
readying the sling?
Yes, you can go all the way to a sprint if you really wanted to. You can jog, which is 10 feet.
I'll jog instead.
And I'll put you effectively in contact with him because he hasn't moved far, so you could slash him with your scimitar if you would like.
I know.
So as you move up, he's right there in front of you. You fortunately, both where you moved and where you're at, he does get his shield in the way of you at least.
Okay.
Which is why he went there.
Does my reach matters?
It would, except he's not attacking anyway. So
Okay.
basically, you would hit him long before he could hit you, but
So
he's
I'm
still busy
just
trying to get
adding
his
my
short sword.
+2
Yep.
attack. 9.
That is more than enough. He be distracted by the stab in the back, by the dwarf with the axe. You get an opening right over the top of his shield and slash
And
across.
my
there.
damage is 2d8.
2d8. Yep.
So 8.
Okay. So you slash him across the face for 8 points. He is definitely on his last leg.
I cut off his other leg.
Not quite. However, the impact as you slash actually right across the top of his face, he gives out a horrified scream, grabs his face, and collapses to the ground, holding the ruined remains of his face. He has failed a threshold of pain check. Anytime you take damage equal to or greater than your TOP, you must roll a d20. The number you have to roll is on your sheet.
Can you recover from that?
Yes, he will recover. Depending on what he missed by, he's out for 5 seconds per point he missed the roll by.
So, question. Coup de grace. 5
Yes.
seconds.
So you spend 5 seconds over a helpless opponent. Yes, that includes threshold of pain.
Yeah.
He dies. Anyone else takes 10 seconds to do it.
But he's also just almost dead anyway, so
Yes.
take the...
You could also just take a swat at him and he gets very little defense if you don't have time for a coup de grace. Coup de grace is a guaranteed kill unless there's some outside reason you don't know why that he can't die. Assassins do it in 3 seconds, thieves do it in 5, normal people do it in 10.
Cool.
Okay.
But at the moment, yes, he collapses to the ground. He's holding his face and rolling and shrieking and yapping and making weird dog noises. Anybody else doing something on 13?
Drawing my putting my dagger away and drawing the... Nope. Keeping my dagger out. Since he's down on threshold of pain, I can move away from him?
Yeah, he basically has no effect on the game now. Until he recovers. If he recovers.
How does that work? I'm still waiting for my dagger.
You're still going to wait for your speed to come up. If you have time outside of combat to kind of recenter yourself, but if you're going from one to another, you still have to wait for whatever your speed time
So if I
is.
time it just right...
Basically, you would have to stop and stand for a full second.
Yeah.
And then start moving again, and then you would be able to attack on contact.
That's what I will do.
Okay? These three who are in the front, now obviously somewhat panicked by watching their brave companion with the shield go down, have dropped their slings and are pulling out daggers. The guy in the back is still winging up his sling, happily realizing, I have people in front of me. I know they won't last long. He doesn't know that. I'm not even going to care about that. Jeez. He missed by, I not normally tell you this, but 12. So he's down for 60 seconds. I'm going to assume this fight is not going to last 60 more seconds of count, so he's out. I mean, if somebody wants to smash him, I would not deny you the joy, but normally I keep track, but that's long enough. Who cares?
Yeah.
14.
So when I declare, hey, okay, cool, I'm going to initiate my next scimitar attack and I have to wait 8 seconds or whatever, when do I choose the target of that attack?
When
When
you're
it triggers?
in melee. Yeah. You'd have to be in melee with somebody. But you, again, just like him, you could spend 1 second to kind of recenter. It would have to be this second, because last second you were still preparing to stab. You didn't know he was going to go down. So he's spending this second kind of focusing, where's the fight, what's going on, and so he will be able to attack as soon as he gets contact. You could do the same thing. Basically take 1 second staying where you are to kind of, what is the actual situation, and then when you reach somebody, you don't have to wait your speed for the next attack. The speed is when you're engaged back and forth. If you take a second out of combat, you can basically restart the clock.
Gotcha. But I would have to... I wouldn't be considered re-engaging with this because I've never left its engagement.
Basically, but he's down. He's no longer...
Well, I just mean even if he were an active opponent right now,
Yeah.
waiting the 1 second...
You would have to have moved away from him to do that. You can't do it when
which
someone's trying to
theoretically
smack you with a sword.
provokes...
Right.
Okay.
Or he can follow you. Just backing away at a walk does not provoke, but they can follow you. If, like here, it'd be perfect because the two guys with him are going to keep him from following you. But if you're alone and you're backing up, they just back up with you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Whereas if you are out of a fight, if there's no one engaged, you take 1 second to go, okay, I'm ready. And then as soon as you get in another fight, you're ready to swing. You don't have to wait your weapons.
So I will take my 1 second on
Okay.
this one.
What about you, Dwarf?
I mean, I don't get to attack till 18,
Right.
so I'm just.
But again, if you take that 1 second, you can reset that clock. Basically, you take a second
the next
out of
opponent
completely
you-
outside of combat. There's no one fighting you to kind of reset your speed clock, and then as soon as you get in melee, you'll be able to attack again.
Oh, really?
Can you
It's
move
a
while
huge-
resetting?
No.
Okay.
Basically, it's like you got to stand still. You got to look around. You've got to confirm what's going on because you know you're in a fight. You're busy staring at the guy you're hitting. You might glance. Now you're taking the moment to go. Oh, 3 kobolds there. 1 more behind them. Okay, and then you're ready to engage fully again.
So if I take a second, I can attack on the next one?
As soon as you get in melee with somebody else.
Well, I mean, I want to keep beating this guy on the ground.
Okay, him, you can't technically do that, but if you wait half of your normal speed,
Uh-huh.
you get to hit him because he's helpless. So what's your normal weapon speed?
6.
6. So you only have to wait 3 seconds from your last
So
swing.
15.
Right. If you're just bashing on some poor helpless guy on the
I'm
ground
going to beat
because,
the crap out of him.
because you, I think it's a perfect choice.
I don't
But-
know that he's not going to get back.
Right. Because you don't have to wait to worry about, is he trying to stab me? You can go twice as fast.
Okay.
Same thing if you're fighting someone who has no weapon, if they're trying to punch you, you get double, you get fighting half your speed because you spend a lot less time worrying about the guy with the fist when you have an axe
Yeah.
or a hammer
Okay.
or a mace or whatever you're swinging.
All right.
So yes, your speed, then you then go on whatever your new speed
In other
would
words,
be.
monks are terrible in this.
Well, no, because the monk, there is no monk class.
I know.
There's one cleric who has unarmed fighting.
Right.
They get to ignore that rule.
There are no monks in this game?
There is no monk class that you would. The closest to
I
a
already
monk
like it
is there's
better
a.
than
I know.
The cleric of strength and physical prowess is trained to fight unarmed.
The
Well, just so long as I can splash Warlock, I still like this
There
game.
is no warlocks.
What?
this edition very much reminds me of like first edition.
It's much feel wise. It's much more. Your people, you don't have the cool powers.
Right.
None of the characters in the game, other than wait like spells,
I do appreciate
the-
the lack of Thaco.
cool powers. There's no
That's,
Thaco.
that's what I said. It's a lot like first edition, other than
Yeah.
the Thaco. It's like really.
All right. In any case, 15.
Now I
Yeah.
charge forward.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Are the ones with swords moving? Or daggers, I mean?
They are not yet. They're staying. They're looking very
I
scared.
moved to the weeds. My warhammer is coming down in this guy's head.
Okay. So he has D8 minus 6 defense. Gee, he got a 0.
19.
Yeah, you hit him. And he doesn't have a shield because he's laying there rolling on the ground crying.
So 2d6
Plus 4, probably.
plus 4. 5, 9.
9. That is more than enough. You just line him up, and he's lying there screaming, holding his face. You crush his skull like a melon.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
Ah!
Ooh.
And that's all I can do, right?
And what is your reach would be better than theirs because they have stubby little arms and you both have daggers, so you get first attack.
All right. Whee! Uh-oh.
Which one are you stabbing?
The one at the bottom there.
And let's see, they do not have their single weapon on them, so yeah, you hit him easily.
Sweet.
He's obviously not very familiar with what he's supposed to do about this. Someone's next to him trying to poke him.
7, pinning.
Penetrated. Two
Plus
more.
2 more, so that's 9, plus 1 is 10.
10. You're very mean to my kobold. I'm just pointing this out. He's a sweet little guy.
I said, would you mind holding this? In the eye!
But he made his threshold of pain somehow. Despite needing a 4 or less, he rolled a 3. So even though you slashed open badly, you cut him across the side of the face, you did actually take his eye out, but he falls back and glares at you with reptilian hatred, dog hatred.
With his one eye.
I have your eye. Maybe I will eat it.
And the other guy that you didn't attack is going to stab you.
Oh no.
So roll your defense. Now you have just the dagger, right? Mm-hmm. So your defense is a d20 minus 4 plus whatever your defense bonus is, because you don't have a shield to put away.
So, straight 20. 19.
You got a near perfect defense. So here's another rule. When you get a 19 on your defense roll, if you succeed in dodging, which you did, you get to punch him in the face.
Whee!
So it's a d20 punch.
Oh.
What'd you get?
I don't know what my punch
I just
is.
add the blue attacks up above. Go up, there. See
5.
that? Because that's
So
your
10.
natural, not wearing. That is more than enough because he got a 0 defense.
What's a punch? 1 damage?
2d4 minus 2. Or minus 2 from each die.
Non-penning?
So you always do 2
Always do
points.
1.
So you pop him in the nose for 2 points. As he tries to stab you, he stumbles, and as he's down, you just kind of backhand him across the face.
I'm feeling super cool.
Just wait until you get ganged up on by all those kobolds.
Speaking of that,
Super menage a trois.
this is your third opponent. You now get a d10 defense against the third one who's trying to stab you with his dagger.
Okay.
So his defense is going down.
Because there's so many opponents, it's hard to protect against. And you still have a minus 4.
One's hitting him in the back right now, right?
It's kind of the side still. He's technically facing the other kobold.
Shoving.
That is not enough. This one manages to get you in the side with the dagger.
How much do I have to spend on luck? You're gonna die.
It would take 3 points of luck.
Alright, I'll take it.
You're taking the hit?
Yep.
Yeah. So brave. Dagger's
Sir
pretty
Robin.
He didn't penetrate at least, and they're very wimpy.
Oh, but it does have instantly lethal poison on it.
Yes, yeah, that would be funny. No, but you do take, it's only a 2-point hit. That might bounce off your armor. So he stabs you, but your leather armor deflects the blade before he can get it in.
I catch it and smile.
And this guy gives a shrill scream and jogs to there.
Ferocious.
Yes, he's had enough. This is scary. That was all 15. Anybody else that I missed on 15?
Nope.
16.
So I want to do the reset thing,
Okay, so you're... All right, well, there they are.
and that means that as soon as I get up to him, I can make an
You
attack.
can start hitting, yep.
Okay, cool.
So with my scimitar, I am now in their threatened area. I want to go here.
Okay. That shouldn't be a problem, but you'll have a -1 to your attack because you've got to kind of watch as you move through there.
Okay. But he'll have much less.
Yes, but you're getting him right from behind because he's not very bright. He turns his back on you to stab the easy target.
So you said -1 on my attack?
Yeah.
I got a 20. Does that matter?
Yeah, you just critted.
Cool.
Oh, another book.
It does matter, actually. Roll a d6 as a penetrating
What's our
die.
Separate book.
Oh, back to the DM guide. First critical of the game.
I got a 6.
Okay,
man.
so that's +5. Roll again. Keep going. So you're at a 25 on the die right now.
3.
So 2 more.
Okay.
So you have a 27. What's your attack bonus?
2.
So you have a 29. And even make life better, he fumbled his defense. So this is going to be really, really bad. Yes, critical
Are you
hit.
using a dagger?
No, I'm using a scimitar.
He has a scimitar.
You raise your scimitar. The sun catches it, gleaming.
So we said 27 minus 1
Usually
is
hear the
26. Roll your damage.
2d8. 10.
36. Minus his 1 point of damage is 30. The crit severity is a 37. You are bigger than he is. Medium attacker. So roll a D9000.
For damage?
Wow.
No, this is to find out what the crit is.
How do you roll a D9000?
So you're going to
You roll a
roll.
D10,000, but if you roll a
Yeah.
10 on the one die,
You're going to roll 3 D10s. One is the ones, one is the tens, one is the hundreds. But if you get a 10 on the hundreds, it's a 9. You re-roll it. So if you have 3 different ones, I know it's a little weird, but they are
3
fun.
D10s. I don't know what you said other than that.
3D10s
So you have
would
a
work. You need
347.
Okay.
Oh no, 10,000. You need one
So it
more.
needs one
sorry.
more D10.
One more D10. I
That
forgot.
should
I
be
was
the
thinking.
thousands place.
This is the thousands place. So 7,347.
There you go.
This is a. What did we say? 30,
37.
30, and no, not crushing, not crushing. Yeah, these are just fun. They're weird, but they're so hacking, right? Scimitar's hacking.
Yes.
And you got a 7,000. 3 extra damage dice.
Okay. So that's 13.
And it was 10 from before, right?
Yeah,
So
so
23 damage. So you flat out kill him. If you hadn't, you would have ripped through the muscles in his back, giving him a -3 attack and -1 speed for the rest of his life. Or, no, that's until healed. He has a permanent -1 attack and -1 defense and loses a point of strength for the rest of his life.
Oh, nice.
For the rest of his life?
Luckily, the rest
maimed
of his
him.
life.
Now he killed him.
Had you not
Had he
killed
not
him-
killed him,
and
he
I mean,
would
you
have
just come down
severely maimed him.
completely from behind. He never even suspects you're there. He's so low intelligence, focused on stabbing the thief, he totally forgot you existed. And you just, as you run past, you scimitar right across, and his head just comes right off.
And then I get 2d6 temporary HP.
No,
Ah.
sorry, can't give you that.
Now, can those same things happen to us?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's really rare, but no, this was him rolling a crit with a fumble on the defense roll.
Yeah, it was really
On a high damage
super-
weapon. This is about one of the worst crits. There are worse, but this was a pretty nasty crit. They don't usually come that bad. Usually it's, you take an extra die of damage and maybe have a penalty to move.
plus you rolled 7,000.
This can happen, but it's very rare.
Okay.
I've never had a player I get that bad of a crit rolled on them.
Okay.
But I do have to remove that character. And let's see.
That was fun.
He's running away. So his doesn't matter. Dagger speed.
And then I shout over to you, 1-to-1!
Okay, that was all, I believe, 16, unless I'm missing a halfling. I don't
Nope.
think you've
I
done
mean,
that.
I can move, but that's all I can do.
Casting
These-
spells while you have a dagger in your hand.
man.
Not a problem as long as you have one free hand.
I always
Okay.
thought, in every other
If you're
edition,
going to do
slings
it,
are
now's
like
the
one of
time
faster
because they can't
weapons,
stab you
but
for it
yeah,
because
this
they
one
just
is
stab
super
you.
slow.
And I
Get a
can
dagger
I can
with it?
literally
almost
stab
not
with my
worth using
dagger,
it.
and while I'm going to keep on swinging with my dagger, I'm gonna.
No, it'll reset the time on your dagger.
Oh, okay.
So the casting resets the time on the dagger. So the second after the spell is when your speed count starts back up for your dagger. So like if you on 17, said I'm going to cast Firefinger,
Right.
you would it would go off on 18.
Right.
19 would be the first second of your dagger's speed.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah, because you got to stop trying to stab to reset. And
Yeah, I'll just keep swinging my dagger.
17.
So I am engaged in combat with an enemy.
Yeah.
So I
He's-
cannot take the second.
Correct, because once you whacked his friends out, ah!
So I
He's
will
holding out a dagger like
I'll
this.
start my scimitar count.
Right,
Yes.
whatever your speed and your scimitar, add that to the 16.
What turn are we on right now? 17?
16 was when you hit, so 24 would be your next swing. Right,
Okay.
because it's speed 8.
So I get to initiate the next attack on the
Right.
same turn my other one triggered.
Basically, yeah. You start the count from that second of when you swung. I just like the purple worm, I think it's cute. That's what comes if you guys hurt my kobolds too badly.
So I begin jogging toward these guys
Really?
with my axe out and start to scream.
Hammer, or mace, I hope.
Yeah, my hammer.
Hammer, that's right, you got a warhammer.
Alright, who's next?
And that guy is now jogging away, or sprinting away, sorry. That kobold is sprinting, screaming at the top of his lungs.
This one right
Abject
here, his
terror.
name is Harry. He volunteered.
18.
Alright.
These guys, for some reason, are sticking with it, hand shaking, holding daggers. They didn't
No,
flee.
can I start to run at this point and still attack effectively?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll run.
And that is it. You're just sprinting away. Matter of fact, you could slow down to a jog next time and smack the guy right in the head.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Good, you good there,
I'll
Claire?
slide over to here.
I was
Yeah,
making sure because you haven't been doing anything. I didn't
No,
want you to
I mean
miss.
that's because slings are like anvils basically in this game.
They're better than most ranged weapons. I'll say that.
Jeez.
I'm gonna hurl this anvil. Give me a while.
Yeah,
Anyway.
in 4 sections that is aiming. You can always fire unaimed at your friends.
No,
in
I
melee.
know, I know.
They
No,
love it.
I'm still working it out, but
Especially
it's,
from behind them. They
it
make
is
us
it
really
is
happy.
it is interesting. Yeah,
Yes.
that slings
Ranged
are
weapons do
so
suffer.
slow. Yeah.
I mean, all ranged weapons are fairly slow in this.
Are
I will
they?
say that.
Yeah.
But again, 4 of that is because you have to take your time to line up an aim.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
my wife played a ranger with a longbow,
Yeah.
and I think it's a 14. I don't remember her exact speed. So it's slow, but man, she was devastating. And her goal was always, where can I get that nobody can bother me while I'm, aiming with my bow?
Right.
Is it the case that in this game you can have like a dagger speed of like 2 or
2 or 3. There is a minimum speed.
Right.
Fighters are the best at speed.
It's
As
crazy.
they go up levels, their speed drop. They get a dropping speed steadily as they get higher levels naturally, as well as you can train in it to get better at it.
Yeah, so you get
So
little sick
19,
with the
you
dagger.
are not quite. No, you're going to jog up there and hit him. We're on 19.
Yep. 19. Here we go.
So you jog up to that guy who's currently holding a dagger at both of you, trying to look ferocious and mostly looking scared.
I think my reach is better than his, so I go
Oh,
first.
I'm sure. Plus, his count hasn't reset yet, so you're okay.
Alright.
He's still trying to get around to get another stab. Well, you rolled pretty well on defense.
Oh, jeez. 10.
Okay, actually, just partly because your jog, you bring it up and he just manages to skitter aside.
He has 3 combatants.
He does, but this one's the one who's right in front of him.
Oh no, but I'm just saying, doesn't his
Yes.
defense die? Is
It will be for him
Oh, okay.
because he's right in front of him and the one he's focusing
gotcha.
on. You did not try to stab him. You
Gotcha.
stabbed his buddy, so he wasn't. Although you're there, you're less of a
What
concern.
second are we
Oh,
on?
okay.
This was on 19.
19. Okay.
20.
I think that's what I go on.
So at this point, I'm
Plus 9. Yeah, 11 plus 9.
Oh, hang on. 19.
Now I have to whip my weapon speed before I can.
Before you can swing again, correct. Unless they run away or something.
Oh, there it is. So yeah, it's 11 plus 9. 7 plus 9. So that guy's way out there.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 75 feet. 100, so about 110 feet.
Puts me
And
at,
you are firing past your rogue friend.
I know.
You might have forgotten he's your friend. You are absent-minded. So.
It's true.
I thought he was a kobold.
It's
Taking
fun.
it?
I'm still
And
going to
plus-
pot shot at him.
Oh, did you just roll a 1?
I don't talk about it.
You just rolled a 1. Oh, well, you're the guys that said we should do fumbles. I clearly remember.
I'm not disagreeing.
I clearly remember discussing fumbles. And they are a lot of fun.
They
You're
are.
just not supposed to roll quite this many of them.
It's true.
Hey, we got to learn the rules.
We gotta get the full Hackmaster.
Gotta
We
get
do.
the full
It's the
experience.
whole
So we
experience.
gotta
You're
we
not
gotta
wrong.
only roll 20s and 1s.
You gotta only roll 20s and 1s. You're correct. Those are the only ones worth rolling.
All
All right, and you did miss him with your 1, because that actually is important. If
Ooh,
somehow a
that
1
might be a 1.
hits, you don't actually hit, but you don't fumble.
Okay.
So, let's see. But he rolled a 16.
Okay.
And what was your total attack roll counting range
So
into
my
it,
total
too?
attack roll, counting range into it.
Because he was over 100 feet out.
Negative. -3.
Negative. Oh, he should have only had D8 defense. That might help. Oh, it does. So, let's see. That is a 10. Technically, he would get a free shot at you, too.
Sure.
But it doesn't matter because he doesn't have any attack.
Even if he did, I mean.
All right, roll a
Take it.
D1000, please.
All right. Let me use different colors.
I forgot. Fumbles are D1000, crits are D10,000.
Any different colors. All right. So there's one. So there's, and then we need a third one.
That one.
I guess that's fine. Yeah. All right. So I got 0, 0, 3. So just 3.
3.
Literally, I got 0, 0, 0, 3. Yeah.
No special effect.
Okay.
So all you have to do is figure out if you hit your friend in the back. Roll a defense roll.
Is it a 20?
Yeah, because you're kind of facing that way. Don't roll a 1.
I got a 19.
So you see him fire a sling stone. As he fires it, he literally stumbles over his own feet and nearly falls. And that rock goes... If you have tall hair, it's got a part in it now. But he doesn't hit you with
He
it.
wounded your hair.
That was all the excitement of 20.
You're gonna have to murder him now.
No.
Just have him write it down.
Yeah.
Right down
That's
here. You're
what
never
working.
going to
On
do that
21, the two guys with daggers. One of them
21 here.
is... All right,
Well,
so
dagger.
go ahead. You've got longer arms.
I'm gonna stab my kobold. 19.
And plus...
Is that so 25?
There is no 19 for attacks, only for defense. No, I don't know why. I don't write the rules. And you were very lucky because he got a 19 on defense. So if you had missed, you got to punch him in the nose.
Mine was a 19 on
But you
defense against him. Do I get to throw, like, sling back at him?
Unfortunately, not for range, although it'd be wonderful if you did, wouldn't it?
4.
You like those penetrating dice.
Yeah.
I do.
That's 5, 6.
Pretty good odds on
7
D4.
because you have
7
strength, right?
plus 1.
Yeah, it's one of the things. The battle axe, because it's D3s, that's what battle axes do, and they penetrate like crazy.
Yeah.
And as I recall, he's the one who's been being stabbed. You stabbed earlier.
Yes.
So that blow finishes him off as he is leaning in to stab you. You react first and catch him right in the eye, and he goes down.
I'm going to eat you.
The last guy, however, is busily trying to stab said dwarf. So please roll your defense, dwarf.
Is this a D20?
D20 plus your defense bonus,
All right.
which is like a plus 8 for you.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh baby. 23.
Okay. So he didn't roll a 19 or 20, but you still easily just, as he tries to clumsily stab you, just like smack it aside with your shield, looking like you're really.
You know,
I'm a dwarf.
I'd like to say that I think this idea of eating them is probably pretty good because, you know, the cost of food in town is quite high.
22.
You're so poor. Oh, nothing on 22 for me.
You know, that's a good idea.
23.
For you.
Nothing on 23 for
Nothing on
me.
23. I should have moved twice. Sorry. There were 2 moves that missed.
So he is screaming and running
22.
away. So far as he can run, are you within half of your weapon speed of your attack? When do you hit next?
25.
So yes. So as he tries to run, you can take a swing at him as he tries to get away from you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can also follow him if you want, because he's slow too.
Can you both or just?
Yes, you can do both.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna chase after him. I'm gonna, as he goes away, I'm gonna
He
follow.
just starts to jog away. You jog up with
And
him, and
whack.
yes, I figured I just
Does that reset his attack?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as the guy's still trying to run, it's half his weapon speed. What about you?
Mine is on 24.
So you'll
which is
get your
next
swing.
turn.
9.
That'll hit.
Sweet.
He's trying to run away. His defense is bad.
When you run away, your back is turned?
Typically, with what he's doing, you can retreat facing him, but he's running, and so it's not.
15, but I got a 6 on one of them.
Okay, so re-roll it.
It's a 6 again, so that's 5. So I'm up to
Yep.
20.
Yeah.
And 3, so 20, 22.
22.
Okay.
So before you can even react, as he turns to run to you, you just bring the hammer around low, catch him just under the rib cage. There's a wonderful crunching sound
You're supposed to
as his
scream
body
core.
folds completely the wrong way. And yeah, actually with a 22 on a small creature, you knock him 10 feet, and he lands there just in a dead bloody heap.
Nice.
I mean, it's a hammer, so the blood is mostly coming out of his mouth, not from the wound, but still, same effect.
All right. Excellent.
Are you doing something about running away, guy?
I am going to chase him
'Cause you
because
guys
I
are
can
all-
catch him.
Everyone but the dwarf and the halfling are faster than he is.
Yeah.
So are you just going to run him down?
Yeah.
He's dead. I'm not going to bother with lots of die rolls. As he's trying to run, you easily catch up to him, and the two of you can...
Wait, do we want to kill him or do we want to interrogate him?
That's your question.
We want to kill him.
No,
We don't
interrogate.
even speak-
So the
don't even
rogue
speak
runs
whatever
up and kills
language.
him.
Two.
Well, the dwarf is wondering.
Do you speak
Interrogated
kobold?
them.
Do you speak kobold?
It doesn't matter. You didn't even try.
Do we need bathroom breaks, since this is a momentary stopping point? I keep rolling, I just didn't want to...
Language does kobold speak.
Kobolds.
Speak double.
Dog.
Kobold speak,
dog.
kobold.
Yeah.
Isn't it obvious what language that
Alright, so we're good. I'll need one later.
All right.
I know.
Alright, so you stand amongst the ruin of a
10
patch of
languages.
kobolds.
I
that
don't
are
know how to speak.
Although you guys don't necessarily know what kobolds are, these are probably the dog people that were described by Burrell.
That's all very interesting, but I'd like to start searching their bodies
I
down
figured
for
you
food.
would.
Indeed.
Because I need to sleep and eat tonight.
Alright, so as you start going through their very disgusting bodies, realizing they don't have pockets.
They got prison bullets.
Yeah, I'm going to search all of their wallets.
Oh God.
That is pretty much what they have. They do seem to keep their sling bullets in their loincloths.
This is because you need sling
Nope,
bullets,
nope,
don't
nope.
you?
Good, nope.
But the only things that have any significant value on them are the sword and shield the one was wielding, which are very definitely human-made,
Nice.
decent quality weapons. A short sword and a shield.
I'll definitely take the shield just in case mine breaks.
That's not a bad idea because shields do break. It is a small shield just like
How does a short sword compare to a scimitar?
I don't have a shield, do I? No, I don't. I need a shield.
Are you trained in shields?
Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you aren't. I just
No, we absolutely are. Yeah.
Yes.
I am not.
Your downside is your
I
weapons
don't know how
usually
to
take
tell.
both hands.
Correct.
Hang on, I got to
Oh,
look it up.
proficiencies?
Yes, proficiencies to the side.
Uh,
So you may or may not be proficient.
I don't have short swords as
So-
an option.
The first
So it
problem
doesn't
is you're not proficient in it, so you take some serious penalties to using it.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about it.
I retrieve my daggers.
I have a
Just
short
to
sword.
say.
Yeah.
You're proficient in one at least.
Yeah.
I'll look it
Bonus
up.
skills include heavy armor and shield proficiency.
There you go. So yes, you can use a shield.
Did anybody want to take the short sword?
I was just asking how it compares to a scimitar, but I'm not proficient in it, so I don't.
I mean, I'll take it because if something happens to my Warhammer, it gives me another weapon to use.
Short sword is 2d6 damage instead of 2d8, and has a speed of 8 instead of 9. So it's slightly faster, slightly less reach,
Well,
and
scimitar
slightly
has
less
an 8.
damage. Yes, because you're trained.
Oh, okay.
You took training in being faster.
No, would I put this
Yeah,
under...
you're very tied to your weapon in this game.
You can be. If you well, I've had characters who take no specialties and they just learn thousands
How
of
much
weapons.
does a
but
shield cost? I might have to buy my own, it sounds like.
A small shield.
Oh, Luke.
He took,
I don't-
now
I
he
don't
has
think-
2 shields.
Well, I don't think he
I have
was
0
aware
shields.
you were saying you were asking.
No, I don't... If you need it, you
I
can have
literally need it. I literally do.
Well,
If I could use it,
now-
that'd be great.
Now, we're going to have to talk about this.
You have to
Because
buy him dinner.
I'm-
Here's empty money.
Now, here's the thing. I'm a little
For future
concerned.
reference, it's 15 silver.
Don't
you.
worry, fair dwarf.
No,
You'll
I'm...
get to eat all 4 of them.
All right, but
The other thing to remember is your club is two-handed for you because you're small and it's a medium weapon.
I see.
So you can't use a shield with your club or your sling.
Yeah, but I can't use a weapon anyway, so.
Well, you can't.
But your sling,
Can't.
you wouldn't be able to use your sling with a shield.
Right. You can't. I mean, you could use it just to hide behind, but that's about. You can't.
You can-
fire your sling. You'd have to put the shield down. Well, no, small shield you could because you
So
can use
I
that.
guess I have to question why they allow shield proficiency
I
in this
don't
at
know.
all.
I don't.
Because
know.
if the staff and sling are the things that are primary in the,
Yes, I mean technically you can use other weapons. Those I think that if I remember right.
that's weird.
I agree that some of those
Yeah.
would. Well, one of your spells, if I remember right, is Unum Shield or the shield that makes you a buckler. That has no point because you only use two-handed weapons. And I was the same
Yeah, never
way.
mind.
I even
Apparently
asked
it's-
them on that. They're like,
Apparently
well,
this is a pointless class.
no, it's an outstanding healing class.
Yeah. So don't worry about it. I can't use my weapon with a
The
shield.
only one you
anyway.
can't attack is incapacitated foes. You can fight back against anybody.
No.
Probably
Yeah,
'cause
you can use any crushing weapon.
Right. Except I have to be proficient with it, right? Which I'm
Right.
not. So.
I mean, you'd have to have chosen to be proficient, and it would be. You can't be more specialized in anything else than you are in your club.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
No. So you don't want the shield then?
Yeah, I don't think it's. There's no point in using it. So.
All right. Because I was going to extract certain promises from
Sure
him.
you were.
He would forget 2 seconds later. Anyway.
No, where do I put... No, the promise was going to be to write it down.
Write it.
Now, I have combat load packed and stowed, so if I have an additional shield... or
Well,
whatever-
generally it would probably be packed because you're going to
Packed.
strap it to your back. You're not going to try to carry it around in a fight.
Stowed means like in a backpack?
Stowed would mean either in a backpack or kept at home. Those would be your options.
Okay, alright.
And again, normally you worry about that more with initiative, but I don't worry too much as long as you don't go crazy. I have 12 shields. Okay, now we have a problem. You know.
And did anybody want the short sword?
No.
No?
I can't use that at
I'll
all.
take that as well then.
Yeah.
Nice about being fighters. Weapon efficiencies are cheap.
What is the weight for a short sword?
1,000 pounds. That's a really big short sword.
Perhaps a couple or something.
Yeah, I think it's 2. But let me make sure just so I don't. Sword, short sword weighs 2 1/4 pounds.
Jeez.
2 pounds.
Now, as far as my triangle thing, I'm not gonna probably bother filling it out until I actually need it.
Right.
Because my Warhammer is probably better.
It's much. All of these things under skills and talent, or specialization and talents, those are all because of your training in your Warhammer.
Okay.
All of that is how you get your bonuses. You have some based on your attributes. That's within the little blue box near the top.
But you have to be like proficient. In
Right. That's assuming you're proficient. Then you can specialize in 4 different categories. Attack, speed, defense, damage. You have specialized in all 4 of those with your hammer. And then you can take talents, which also do all 4 categories. So that's why you have, if you compare it to there, why you're higher pretty much 2 of everything up here.
Okay.
Because you have specialized and trained yourself in using that hammer really well.
Where are those specializations noted?
That's the pluses right there. That's the
Oh, literally? There's no other
Yes,
notation?
that's it.
Oh, okay.
But as a fighter, to get a +1 in that, you spend 5 building points.
Okay.
If you're a wizard, I think it costs you 10. So wizards suck at specializing.
Okay.
Did you hear that? Wizards suck.
That's why they don't want to get in fights, and why staffs have 8-foot reach, so they can go whack in the face as someone's running in.
Why'd you run up there for if you suck at fighting?
He's a fighter wizard, fighter mage,
He's a thief mage.
a thief mage. So yeah, he did exactly what he should do: move around behind people and poke them in the back.
That's what I do.
All right, so some of you are suffering from wounds of various
Yep.
amounts.
I got no wounds. Did you get any wounds?
No.
No, but your cleric was badly injured by the,
I got a wound.
Oh dear.
and he was stabbed once. I don't know how that
6.
So far,
Nasty
the
Now, the-
utility I seem to have is to heal myself following a battle. that's the entirety of my value.
No,
Is to stand there, take damage, and then heal myself of that damage.
no, you don't understand.
Yay!
Listen, you're our tank.
That's what I'm saying. I soak the damage and I heal my own damage.
Well, the
I
first
do.
thing that you can do anytime immediately after a fight is
Yep.
use first aid to
Okay.
reduce the severity of wounds.
Okay.
Okay. Before you do anything else, it has to be done within an hour of taking the
Okay.
wound.
Okay.
So
I
it's
kind
not
of
something
vaguely
you wanna
remember
wait
You
that.
have to use it on yourself?
No,
So like I could first aid
you
him.
could first aid him easily.
Yes.
I'm
yes.
probably
I don't have first aid.
Generally the most skilled person should do it.
Yeah, I'm only in the 30s.
Oh yeah, I'm higher than that.
What's your skill in it?
56.
So you are actually advanced in it.
Oh dear.
Oh, 24.
So you take 4 minutes to basically bandage somebody.
I don't need to make a roll for it.
Yes, but it's going to be really easy.
Okay.
I'm not trained in it.
Because it's plus 40
Okay.
to your
So
roll.
I'm proficient in mathematics.
160. 161.
It's over 100, it's all that matters. So this is on you.
I mean, yes.
So reduce the severity of your first
Every
wound by
single bit
1
of math
point.
you've done so
By
far
one
has been
point.
incorrect.
You're better at mathematics
So
than
it's
I
1
am.
point less.
I'm at 23.
I'm a
Got
dwarven
it.
And
fighter.
then do the same for your other wound because you do it per wound.
Oh, per wound. Okay.
I'm not.
Oh, I'm not proficient.
Yeah, that's more than the last one. So.
Again, then reduce it by 1.
Okay.
So you take a little time, bandage your wounds while they're going through the kobold's loincloths.
Yep.
And finding rocks.
Gross.
Are you going to help your
Hello,
mage?
Hello, Mr. Holy Man.
Yeah. Do you
could
need help also?
Yes. I seem to be leaking.
Okay.
So you
yes,
check on his
I will
wound
check
and
his wound.
bandage it up.
A little bit less, but still over 100.
So reduce your wound severity by 1.
Okay.
And you are now bandaged. Now you could then do divine healing if you would like in
Yep.
addition to that.
Which I need. So I'm pretty low. So.
So you call upon the power of the
Yep.
caregiver.
And I do a D6, right? Because I just checked that.
D6?
Yep.
Oh, it might be because you're
Cure trivial. It's a D4 or a D6
D6 for you because you're a
Because
sanctified follower.
exactly right.
If
Not
you are a
follower.
sanctified
The
follower of
rest
the
of you,
gods,
it's
you
a
get more healing
D4.
from them.
Exactly, but it's a D6 for me.
Because he's a
I'm-
follower of the caregiver, he can.
If you're a follower of the god I follow, or the church I
yes,
follow,
you get a
then
D6P healing.
If I persuade him that I am a
roll the
follower
6
of
to it.
that
Does
church,
that
Penetrating.
nice?
does that count?
That's all
So
I needed.
7 heals.
That's
So
all I needed.
as
Now,
you-
is that per wound or is that just all?
It's all total. It
That
always
takes
takes
care of
You
it.
can actually pick the wounds it comes off of if it matters.
Yeah, that's entirely.
So
that's
you
the whole
watch
thing.
him take a moment. How long is the casting time in that? It's not very long.
It is. Cure trivial is 3 seconds.
So he takes about 3 seconds in prayer, and you watch all of the sling bullet wounds close up and heal completely.
He healed all of them?
Yes.
He got a penetrator on his die.
I did.
Oh, wow, nice.
But he only gets one spell, right?
Well, he gets 2, but they can't be the same.
Correct. They can't be. So I
You
can't
can't
cast
pick the
that
same
again.
spell twice.
Oh.
Alleviate trauma becomes very handy because that's
Yep.
people who fail their trauma save. You go, you're not in pain anymore.
Yep.
But you can't heal. Like you can't take 2 healing at first
Right.
level. When he gets second level spells, he can have a first and second level one, but he can't take 2 of first level.
Yep. Yeah, there's unlike Fireball, which I still think they should have kept, there's a healing spell at every level.
Well,
and
but
it's not,
different
it's a different
clerics
heritage,
get
it's a
them.
different healing spell. So.
Every cleric has different. They get him at different levels.
Different
Like,
levels.
He has a more powerful healing than any other cleric
Right.
would have,
Right.
because he worships the god of healing,
Right.
goddess of healing. All right. So you have searched the kobolds. You have found what little of value that wasn't really theirs that they.
Did first aid get done to you?
Yes.
He got
Yes.
first
Okay.
aided. He spent about 15 minutes bandaging and then praying to heal himself.
Yeah, it was really low, so I needed to heal that.
Yeah, you took a couple of nasty shots.
I was at about half. So.
Where my spray went?
I spent that 15 minutes
Right there.
cleaning my shoes, getting
side of
little
your screen.
smudges of dirt off
Nice.
of them. And
I found that comes off better with this. So. Since I can't seem to find, the old pens they used to,
White erase markers?
not the what, yeah, the guys you call them wet erase. We always call them overhead projector pens. This poor thing is so old anyway. It's running out. It's I think 20 years old, something like that. I've had it for forever. I love it, but I gotta get a new one. In any case,
They sell ones just like that.
I know. I just gotta order a new one. I'm cheap.
They're on Amazon.
I'm sure. I'm cheap.
But are you getting
Not have a hard time finding it. I'm cheap.
They're $30.
Oh, you want to buy one for me?
Will you get the spaghetti on this? And this one actually tells us this way is north.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
It was a really nice one.
It's
It's
a
got
nice
hexes on the
Mac.
other
It
side
is.
too.
Yeah, the reversibles are nice.
It reverses to hexes if you
Yeah.
need it too, which is nice.
I do like
If
that.
you
I
ever
said
played
it.
Battletech,
Yep, that's a good one. I've used it for BattleTech more than once.
Yeah.
hate that game.
I know. I love it. It's
My
ridiculous.
Mac is overheated again.
Why do you hit it?
My Mac keeps
Because he
overheating.
doesn't take care of his mech so it overheats.
I can't fire both of the plasma cannons on my Marauder.
When too many people perform a death
Yes,
from
you
above on you.
can, but that's all you can do.
Yeah, once.
No, you can do it all the time. Just that's all you can do.
I remember
In
when
any
you-
case, we're not in BattleTech world.
You could crush any firefly with the death from above.
Oh yeah,
Just be
death from above is great if you hit,
If you hit.
but it's really damaging to your legs. And only once in my life did I get to do the death from above where the opponent can't be knocked anywhere. Auto destruction of both mechs.
Yeah.
Death from above, you use your jump jets, which are like rockets,
Yeah.
to land on
Land
the mech.
on the because
Normally, when you hit him, you shove them
the pilot is on the
on top. So your
Oh.
goal is
So
to put
you're
your
trying
foot
to-
through his head.
Yeah.
But if normally you shove them, if you can't shove them, if it's impossible for them to move any direction, both mechs are just dead.
Yep.
Basically, you become an intertwined of metal and fusion engines that dies. It's totally stupid, but I had to do it once because I finally could.
Yep.
It's kind of like the Palladium fire wielder.
Yeah, kind of.
You know, he's got this ability to blow himself up. So
Once.
you got to do it once.
All right.
All right.
So what would you like to do now?
So we're at roughly the spot where
Where the
Yeah,
initial
we
we need to
ambush
leave the
had-
path.
We need to start investigating.
Right,
the
where
area.
they hoped that the necklace was lost. But
Does anybody know anything about looking at footprints and
survival would be the appropriate skill.
Well, the Barbarian that I know, you almost chose probably did. I don't know anything about it.
Nope.
No, did we find any like coins or anything on their bodies? No coins.
They don't use coins.
No survival, no forestry, no.
They're
How many
kobolds.
sling bullets did I find?
Survival is a
you
blue
found
skill.
rocks, not
It's a blue
bullets.
skill, so we can
rocks?
roll.
It's just rocks.
you can sell those for
Anybody can attempt to
Yeah,
survive.
I was gonna say we can attempt it.
And the good news is it's trivial, so you have a plus 90 to your roll.
How much are these rocks worth?
I mean, I have a.
They literally pick rocks up off the ground. No
Kids-
one's going to pay you
Kids
for
love
rocks.
rocks. Find a kid to give some rocks to. They'll give you a piece of bread.
Survival's wisdom.
I found these
Constitution,
rocks in a little sack.
yes,
that I
whichever's
probably just
lower.
learned
Whichever is lower. Okay.
Always whatever's low.
So I have a 15.
There were two of them, but they were
So you
attached by
can't
these
miss
little
this
street.
Oh, okay.
So you can't not break
Couple
100 with
festivals
plus
are
90.
delicacy.
It's a barely need to roll, but what the heck.
Okay. So yeah. So I'll do my survival check then.
Alright, so you guys
I made
search
it.
around. None of you are really good at this, but it's not hard to find. First thing you find is a tent that is tucked around behind the bushes that, well, they're back there. They had apparently that you assume, probably, they were sleeping in. You see that it's dun colored and they sort of camouflage it by throwing some branches on it, but didn't do a very good job of it. You also see leading off the way the little guy was running is a trail through the grass that's fairly obvious because, well, there's a nice blood trail and a bunch of crushed grass like something was being dragged off.
I retrieved my throwing axe.
Yeah, I'm assuming you eventually found. That's probably where you found the trail. Okay, look, guys, blood. I hit some. Oh no, this is old.
So I think we.
I'll pick my head into the tent.
Yeah. Make
All
sure
right.
there's nothing in there.
So it looks like it would normally hold about 2 people. You're pretty sure all 5 kobolds were in here because there's piles of like blankets all curled up. There's also a wonderful leg bone of a human. Well, most leg bone with some flesh hanging onto it. A lot been kind of chewed and gnawed off, it looks like.
I'm glad we killed these things.
Looks like it was roughly hacked off at the top, and then apparently has been being chewed on ever since.
I take that back. Don't eat them because they eat us.
I don't see the problem with that.
It's the hierarchy of life.
Really should.
Anybody have appraisals? I know you
Yeah,
have.
I
You
I have
all
some
appraisals.
appraisals, yeah.
You have every appraisal. So appraisal sundries, roll it for me.
Oh, that's what that word is. I thought that said sundress.
Sorry, sundries.
Appraisal sundress.
That is a hot sundress. I like it.
That's.
I knew it wasn't sundress,
No,
but that's what
so
we're.
great.
Especially when I get writing a lot, my
Appraisal
handwriting gets worse and worse.
So 96
Plus
plus
your thing, so-
whatever my thing.
Yeah, if you clean this out, it actually would be of value either as a tent, it's in good shape, or you could probably sell it for a little bit of money.
Okay.
Maybe, a silver piece, maybe a little less.
Yeah, I'll bring it.
Yeah.
It is a 10
I have
pounds.
pack rat as a quirk. I don't think
Yeah.
I'd leave it behind.
You leave
don't
nothing
do it
behind.
either.
You probably have time for you should stuff the leg in your back.
Yeah, I don't
What'd
think I want the
you
leg.
find again?
The tent.
The tent.
He was
If
looking
you
in the
want,
tent.
I found his 2 rocks in his leg.
I'll take the. You said there's like blankets and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll wrap up the leg bone and the blankets, throw those out.
Yeah, you don't want the blankets.
Without touching the bone.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't. It's dog beds
So
essentially.
he huffs a bunch of really nasty looking blankets, and then when it lands, there's this clattering sound. There's
the
this
bone rolls out.
mostly eaten leg laying there.
And then I'll whatever I can do to pack up.
Yeah,
the
you
tent.
kind of force it down, and with a little work, figure out enough to pack it up and stick it in. It is 10
That's like
pounds, so
kobolds
it's
would put
fairly
inside
heavy
the
when
bag.
you've been packed up. But
Okay.
yeah, you have a
Makes
small
sense.
tent. And again, there's a very obvious trail
Okay.
because again, trail of blood,
It's
grass is all matted down, something heavy has
it's a
been
decoy
dragged.
trail.
I'm gonna lead the way down that trail.
Suspicious.
Right?
I'm
So
a
the dwarf strides off down the trail.
Okay.
I will follow our heroic dwarf.
Let's not get carried away.
No, it's heroic. I'm working on a song.
So in combat, you mentioned briefly, and then we didn't really get into it. For running,
Well, it's more
like there's
a
stages. There's
Right.
walk, jog, run, sprint.
Correct.
If I am sprinting, there is a progression I have to do
You
the other way.
can only ever move 2 speed changes in 1 second. So go from dead to up to jog, or back down. From sprint, you have to take a second to get to jog, and then you can go to 0.
So then, if I am sprinting and it is now my turn, I can choose to continue to move, but the minimum I would move is 10 because I'm
right,
jogging.
you would have
at
to
that
at least
point.
jog because you got to bring your speed down
Okay.
a little.
What about changing direction? None of that.
There isn't any real things on that. In a dead sprint, I might restrict you some. You're not going to do a whoop whoop in a circle, but generally there's nothing
Tasmanian
official as
devils.
GM judgment.
Yeah.
A lot of the speeds in this become kind of a GM player judgment thing.
All right.
One of my examples I had was one of the other groups, they had potions. In D&D it's nice, bonus action. Well,
So you,
one guy had a belt pouch. He kept 1 potion in his belt pouch deliberately. So for him to drink his potion was about a second to find it because it was the only thing in the pouch, and about another second or 2 to drink it. The wizard, who had potions break because he fell, he kept his in his backpack wrapped in a blanket because he didn't want them to break. So when he wanted to drink one, he had to pull the backpack off, which is a D3 seconds. Then he had to start hunting through it, and I had to choose. I'm like, you can just throw stuff all over because you're desperate for it, or you can be careful. Well, he wanted to be careful, so that was a D10 seconds. If you've ever hunted and packed a backpack, to finally find it, and then another couple of seconds to drink it. Fortunately, he was back behind the line and didn't care. But it wouldn't be something you'd want to try in a fight. And if you were actually getting whacked at with a sword, I'd throw penalties on there because there's a guy trying to hit you. You can't exactly go,
Sure.
just a minute.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the time can be variable depending on the
And
setup
then
and the circumstances.
so you mentioned like a collision too. So if I was running, which is 15, there's a guy 10 feet away from me, and I run into him.
Yep.
There's something that happens. In
Basically, it's
'Cause I'm
a
forced to
roll
move
of
east.
feat of strength, it's called. Your strength versus
strength,
his,
yep.
to see whether you shove him back or he stands and you bounce off of him.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be either.
It's
I've got
based
a
on
weapon.
your strength. And
Exactly. My strength is.
I might figure mass into it depending. Like a kobold would suffer because they're little, even if they're fairly
Exactly.
strong.
Yeah, halfling.
So the dwarf would probably just stomp over the kobold.
Yep.
Just because they're small. Now maybe the kobold got lucky and did a football tackle or something on him.
Did you
but-
just call me fat there?
You're a dwarf. You're,
Alright.
you're meaty.
So we're
I'm
following the
big
trail.
boned.
You're big bone.
My mama gave me lots of meat when I
I
was
bet.
small.
So yes, you're following this trail. Again, they made no attempt to hide it. They dragged something heavy behind them. Lots of small tracks that, although none of you are expert trackers, all you find occasionally showing up in the trail.
Keep an eye out for the key pendant.
This trail is heading east, which you're kind of south of Tudo, so you'd be going south of it as you track through the trail. And as you move along it, you're moving out of the area you were in with more of the brambles into more of a hilly area. Not massively, but there are mountains off to the east. You can see them. You don't know a lot about them, but you know that there's a set of mountains you can just start seeing to emerge. And you're getting the foothills of those mountains.
Are we in the foothills?
Just starting to. Not the heavy duty, is more just rolling terrain now, but it is getting, you're not on the flat terrain you had in the past.
We might find this dwarven citadel, guys.
Might.
Cool.
Have to go in and kill everything there. Do you know how much loot there'd be in there?
I hope it's full of dwarves.
Yeah.
Well,
Dwarven loot.
I mean, if it's dwarven loot, then it belongs to me and my ancestors. I think I'd probably get most of it.
Except for the gifts that the dwarves gave
Well,
to
for
the magic
The
users.
Dwarven Citadel, we have to kill everything when I kill all the dwarves. And that probably includes you.
Well, I don't know. I'm on your guys' team, and I.
So the discussion as you walk. There's also a slight fog. It's not massive, but the colder temperature plus now as you go down into some of the smaller valleys, a little bit of wispy fog is coming in. And then you see a separate, almost looks like a rock. You swear like a giant rock got dropped here. It's a hillock coming up out of it that, unlike the others around you, is totally bare of any vegetation. It's not earthen at all. It's pure rock that rises up out of the terrain. And the tracks are making a dead beeline straight towards it.
It's probably one of the kobolds or somebody housed up in there. It's like a hillock, which is a hill.
It's basically a rocky hill.
Rocky hill.
Hillock.
Like I said, I mean, if you had to imagine what it looks like somebody took a rock the size of a house and just kind of plunked it on the ground. It's not, created there, but it doesn't have any of the vegetation because it is pure rock. It doesn't have any earthen ground to grow in.
I bet we're going to find a cave or something there. We should probably go slowly and quietly.
In the middle of the day? Or should we wait till night?
It's still morning, technically.
Morning.
You've only been walking a couple hours, so it's probably closing on noon.
I'm not going to sit here and wait for nothing. There's gold in there for the taking.
But it's easier to take gold in the night.
Why? What difference does it make?
Anybody have monster lore? It's a skill. I don't remember if I gave it to any of you or not.
Nope. I
No.
Paris, have you ever seen another dwarf before?
No. Okay. Never mind.
I've seen dwarfs before.
They all kind of look the same, don't they?
That's not true. That's some racist garbage right there.
No, they look different. Like, this, for instance, this dwarf has his beard braided with a double braid, and it poked down in two directions.
Well,
Then there's another dwarf I seen, he has it in one solid thing, and another one had it in the three. But I don't know if you would put on a different beard style, if I'd be able to recognize you very good.
I want you to know that my adjectives are dirty and muscled. Not
probably-
all dwarves are nearly as dirty as I am.
That's true.
What is the thing where they go and they get the stuff out of the ground? They do
Grave robbing?
Mining.
Yeah, that mining. So I've definitely seen the dwarves do that, the mining, right? And I remember they definitely look different, right? There was the one lady who had a really nice beard, and the other guy who had like a really different beard, kind of. Right? So they're different, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, the beards. You can tell them apart.
I'm
because
just
of the
wondering
beards.
if this Burrell would know the difference between dwarven bodies.
Oh.
If we just happened across a different dead dwarf, if we'd still get our reward.
Well, I mean, I hope we don't have to bring him in dead. It'd be really nice to
No. That's
back
not the right
alive.
thing to do. You got to find the right one and bring the right one in.
Yeah,
And you can't lie to him about a bounty. That's just not lawful.
Well,
I
you
have
know, I mean, that
pretty good lying skill.
That's
You might be able to.
Just because you're good at it doesn't make it right.
Do you suppose we could bring in two dwarves and get twice as much?
What would
just start throwing the halfling around while we're at it?
Why? What
Is
are
he
you?
not a dwarf? Doesn't look anything like a dwarf.
Do you think he'll pay us to do that?
I might. I'll ask him.
I'm not a dwarf.
All right. Anyway,
You guys are having a good discussion as you walk towards this hill. Are you stopping at a distance, or you're just walking up to it? What's the plan?
I think I would stop and. Is there any way I can tell if, without seeing a cave or anything, if there's an entrance into it, just with my dwarven?
You could try to make an observation check, see if you can see one. You can't just like magically sense caves, no.
Observation check. I'm proficient in this. Ooh, baby. That's 76 plus 21, 97.
And with the ease of the check, that is just barely enough to. Yes, you can now see. You got a little bit closer that there is a darkened area that is almost certainly a cave entrance of some kind.
All right, I point this out to my fellows.
Oh, look.
Shall we belly crawl all the way?
We should go in there now.
You're about a quarter mile away right
I thought
now.
you had already seen it. I'm sorry.
Again, I will. We have to. We have to give him the opportunity to. To like.
Die.
To come with us. Where it says,
Surrender.
"Hey, I'm gonna."
Surrender.
Yes, we have to give him the opportunity to surrender.
Yeah, we did.
No, we have to do that.
No, we already did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
No.
They
Yes.
They collectively decided as a group, their entire society, that they all must die.
No, the kobolds attacked us.
Yeah.
They're evil.
Yeah. Kobolds did attack us. Yes.
Well,
This
the one
dwarf
was
guy,
running away,
though.
clearly surrendering, and we took care of that.
I'm speaking of this.
He didn't say he surrendered. He just started running
I'm
away.
talking about this other dwarf
Yeah.
guy. We have to give him an opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
The other dwarf. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe.
Well, it's not a bad idea because we get paid more
Right.
if he's alive.
Right. Definitely. Yeah.
yeah, and
But I still think we should sneak in and kill everything else, though.
Well, no, that's not very. It's not very brave.
But
I
they're
don't think.
bandits.
Well, I'm not saying no, but I mean maybe they give up, right? If they give up, I mean.
What do you do with them
I
if they
keep trying
give
to
up?
think of like ways
Well, I
to
mean,
mess with
you-
his name
you
to
know,
get
you-
it wrong, but it's two words that I really don't want to mess with.
Mine?
Yes.
Big my name again? Big Dag?
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't want to. There's way too many ways I can go.
So
right?
I mean, if they want to leave, we have to let them leave. I mean,
so what we will
they
do
surrender. We have to accept their surrender.
is right. And
Yeah, sure.
when do we know that they surrender?
When they
Say I
That's
surrender,
good,
right?
Oh, no, I'm
So
counting
any
it.
monster that comes to us and says I surrender, then we will accept their surrender.
Like,
But-
but they might put their hands up or wave a white flag. There's different.
They could be casting a spell, and that flag that could be a spell
I mean,
component.
maybe I'm just.
White flags are
I have
dangerous.
no blood thirst or anything like that. I don't need
Good,
to
very good.
kill. I just need to make sure I kill more than he does.
Well, that's
Well,
maybe-
we're tied up right now, right?
Maybe score is not a great great thing.
Apprehend, then.
You know what? Just hold that thought for about 5 minutes, and if you still remember it, then we'll go with that.
That's one of those things that while my what is it my
But
Your brain,
the thinking thing.
brain.
Yeah, my brain. Well, it doesn't work necessarily right all the time. That's one of those things that the God demands. So I really can't, sort of look the other way on that one.
Did you write it down?
Someone did. A priest of some sort. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Don't help him.
I don't. Writing is so it's the thing that the posh kids did. I don't really.
All right. Well, I'm gonna march off.
Look at my
toward this.
pens and my stack
Yeah.
of paper. What are you trying to say? I resemble that statement.
I've had enough of this. I'm planning on killing some stuff.
Cool.
You're just marching up there. You're sneaking up there.
I'm gonna
What's the
try to be
plan?
quiet about it.
Make a stealth check. God, what's it called in this? Sorry, my brain.
Sneaking.
Sneaking. There we go. I'm like, it's a word I should know, but
why don't I have any sneaking?
Holy crap! And my dexterity.
I also don't.
I guess I envisioned you
I
as
do.
less of a sneaker than other things.
That's going to be a 26 for me.
When you have hide in natural surroundings, which you're currently in where you're outside, which
do.
gives you a plus 50.
Plus 50, yeah.
Oh, I guess it is one of the blue ones, so we can all roll it.
Yes, anyone can roll it, and it would be your dex.
What does the double zero mean? I got a 2.
That's 100.
Ooh, that's 100.
Yeah, that's
No, like
Oh,
2
that's a
zeros
0. Yeah,
and
so
then-
you got a
yeah,
2.
yeah.
Plus
Got a
what's
2.
your dex?
13. So 15.
15.
I don't sneak. I'm telling a story as we go.
like
Telling about one of my previous
Not that it's gonna
girlfriends.
matter with everybody else fan.
89,
74.
26.
Okay. So you're actually moving really quietly. You're the halfling, so you practically vanish into the brush.
Yeah.
He
I'm avoiding
is,
all the sticks and stuff, but I am having a very animated conversation
Right.
as I do
yes.
so.
As he's walking, he's carefully going, oh, watch that
I've
stick.
got chatterbox.
Oh, can't step on this. Oh, wait, I don't want to step on, and the whole way up there.
Yeah.
So when you were about 20 or so feet
Can
from
we
the
change
cave mouth,
vectors? Like, get away from the loudmouth and
would you
use
like
him
to
as
try
a
to?
Oh, I would
distracted?
follow him, absolutely. Like,
Well, you try to, and he's following you.
It's fine.
I'm helping
And then
you
you
sneak.
see
I'm
coming
pointing them
out of
all
this
out.
cave mouth
Alright.
one kobold
Oh.
who pops up and sees you and immediately starts chattering and barking.
That's a war cry.
I'll respond in.
Did you hear that? I didn't surrender. It was a war cry.
This is like.
Do you surrender?
I know.
So let's go with initiative.
I'm gonna, yeah.
You guys were at least expecting trouble, so your base die will be a D10 this time.
What do I have to do? Because this says I have that polyglot or whatever.
Right.
I
You would
pick
have
up languages quickly. How quickly can I learn?
not that quickly. You would have to
Not
have
that
so
quickly.
much more exposure to
All
it.
right.
So it's a D10 plus your initiative modifier, D8 if you're a halfling.
D8, that's right.
Wait, what?
Your initiative die is a D10 this time because you guys were a little more ready for trouble.
Okay.
And then whatever your initiative modifier is.
Oh yeah. Gotcha. Oh, I rolled so high this time.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
1. You guys continue to move towards the cave arguing about whether he's being noisy or not. 2.
That's me.
Okay, so you will now realize that this barking thing has come up out of the cave and is
And this
looking
is
at
where
you.
I
And
make it's a war cry.
he's actually currently staring at you in total shock. He has not had his initiative yet. He's surprised. He rolled fairly badly, given he only had a D4.
I will begin. So I'm already in a walk. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
you're basically in a walk.
So I can move into.
You can go up to a run.
So
How far
that's
away are we
15.
to begin with?
Let's see. Where's you guys get you out of all the kobolds?
Say like
Let's see. You were moving this
You
way
said
to
like
try to
20
get.
feet or
No, that's not you. You're moving this way to try to get something away from him. So we'll say you're about there. You were following him to find out why he was moving away. You
well, I was
were just
pointing out all
moving
the
up,
sticks he's kind of
and you were
avoiding.
just moving up. You guys have shorter legs, so we're going to move you back just a little bit. So you're about there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, did I get the wrong one? Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
you
That's
reversed
yours. It's close enough.
No wait.
Oh wait, he reversed this. Yeah.
I just got my
You got the minis right.
3.
No.
Okay. 3.
I'm gonna draw my axe and start jogging.
You draw your axe or your mace? I'm just checking.
I'm sorry, Warhammer.
Okay, Warhammer, sorry, keep saying mace. And he is reacting on this round too in a somewhat panicked. He also has a dagger, but you will get first stab because your speed is high, or your reach is longer than his.
Oh,
So-
okay.
I know he's not gonna answer, but I'm gonna ask him if he surrenders. That's what I'm yelling at him. Do
You
you surrender?
understand?
Do you surrender?
It's a war cry. I knew it.
So roll your attack.
I gotta move. Ooh.
2 plus 6 is 8.
8. You got a pretty good attack bonus. That will actually hit him because he only rolled a 4 in his defense. So he tries to jump out of the way of your stab, but does not succeed.
6 points of damage.
6 points. That will be enough to force a threshold of pain. There he is. So reacting very quickly, surprisingly quickly, you manage to get to him before he fully reacts. And yes, your dagger, you stab him right in the meaty part of the shoulder, hit that nerve cluster, and he shrieks and falls to the ground and is now rolling around screaming and holding his shoulder.
Alright, begin the coup de grace process.
Is missing a threshold of pain always result in falling to the ground rolling around?
Yes.
It
Basically, you are now incapacitated as soon as you miss a threshold of pain.
Okay.
If you roll a nat 20 on it, you drop into unconsciousness.
Okay.
And then you have to roll again. If you get another nat 20, you go in a coma. If you got a third nat 20 in a row, you die. I think it's not quite die automatic, but you're basically rapidly dying.
Yeah.
That's really rare, obviously, but
No worries. That's only like a 1 in 8,000 chance.
yeah, I mean, I've never seen it happen, but I have seen a couple drop into unconsciousness because they nat 20'd the threshold of pain, but
I've seen 520s in a row.
I mean, it can happen. It's just not likely.
Yep.
All right, so he goes down, crying and rolling around on the ground. Are you coup de grace him?
5 seconds.
Yeah, he won't wake up for you. Unless someone else is going to interfere with the coup de grace, he will not wake up for the coup de grace. And I don't think you can get to him in time to
No,
stop.
I want to, but I won't get it.
So you're jacking, no, wait, no,
And
wait.
I'm not gonna like hurt you for doing it, but I'm begging you not to.
No, no, no. And you're like,
He didn't surrender.
you cut his throat, he bleeds out there on the ground.
He was casting a spell. A spell of pain. It was hurting my ears.
I hurt him.
So now you are all standing in at the opening to the mouth of this cave. Looking in, you see there is no light source here, so it's just the outside light filtering in from where you're standing. And it is definitely some kind of a tunnel that extends further and deeper down into the earth where he came out of.
I have a lantern.
But that's a bad idea. Don't you know what happens with light sources in the dark?
So,
Everything can see you.
quick question. It is a miner's lantern. Is this a bullseye lantern, or is this
It
one of those?
would have been called a bullseye. It has a circle of radiance and then a directed beam.
See? It's a good lantern.
So, does
So
it matter if they're still going to see us?
no, it shoots the light out that way, and then so it illuminates everything but us.
I have low light vision. That
Right.
does not mean see in the dark, does it?
Correct. That means basically you can see twice as far in light as a notch without
So we
low
still
light.
need a light source going in here.
Yes.
Son of a gun.
Yeah, so your lantern, for most people, gives good light out to about 15 feet around you. Dim light to 30 feet. That's all good light for you. And then it also does a 50-foot beam in front of you of good light, and then 50 feet more of dim light.
Okay, so it does illuminate us.
It does still illuminate you. It gives you its glow about the same as a candle around you, about 15 foot. But then it shoots out 50 feet ahead of you.
Okay.
If you have low light, basically all of those double. So with low light, you would have a beam of almost 100 feet of good light, and then beyond that, you got another 100 of dim light. You can see a long ways, which is why dwarves use these when they're mining, because they can see a long ways. Normal vision is half that. I remember, yeah, because you're human, and you're halfway. I don't think any of you have special. You're the one with a low light vision. So,
Yep.
are you lighting up your miner's lantern?
I think we should. Yep.
Sounds like it. So, perhaps you and I can go abreast here, and I'll be in front next to you. That way I can see ahead of us.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a reasonable
And
idea.
for those
Or
in dim
or I
light,
could just hold it up over your head
you have a -4
That's
attack,
true.
-2 defense. If
if
you're in
it gets
dim light.
narrow.
Anybody who's in that edge of the light is -4 attack, -2 defense.
Wait, where? What?
If you're in dim light, you have
Dim
-4
light.
attack, -2 defense.
Okay.
All right. So how are you lighting up? And you're lighting. So you pour oil into the lantern. I will point out, just because it's sometimes called lamp oil, is not a weapon. It's slow burning, not high heat oil. Okay, it's not
Well, it
like
is when
alchemist
they're sleeping.
fire. I mean, not that you couldn't eventually, but
doing that.
it's not something you're going to pour on the ground and light, and it's going to be this whoosh, and everyone's going to burn. It's designed to burn slowly.
Eventually, we can burn all of the oxygen out of this cave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying never, but it's not like a put a thing in and throw a Molotov. That's not
Right.
the type of oil it is. It's designed to burn for like an hour.
So I use a flask of oil.
Yes,
So
use a
there's
flask of
15
oil.
feet around him that is...
50 feet around him and a 50 feet cone in front of him that's bright.
Okay.
If you get outside of that, you're in the dim.
So as long as I'm within 15 feet, I'm good.
Basically, stay within 15 feet of him or further out in front of him, it's all well lit.
Yeah, out front's good too. Yeah.
So, line yourselves up. Who's going in what order?
I'm in front.
Right now, it's just 5 feet wide.
I'm in front. He's
Okay.
holding the lantern above
So
my
you're kind of
head.
holding the lantern up over his head, and you're emptying it with your dagger
Little
here.
bio.
All right, want to take a second to do
Do you want to be
that?
in the back, or do you want to be...
I want to be right behind the lantern person. I don't want to be in the front.
And you're okay there?
I'm fine.
For now, at least it's only 5 foot wide. It's 5 to 8. So if you have to, you can theoretically squeeze
Yeah, I'm
through.
good with
but
being
Yeah.
in the middle there. It's fine.
I
I'll
see
draw a
you
little bit.
finally come to the light.
How my scimitar drawn,
Mhm.
not my sling.
And this is where they start to do that. What are you doing with your weapon? Normally, you have them drawn, but
I had my weapon drawn.
you can't walk around holding a longbow pulled because nobody's that strong. But you could have a sling with a bullet in it, which will save you time on the first shot. But you're not walking around swinging it because someone's going to get hurt.
So I have to tell you the scene. We're screwing around with medieval weapons, and my buddy's just like that. He's got it going. He's got it going, and like
Oh.
that.
Yeah.
Took him clear off his feet, like
Really?
straight onto his back. I laughed so hard.
Wow.
Might have started that
I
too
mean,
close
and
to
then
me,
I
make it work.
tried to help him out because he,
Of course.
You can hurt yourself pretty badly down there.
he beamed himself really good.
When I was young, for like 12, trying to learn to golf, and I got a little too close to a buddy of mine. He was using a driver. I came back around.
So when I was in little league, or no, not little, actual baseball.
Yeah.
I had this catcher sitting up at the plate, and he like scooted all the way up to the plate, and he was basically had his glove over the plate.
Yeah.
So I clubbed him with the bat.
As long as he is in your way,
Right.
it's a penalty. It's a free base for the batter.
Yeah.
If you lean back to hit him, you're thrown out of the game.
Right.
Right.
I had both of those. I had somebody, I hit a glove because the guy came up, and then I had somebody who stepped back and deliberately smacked down into my glove
Yeah.
because he wanted to get the free base. And I was like, no, you're out of the game. You're done. I tried to hit him with a bat.
Somebody tried to hit you with a bat?
Well, they were hitting my glove because I had just done it the last time I was up to bat. You get a free base because the catcher moved into my swing.
If the catcher moves into your
So I
swing
got a
area
free base
and
out
you
of
hit them, that's
So he wanted that
they're
free
not
base
supposed to
because he
do
didn't
that.
want to strike out. So he stepped back deliberately and did that to hit my glove. But it was obvious to them there was a deliberate attempt to do it, so he got thrown out of the game for attacking him with a bat,
Wow.
which is pretty funny, I thought. But
Yeah. The kid I hit with the baseball bat, I heard him.
you have
I felt
mining,
bad.
I'm sure, because you're a
I
dwarf, right?
didn't do it on purpose.
No, he's
You hit a
right
kid with a
in
baseball bat?
Yeah.
He was sitting over the plate.
He was sitting over the plate.
Yeah,
and
that's
I
too
was
close to the
batting.
plate.
Like
It
literally
happens.
sitting over the
And
plate.
so I was swinging, and I hit him in the back of the head.
Right, and that's the catcher's fault. He's never should be that
You
close to
should
the
not be
batter.
over the plate.
As long as you don't step back to do it,
Right, as long as the batter's standing in the batter's box, if the catcher gets hit, it's their fault.
it's the catcher's fault, and it's a free base for the batter.
Yeah,
Did you have mining?
Remember if I got it?
All dwarves
I
do,
don't.
believe. I must have messed up because all dwarves should have a free roll in mining. What's mining at? What the attribute is mining based on?
SI.
Strength and intelligence. Which is lower for you?
My intelligence.
Is a what?
10.
10. So you have an 18 mining. I apologize. I must have totally spaced on
It's all right.
rolling
Yeah,
that
one free
roll.
purchase of the mine.
Because all dwarves have a free purchase of it.
Yep.
So-
Roll mining with a plus 70.
Oh my goodness. So
Yeah, it's hard to
58.
fail it. I mean, it's supposed to be hard to fail this.
58 plus 18.
Yep.
76.
Mhm.
Plus what?
70, because it's an easy roll.
146.
All right, so you immediately recognize this was a natural cave, but it has had some work done to expand it. Not great quality work. Definitely not great workstation. But somebody did work to smooth it a little. But the floor is definitely somewhat rough and irregular. There's a few, like what would be a pothole in the road, a few low and high spots that they didn't really attempt to smooth out. They just made it a little bigger and more comfortable.
Yep.
So again, someone with minimal tools.
I tell everybody.
Your lantern is obviously illuminating all the way down this hallway.
I agree as if I already knew that.
Out into here. You can see that it opens up into that area. And
As we're kind of going in here, I want to like very like knowingly and self-confidently, kind of a little bit boasting in my ability to discern all of this stuff about this cave. I point out like the natural formations, and here it was mined a little bit, and somebody did this, and those are some pickaxe marks right there. You know, and talking as though this is the most important thing in the world to notice this sort of thing.
so you can definitely hear the dwarf's voice echoing off the walls ahead of you as he
Yeah.
talks all the way down in here.
You know,
Yep,
this reminds me of when I was a child and we were going down to the river to play.
Get about here, you can kind of see into the room that opens up. The first thing that actually
We
hits you
saw-
is the smell.
We saw fish.
There is a smell of dung, urine, and really bad BO that seems to be spreading from this room.
This is where my adjective dirty comes into play.
It smells like the dwarf.
You're not going to catch it on fire, are you?
So they poop in the first chamber when they could have just gone outside and pooped on the hill.
Or there's like a prisoner in here. In a cage.
Do I see a prisoner in a cage?
Hang on.
I read this module before no.
These modules are all loosely based on old first edition.
This
D&D
one not
modules
so
anyway.
much. They used to be, but
Well,
they
this is a
aren't. as
module then.
much. It is.
Okay.
But it's
I'm
not.
not
really.
familiar with it.
No, it's not really based on them anymore. They have a lot that were,
Yeah.
but that was more 4th edition.
Yeah.
Sorry, this one shouldn't be. I missed my spot.
Remember the one I used to own was like the keep on the border.
Yeah,
and
the little keep on
little
the
keep on
in the border or something like that. Yeah, especially 4th edition did a bunch of parody modules as part of their whole thing.
Yeah.
All right, so as you move into this room, okay, basically you're seeing the green areas are mounds of rags and leaves that have obviously been pulled up into some kind of a bedding. There are the other tunnels you can see that lead out of here that appear to be, again, mostly natural with some expansion. And you also see, standing there staring at you from all the light you made and the noise you made coming in, 3 of these little guys. And they immediately start barking and yipping excitedly as you guys come in.
I call to them in Dwarven. Do you surrender?
Well, you roll initiative because they're not responding to Dwarven. D8s for you guys. D6 if you're the halfling.
For what it's worth, they ain't gonna surrender to me either. And I can hear it. They might surrender, but who knows?
D what?
D8.
D8.
Ooh, baby.
Like that.
What did I get? Oh, I'm gonna go pokey.
They aren't exactly flying. And even, I mean, they get D4s and they're rolling horrible on them.
Can you move through, like,
Allied squares.
allied squares?
You can, but it's half speed because when there's not enough room because you're trying not to impale yourself or to get hit by them. And if you have to fight at that moment, it's like a -8 to both of you because you're totally tangled up.
Gotcha.
So it's a really bad idea. There's optional rules I don't use about moving into melee with somebody else on your team where you disrupt them just by being near them. Those get way over the complication of what I want to handle most time.
Yeah, there were like some rule where like you can fight effectively if you're both on the other side,
Right.
but when you add the third person, it starts getting really
If
weird.
you have to move in at a slow pace and not take an attack as you move in to not disrupt your friend, otherwise he gets a disruption to his attack because he's swinging his sword back, you're there, he has to pull his arm out to hit you and stuff.
Because most people don't know how to fight side by side.
This area appears, I mean, normally if you're staying there, you both can fight, but moving in and out of fights is tough. This area looks almost wet in the lantern light. It glistens and it looks like almost piles of rocks or something in it. This area is a very roughened area that looks like it was not properly smoothed out at all, and these are the mounds of like leaves and dirt and stuff that's all mounded up for beds. 1.
That's me.
Wow, the halfling is like going, hey, even though he's back here and can't see anything,
Can't
he
do
somehow,
anything, yep.
looking through legs, can see these guys and hear them start making noise. They obviously knew you were coming, and they just reacted badly because they were not expecting everything that showed up, is my assumption. Oh, we should do one
There's
more
really
forward.
not a hell of a lot I can do from this spot, so,
We should have moved that far when they start reacting.
Well, you could start twirling your sling because by
yeah,
the
but
time
that means I can only move 1 square at a time, so I wonder if I should do that or if I should wait till I can move. That's what I was wondering.
well, by the time we get in there
Yeah.
and kill them all, your sling would be ready to fire.
Ready to fire. You ain't wrong. So if I don't do anything, I can just keep moving every turn.
As
right
soon
away.
as there's an opening in front of you.
So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not doing anything this turn. I'm going to
Are
wait.
you going to pull any weapon out, or are you going to...
Yeah, I have this. I'm going to have my sling out.
I
but-
say, you could already have
Oh,
your
I have my
weapon
club
so
out.
you're
The sling
coming
is
into danger.
fucking useless. Club is also useless, but the sling is way useless. So yeah, I'll just have
Got
my
your
club
walking
out.
stick?
Yeah.
All right. So you're waiting with your walking stick, looking for these people. Oh, well, something you could do. I don't know how slow these guys rolled an initiative that we didn't talk about. You could raise a hue and cry. Basically yell, look, look, look! And everybody, you take a second to do it, and everybody subtracts 2 from their initiative. Basically, you can yell and scream, and everybody in the group gets 2 lower initiative.
Oh,
As you're trying to alert them to the fact, the kobolds, not the room! The
Okay.
kobolds, you idiots!
let's
Or however
do
you
that. Let's
What's
help
a
everybody else.
kobold?
So, does that just take up my action?
That's basically your... You
So my
spend a
2
second.
becomes a 0 when I miss
Yeah.
my turn?
Well, you go
Shit,
down.
you miss your turn.
You can actually act on 1 then, as he's pointing in your reactive. Yes, if your
you missed
initiative,
your
whatever
turn.
you rolled, reduce it by 2.
Well, I get to act.
I like the
both
part
of
where he misses his turn.
I think that is funny, but no. The other option in initiative is to alert a specific person,
Okay.
which would be to grab one person and go, hey you, hey you. You average your 2 initiatives, and that's both of your new
Gotcha.
initiative.
No, I'll do the hue and cry
Right.
thing.
Hue and cry is great for, hey, everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
But the other can be used like if it's the mage that you really wish could wake up and throw a spell
Gotcha.
that is on a 12, you know. On your 2, you go, wake up! We both go on
So you're
7.
at 1 now
Gotcha.
also?
You're in the front, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go start jogging.
Jog is 1
Got my-
square for you, short legs.
Oh, really?
Run, sprint is 2 squares, jog is 1.
Yep.
I think you were walking, right?
Yeah, so you could go up to a run, which is a square and a half. Short legs suck.
Well, take your half. So.
So you picked up, you're starting to run in at the nearest kobold. Ah!
I can't get through.
No, you're going to
So
squeeze
I've got
around.
my scimitar out already.
Alright, so you shing, draw your scimitar, waiting for Slowpoke to
move
get
up.
moving.
Can
2.
You can't get through?
He's in the back, so
Oh, you're at the back. Sorry, I thought you
I'm
were
at
saying-
1.5 still.
yeah. Unless you want to go up to a sprint, when you would go
Oh,
up to 2.
I need my weapon though.
Yeah,
I was
so-
going 2 before. I must.
I know, like we messed up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I was letting you go 2, but that's a full sprint.
So,
So you're there. Kobold still haven't reacted. They're really bad. Knowing the lights coming down the room, they did not expect adventurers. Maybe they thought you were the returning party. I don't know. Oh, I didn't put the torch. It doesn't matter. There are a few candles scattered around. The whole room is dim light. They've got like really bad candles that they've made out of animal fat, which are smoky and nasty, that are scattered around the room to make it dim light. So you can see fine in the entire room. Anyone else who gets more than him at least has dim light. 3.
Jeez, when do you
initiative are you
go?
on?
Man,
I rolled awesome.
I've lowered yours by 2 and you're still not going.
4.
Jeez, man!
No.
You're killing me.
Somebody should be waking him up. I told you.
As soon as I get here, does that mean I can attack?
Yes, you run right in. Your reach is longer than his.
Jeez.
I could have gotten through if I knew I'd have 4 turns
If you said
to
puppy
do it,
people, I would have known what you were talking
So
about.
as you run
You
up
said
to him, he
something
is still
about
not reacted,
kobolds.
so he's surprised, so he has a D8 defense.
So, yeah. Go ahead.
You charge right up to this kobold who's just staring at you in dead shock, was not expecting a dwarf to come running at him with a warhammer.
My hammer comes down. Oh baby. 16.
That easily hits him, as he is just, again, he's not barely defending himself. All of these guys have daggers, none of them have shields or swords.
8 plus 4, 12.
Okay, well, that doesn't kill him, but you might wish it did. Oh, yeah, you remember I said nat 20? Only 1 though. So you hit him right in the side of the head. His head whacks the wall, makes a dull ringing thud sound, and he just goes down like a sack of potatoes.
Does he look dead?
No, but he's unconscious for the next like 10 minutes.
Nice.
So he's
So
technically
he's
not
not
dead.
moving. He's not
done.
moving. So
And
he's
you're
not moving.
very aware he's done. That
All
was
right,
all you
so-
moving for this time because you jogged up there.
Yep.
5.
Yes.
Thank God, man.
See, on 1, you woke him up. You'd have both gone on 3.
I couldn't get to him.
Oh, I'd be
Or you woke him up on 2.
I'm gonna reset.
Then it would have gone
All right.
4.
There you're finally
Are you gonna
reacting.
I'm gonna move.
Oh yes, you can now move. He is jogged.
I will move.
He finally seemed to figure out what was going on, so he started
Because that's
jogging.
my jog.
Kobolds. That's right.
Jog at 1.
Okay, so you're like behind him going, come on!
Yeah.
Actually, you said I could end in his square.
Right,
We
you
would
just
just be
really don't
squeezed.
want to be attacked that way because you're running him
We got
over,
2 people in
basically.
front of us. We'll be fine.
And there's enough, and he's small, there's a little widening there, so you're basically kind of shoving past him. Alright, these guys finally react. He lunges forward, jogs up to you with the
Do I have
dagger.
a longer axe? Doesn't matter though.
Yeah,
does
but
it?
you're busy resetting, so you didn't get a chance to reset before I poked you. So you'll be on your appropriate speed after you smack the first guy in 4. Roll a defense.
It's D20, right?
A D20 plus your defense.
Oh baby. I rolled a 19 on my defense plus
You
an
get to
8.
punch him.
27.
Yeah, that's way better than his attack, even though he rolled well. So you get a natural. As he comes in, you're basically backing him with the hammer, the fist with the hammer in it. Roll D20 to hit him.
6 plus my what? Attack?
Yes.
10.
Okay, so he actually, it's just a +2 attack because you're not specialized in punching people in the face.
Okay. 8.
So he manages to duck under it, so you don't actually hit him, but you take a shot at him because he throws himself off balance trying to hit you.
All right. Beautiful.
And this guy is going to back here. Well, he's walking, so he walks there and he's swinging up his sling. He's enthusiastic. He's sure this sling's going to work.
I'm sure it is.
Let's see. Hang on, I got to get my kobolds sorted out. That was a 5, and his weapon speed is only a 5. Okay, 6.
Alright, so my reset has finished. I am thwacking that guy with my
No, you lose the reset because he engaged in melee with you.
Oh.
So you were trying to reset when he ran up. While you were resetting and stabbed, you're on your normal speed.
So it's going to take me 6 more turns?
Yes. So you're
Can I
from
reset
4.
instead?
You can't reset when you're in melee.
Okay.
So where did you run? Show me your path. Okay, give me a feat of agility. If you look on the front in the green part next to your attributes, FOA.
FOA plus
Yes.
10?
Roll that and add 10.
D20?
Yes.
16.
You failed it because they think. So as you step here, you find out those are sharpened rocks they've scattered all over there.
These
As
blue
you
dots?
come through, yes. So right here, you step on a sharpened rock and wind up falling to the ground because you were not expecting as you run through them to impale one in the bottom of your foot.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You can't really kitty
I get you.
You take a point of damage. It's only 1 point, but your armor does not help you against it. You are at half speed until you get first aided, and you will need to roll a d3. Not penetrative blade. 2 seconds to get up off the ground as you're trying to deal with the fact that you've impaled yourself on effectively a caltrip.
What second was that?
He was doing this in 6,
6, okay.
but you swung in 4, so your speed's a 6.
Yeah.
So in 10, you'll
10.
be able to swing again.
You gonna move?
Yeah. I saw that happen.
Yeah, you see him running and fall to the ground and grab his leg.
Do I think that would give me a better, knowing that these
You know that
sharp
you can
things-
walk through it and pick your way through, but if you go faster than a walk, you're going to risk getting stabbed.
Okay.
So you can walk through them without any difficulty, but if you go any faster than a walk, you risk getting impaled.
So I move 3, so I am running,
Yep, so you ran up that far.
and that's it.
Okay.
Can you move me? What do I get? 1.5. Is that what I get?
If you're sprinting, you can do 1.5 or 2. If you're running, you can do 1.5.
Yeah. Not sprinting.
All right. So you run up there. And let's see. That was 6. He's still swinging up his sling. 7. Oh, now he finally gets to back up to this one. 8. So you're back on your feet.
So I'm on my feet now.
Yes.
This round.
Yes.
Can't move, though.
Right. That's all you do is basically get up and you pull
Here?
the rock
Yeah,
out of the bottom of
there's
your
good,
foot.
I will go through this.
All right. Feet of
at-
agility.
Not running, whatever.
You-
Jogging. I'm jogging.
All right. So you have to
So
roll feet of agility.
So I got a 13.
Yes. No, is it 13 or plus 3? Plus 3. That's a 3.
Oh, I thought that was a 13.
That's a
that
3.
might change.
I was going
my-
to say, you want to
your
change what you're
action.
doing.
Yours was a 10.
Mine was plus 10. Yeah.
He's a lot more dexterous than you are. He has a 16 dex to your 13. I was like, I don't think it's that high.
And I rolled a 16 and failed.
And
Well,
I
it is a competing die roll, so I rolled really well on my competing
Alright,
die roll.
I'll do it anyway because I can use some of my luck.
Yeah, you can.
I got a 16 plus 3, 19.
You get through there without any trouble at all. You're picking your way between the rocks.
And then I'm into its range. I've got a reach of 3.
So-
Just for the record,
So you are not. You're
I
still-
discovered the trap.
Right now you're... Oh, that one. Sorry, I was looking at the one with the
Yeah,
sling.
the other one. Sorry.
Yeah,
One on
so
the right.
you dance your way through and come up with a scimitar on the side of that one. Oh,
Shit. Just a 5.
he got a perfect defense with a 25. He nat 20'd his defense.
So now he's
So
gonna
as
try
you
to
come
punch
up,
me.
he gets a free stab into your guts.
Well, it's not a punch. It's
Because he got a 20, he gets an actual stab with his dagger.
So I'm rolling defense against him?
You are. Whoa! This guy's nasty. Don't mess with this kobold.
So I can also subtract from damage, right?
Yes,
So it's probably with my low roll more efficient to subtract damage.
probably.
Because my defense is a 5. So.
Yeah, you're going to need 15 points to make it a miss.
Yeah.
16 points, sorry. So I'm taking he stabbed you. So as you come up there, you're picking your way through the rocks, and that throws you just enough off balance that he manages to do 6 points of damage
So
to
I've
you with the
got
dagger
2
stab.
damage resistance.
So 4 points will get through your armor.
And then I'll just use 4 luck to make it
So what happens?
0.
Yep.
So he swings with his dagger, but because I'm like dancing around these rocks, as I come into attack, I step on one of the rocks. It doesn't poke me, but I twist my ankle a little bit on it, and I go kind of like ducking to the side, like to catch my balance, and his dagger goes over.
Just misses you because you stumbled unexpectedly. So lose 4 luck points.
That's luck. Yep.
That's luck points. That's why rogues rock with 25 points at first level.
Does it stay 25 every level?
No, it goes up.
Nice.
Don't remember if it's 1 or 2 more.
But
per
it
level,
doesn't.
but
So if I had 21 left over, next level.
It's all gone and you get your new points.
Okay.
Yeah, use them or
So
lose
you want
them,
to use them.
but you don't get them back till you level up.
Well, no, one shot. Well, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so that was all the excitement of 8. 9.
All right. So
I
this is just a half.
Restarted my attack
here?
on the 8.
That is a jog for you
So
now
I
if
hit
you want to
on
go that far.
16.
Well, I was.
Or if you want to walk because you're at half speed, you can go halfway to there. You're moving 2.5 feet.
In my. So I was right here. I was thinking
Yeah,
that
you
I was
could
already
probably do the
halfway
2.5
there.
to get to him, yeah.
And
So you pick your way through the rocks to get to him. Try not to step in the pile of whatever that stuff is.
and then now I can attack. 21.
Yeah, that easily hits the poor guy. He's getting his sling ready. He's all excited. Ah! You get close to him with your dagger.
Oh crap! For damage, 4.
4. So most of that is thick, his scaly hide seems to protect him from. But you definitely got him.
This was 9.
This is in 9, yes. 10.
All right, baby.
Hammer coming back. Hammer
Hammer
time.
coming back, baby.
So as you get your weight balanced right and you just bring it around,
Woo! 18.
that will definitely hit. He only got 10 defense, so
Right.
he's trying to duck out of the way. You can see why the lack of shields is bad in this game a lot of times.
9.
9 points, all right. Made his threshold of pain, even though you crash into him, hard into his ribs, he does not go down. He grunts and growls at you.
So shields are really good in this game?
Well, they have the huge advantage of they make you likely
really
most
are.
hits are going to hit the shield.
Yeah.
The downside is something big can shatter your shield and still hurt you through it.
Yeah.
So they're really good for protecting you, especially against little things like kobolds.
Okay.
Yep.
You fight an ogre or a giant, they can be a detriment because that same swing that does 16 points shatters your shield, your arm, and still does 10 points through to your body. Whereas somebody who dodges it takes no damage from it. Because if you succeed on defense with a shield, you've been hit. But it's your shield that's hit, and usually with these little guys, it'll absorb all the damage.
Okay.
Right.
But a big enough hit will go right through your shield.
Okay.
Just these guys can't do it because they're little kobolds with daggers. They can't get through a shield. So most of the time a shield is going to protect you, but it puts you at risk of getting a really powerful hit. Except the half hobgoblin with the two-handed sword, he loves people with shields because he does so much damage that even with shield damage, he probably is going through and hurting you. But he only swings, like I said, I think every 15 seconds. So,
Horrible.
it's a big, slow swing, but man, when he hits, you're probably dead. In any case, he does not surprisingly go down in pain, and he is stabbing you back
Oh.
because he got to go in 10 as well. So roll your defense. And the reason you have a +8 defense, 4 of that is from your shield.
Okay. Yeah. 15.
Yeah, you easily catch the dagger on your shield. The other one is pulled out his dagger and trying to stab you.
All right.
Roll your defense. And remember yours, because you're
-4.
one-handed, is -4.
-4 +4.
Yeah, so it's just a straight roll.
9.
He does manage to stab you.
How many luck points can I use?
Actually, it would only take you 4.
So we'll take 4.
What happens?
So the rock I had pulled from my foot is still in my other hand, and as he comes at me with the dagger, I go ah, and the rock falls and it flies into his face.
He's like, ah! And he ends up missing you with his dagger stab. All right, 11. Are you doing anything but watching this and being excited?
I can't. Yeah, I'm not gonna use it. I'm not gonna throw my sling into the.
Then I would like a listen check, please.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I already almost clubbed the one guy in the back of the head.
You do not get a bonus to it because you're in the middle of a room full of
that
fighting and
one,
yelling
not
people.
me.
Yeah.
So just whatever your skill is, if you
Okay.
have it.
definitely seems like melee weapons are the way to go in this
95
game.
plus 30, so 125.
Okay,
The
well,
way you can actually do stuff.
Range, you don't take damage.
yeah, the advantage of ranged is you're out of the way of taking damage if you can find an isolated spot. The downside is they're fairly slow, and yes, you don't get to do
Yeah.
so
So
much.
you don't take damage, but the game is more boring for you.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
but check out these.
And again, that depends. Like I said, you know.
These are my throwing daggers.
Especially at level 1.
Speed of 5.
Yeah, and as you get faster, and if you're a fighter with speed, you can get really good with a bow. But yes, I mean he's playing a cleric of peace, so
It's true, and that's a fair point. That I'm playing a cleric of peace. So
his joy is I get to role play in town, and you know
exactly.
and he's useful in a fight because he's first aid skilled and such.
Correct.
So you hear something coming down that corridor over here behind you.
Okay. So I will alert everybody. Hey, there's something coming. I'll point the other direction.
So you turn around and look that
We're a
way.
little bit busy here.
You don't see anything now because of the dim light and everything.
You're about to be twice as busy.
It's probably just a dragon.
Why don't you start whirling that sling around so you can attack them as they come in?
Yeah, something like that.
That's certainly an option.
I don't know. I'm a cleric of peace. I don't know. I'm not gonna do that.
All right. Well, it's on 11. Are you going to move at all? Are you going to?
Yes, I'm gonna move back a little actually.
All right. So you're kind of halfway because
Yeah.
you're walking. I don't think you want to try to jog backwards.
Yeah, probably not.
It'd be funny, but probably not.
Probably not.
successful.
Yeah, so
12. You continue to back up.
I will. Yes, I'll back up one.
Yeah, you back up here. This guy's actually giving ground, so he's halfway back as you're hobbling after him. 13. Okay, I'm assuming you stay with him.
Yeah.
All right, running out of here is a dog.
Oh, man.
It actually gets right there this turn as it comes running up the hallway, growling and snarling. You notice, it's hard to say he's wearing armor, but someone has strapped leather pieces with metal spikes to his body at various points. You're pretty sure it's not effective in the slightest, but it kind of looks interesting, you know.
Right.
You don't see any sign that it would be in the vaguest useful, but he kind of looks unique.
Cool.
Are you doing anything as you see this dog?
I
emerging with dim
am
light?
actually. I want to trying to see what I have that implies. I don't have anything that directly applies, but I would like to try and like call him.
That would be, well, animal empathy. You can't really do without any skill.
Right.
Just give me a straight wisdom roll. Percentile plus your wisdom. Let's see how you do.
Not great, but not terrible either. So 50.
Ooh, he rolled a 78 on his
Okay.
persuasion.
Fair enough.
He's just snarling and growling.
He's too busy
except
being angry. Yep.
you have canine antipathy, right?
No.
No, you took a different character. Okay.
Took a different character.
Okay.
All right, so yes, he's
I
growling
have
at you.
inappropriate humor.
Inappropriate.
Just as
Yes.
Which is more fun.
And bore.
Anyone
I'm a
else on
bore as well.
13?
That's the reason you chose that character, isn't it?
14.
Inappropriate humor.
Yeah, probably.
No.
Fits.
Does the dog move?
Yeah, I'm just figuring out how far.
okay.
Oh yeah, he can go. He can walk 15 feet. So he rushes up to you.
Oh, good.
What's the reach in your club?
1.5.
You outreach him.
Really?
So as he, well, yeah, you got a club. He's trying to bite you. So his
Okay.
face is going to get close to your club ring before he gets to you. So presuming you would not like to let him just gnaw on you
would
on
not.
that appendage, you can smack at him with your club.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
What's my plus? 14.
Yeah, you easily. As he comes in, he's not even trying to protect himself, and you just bring that club across in his face.
Okay.
Bad dog.
Where is it? I had a D4 out before. There it is.
What are those gnomes that are like angry?
That's
Gnome Titans.
so 9, 10.
I don't think. Do you have a strength point? Like I said, I didn't think so.
10.
But 10 points. Does he have any armor? That doesn't give him 1 point, so he takes 9. Oh. So as he rushes at you, teeth
Yeah.
baring, drool running down, you lean off and just whack him in the side of the head. He gives a horrified right, and lands on his side, whimpering and whining. Yes, he blew his threshold of pain.
Nice.
Wow, you just took out the doggy?
I thought
What?
For a
Swing.
second, anyway.
I
Right
thought
to
we
the
were
head.
going to have to feed the cleric of peace to the dog while we killed these guys.
I mean,
I was going to step over and help him, but I guess
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, no, whack! And you just catch him just perfectly, and he
it
goes
means
down.
I'm, I'm nice and I'll offer people surrender, but that doesn't mean they have to accept the surrender. They can say no, I don't want to surrender, and then I can, it's different.
15.
My attack.
All right, you guys.
Mine also.
Yep, I'm the guy, dagger guy, but we'll get you guys' in first because
Oh, lame. 7, 6, 8. 8.
it still hits. He rolled badly on his defense. So as he's trying still to react to the fact he doesn't want to be in melee, jeez.
7.
So far back. Whee!
Those damn things don't
Chucked it across the room.
It hit someone's chair leg. Oh, it's directly under you.
See, I heard it hit something.
Yeah.
I couldn't see.
Yeah, there you go.
Damn foresighters.
8,
so-
9.
So 8, 9, yeah.
That was, you pulled a Robert right there.
He's not.
I know,
gonna-
right?
Woo!
Robert used to throw this dice all over.
It just like stuck to my hand, and like I went to go like that, and it was like
Except with
still
him,
in
it
my
wasn't always
hand. and I was, like,
D4s. It was
converting.
just like
No, it
whatever
was
dice-
anything.
And
He
as
literally
you
rolled his dice
stab
like this, like-
him, he howls in agony and drops
Awesome.
to his knees, holding his side.
I got a
Drove the dagger.
17 on the other one.
He missed it too. Go ahead.
For 8 damage.
8 damage. He still stays on his feet. That is one tough little sucker. He's made 2 4 lesses on his D20.
Which one went down?
The one on Joe back there. Yep, he's down in pain. And he is responding by trying to stab the dwarf with the dagger because he's been stabbing the dwarf and he's stupid. Roll your defense, dwarfy.
22.
Oh, well, it's probably
Still
fine.
more than enough even with his bonus. He rolled well, but not that well. So he comes in hard and almost catches you in the face, and you manage to lean back and just deflect it with your shield. Which again, that 1 point of damage does not hurt your
And you
shield.
said I can't use my luck to make it hit him.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, my friend. That is not a use of luck.
Maybe just for Luke as an exception? Or?
This is exactly
Maybe for the dwarf, just
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he's a dwarf.
Oh, me?
Well, I mean, did you want to do anything on 15?
No, he's laying there whimpering, right?
Yes.
So explain to me how that works, the threshold of pain. Like, is he going to get back up now?
Well, he
At some
for
point.
every 1 point he missed it by, he's down for 5 seconds. So it depends on how badly he rolled.
Oh, wow.
So minimum of 5 seconds he'll be down, but it could only be 5 seconds.
Could be 5 or it could be a whole lot, depending on how badly he rolled. And he's not actually unconscious, so you know that he will
I
come
can't.
back.
Okay, so here's the deal. I'm supposed to be like kind, and
You
I'm
cannot
supposed- and I
attack
can't
him.
attack him. I can't.
No.
I literally can't.
You could
So-
attempt to, like, calm him or see if there's
That's what I was
anything
going
you
to
can
do. That's the best I can do is try to see if I can
Give
get
me
him
an
to,
observation check.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's a dog.
Yeah, but I can't. I can't. It is in my
He can't at
specific.
any
I cannot
helpless or
harm an
wounded
incapacitated foe.
So like if you were wanting to eat a chicken, and you have to go out in your backyard. And
A
stare at
chicken's
the
not a
chicken.
foe. A chicken's food.
Yes, that is a different situation.
Well,
This dog.
I'm not
is-
going to eat the dog. You weirdos. Eating the
let
dog.
me assure you, the last thing you want to do as a cleric is start arguing
He's an American
semantics like
cleric.
that
They don't
with
do
your
that.
god.
I rolled an 80, but what did you want me to add?
Observation.
Observation. So 120.
You realize that a number of these spikes that have been on it are pointed the wrong way and digging in and probably causing it a lot of pain in
Okay.
addition to what you did. There's at least a chance that
You
if
got to get the leather to
I
stay
will
somewhere.
be
like,
doing that.
unbuckle.
yes.
So you start unbuckling those, and immediately the dog actually seems to. I mean, he's still hurt from the
Trying
rack
to free
with the
the
head,
dog. Yeah.
but he definitely getting that out of him has calmed him to some extent.
Okay. Good.
I mean, you'll have a few seconds.
Give him
Roll a
CTE,
d6,
but-
please. So you're very fast. In 1 second, you managed to unbuckle his leathers.
Nice.
You were so by 16, which is where we're at now.
have you been learning from his
I know.
character?
It's like really.
Oh yeah!
Peeking through the keyhole.
So you do manage to get the spikes
all
away
over
from him. Give me one. We'll just use persuasion. I think that's a fair roll.
Wow. Pretty good at that.
Since you lack animal handling.
That's not great, but still that's a 91.
That's more than enough. You have calmed the dog. You realize he is obviously still down for the threshold of pain, but he's not for long. He's not that much. But he definitely seems calmer and less likely to attack you.
Okay.
Anybody else in 16?
Oh, yeah. I'm attacking.
All right. So,
Warhammer.
Reset.
whereas whatever the heck's going on behind you, you don't care. You're resetting and taking a second. Okay. You don't care what's going on. Something's going on behind you, but you got a dog in front of
19.
you. Yeah, you hit. I cannot roll
That's a
defense
kill
on
him,
these
I
little
think, pretty
suckers.
much
except
no
on
matter
the
what.
Yeah.
9 damage.
Yeah, his 2 hit points left is not enough to take 9 points of damage. So he's battered. He's been hit once. He's been daggered. He's somehow staying on his feet. And then you just uppercut him in the chin, shattering his jaw. His teeth go everywhere. And he just goes over backwards, dead as a dog.
Oh, the dog's not dead. I'm working on that.
I tell the dwarf, quick, run down that hallway.
I coup de grace the guy in front of me.
Piece
For
of
the
cake.
remaining
5 seconds, whatever. There's nothing's going to happen in the next 5 seconds.
I just make sure he doesn't.
I heard
And
something.
are you doing anything besides calming the dog?
I
I mean,
don't have
he-
any like.
2 seconds from
spells
now, he
left.
comes out of his threshold.
I mean, I could first
Trying to
aid
get you to
him,
run
right?
through the
Yeah.
spikes.
Does that take time? Okay.
It does take like a decent few minutes, so it's,
A few minutes.
it's quite a while.
That's fine.
Ouch.
We're kind of out of combat, but yes,
I was
it's
gonna
a
say
long
that's
period
what
of
I'll do
time.
is I'll try to like first aid him and I'll
And he
like,
you've kind of calmed him.
Yeah.
He's not fighting once the spikes are off of him and it's not digging in anymore. He seems.
just trying to convince him that like that I'm friendly.
Yeah, and
'cause
that's- he seems
he
to have
was clearly
accepted that.
driven mad by
Yes.
like this.
As a matter of fact, you see
Farm.
the spikes actually have what looks like some kind of a thick sap on them.
Okay. Yeah.
You don't know what it was for, but they're definitely coated with something.
Right.
What are you doing? Everything's quieted briefly, at least. Everyone's dead. He's cut the throat of the remaining one. The dog is kind of there. Doesn't look trusting, but is calm to the point that he's at least seems to be okay
Right.
with the cleric.
I vote that way.
What's going on with that dog over there? Is he a new friend?
Well, no, he was. They did terrible things to him.
Did you have the
spikes into him to make him angry?
I've got 41 in recruiting.
Sorry, that's for people.
Aw.
Animal empathy would be the skill to
Yeah,
use if
animal
you
empathy
wanted
is
to
what
do
you
more
want if
than
anybody
he's done
had that,
with the dog.
exactly.
I cross that off my list altogether.
But you still got that bread pillow of yours.
No, you ate it.
Yeah.
She doesn't know that.
Okay, I was making sure you remembered. it.
Definitely didn't wake up with it. So.
You did not wake up with a bread pillow.
But maybe he's hungry.
Well, maybe he is, but I need to take care of these wounds so that he can. I'm gonna let him go.
Oh,
And
Oh,
in
I
this-
got some food, and I saw off an arm.
No, no,
Are you taking the time to saw off an
Stop
arm?
it.
What? I guess not.
So what you have in this room are the mounds of leaves and things, and the wet spot on the floor
Give it to the dog.
Can you
with
can
rocks.
you see to his feet while I take care of this dog?
His feet. What's wrong with your feet? Oh, you stepped on these?
Uh-huh.
I honestly, I don't think I would touch his feet.
My feet are perfectly clean.
I'm not trading for the dog.
How long have you been wearing those boots?
Just since
When's
this
the last time
morning,
you bathed?
like you know,
Your boot does have a hole in the bottom of it.
relatively often, probably above average.
Let me let you in on a little secret. Dwarves don't bathe.
It's not a severe. Wait, I didn't think.
That's not the secret.
I'm the one that negated all the damage.
I've been
Yeah, I don't
noting
care
that.
about his little tiny wound.
Did you notice that my lantern burns brighter when it's
So,
above your head?
in the meantime, though, while they're doing whatever,
Yeah, they're
I'm just-
bickering.
I'm gonna get the dog back on its feet. I'm gonna see if I can. You want me to make that first aid?
Yeah, if you're gonna take the 4 minutes or
I
so.
will. That is a 90 something.
So we have an hour,
Hmm?
or is it 10 minutes
For what?
to address him, like for first aid to be beneficial?
An hour.
Oh yeah, he's got plenty of time to do both.
Assuming you're willing to wait in this cave while it happens. I need a roll D20 plus your constitution, please.
Oh, you're like poisoned or something. Good job, buddy.
How'd you
He's
do?
probably infected with all the
I got
grossness
a-
in there.
No, you definitely don't want to touch
Sorry, I was
it.
laughing
Oh,
at
yeah,
them.
no.
I don't blame you, I was too.
I'm not a healer.
You feel fine.
91. 91.
So yeah, you manage with that plus the bonus for first aid to bandage him up. I mean, he's feeling better. The pain is gone. You realize, yes, whatever these spikes were definitely hurting him a lot.
That's fine.
You don't know what the stuff on them is, but you doubt it was good for him.
I'm just going to encourage him to at least leave.
That's
the
what he's
cave.
doing, especially as soon as he comes over.
Yeah.
He starts backing away, growling, and trying to get out of the cave. He doesn't want to fight. He wants to get out of
Yeah,
there.
that's what I want to
Well,
do.
that's
then
a
he
very
runs
nice, a very nice dog. Perchance, would you be able to seal up this hole in my foot?
Of course.
Excellent. I take off my boot.
I've worked with lepers. This isn't so bad.
It's a very clean foot.
I mean, last time I tried to heal, you ridiculed me for it. You're like, I'm so much better than you. So this, I felt like I should just leave it to the professional. I don't want you to lose your foot.
Well, roll and make your first aid roll.
Okay.
I kind of want you to lose
75
your
plus
foot.
50, so that's 120 something.
So yeah, you're able to bandage it, but you do realize from a combination of smelling the foot, which is horrifying anyway,
Yeah.
that you're pretty sure they smeared these rocks with feces. So he had a feces puncture wound in the bottom of his foot.
That's
A poopy
that's poo poo on your foot there.
Does that mean you're refusing to heal him?
Oh no, I'll clean it out. It's again.
So you're going to take the time to
Good choice.
minimize
I
the
started
chance
this
of
session
infection
by
as well.
healing
Yes.
a beautiful woman's
Your wound
thigh.
is technically
I'm not
healed.
going to end it by healing his foot.
Go ahead and make another first aid roll for the disease check, please.
Not as good. 99.
That's still good enough.
Okay.
So you've done everything you can to
Yeah.
prevent him from getting a nasty infection in the bottom of his foot.
It's a bad place to have an infection.
It is
Yeah,
very
it would be
nasty.
terrible.
One of the worst places, in fact.
But with the padding you put on it, you can now walk normally.
I sudden realization that I'm not playing Dungeons and Dragons, and there isn't a readily available cure disease spell.
That is very true. If anywhere was available, it would be at the temple in town.
That's
but-
correct. Yeah.
But you do know that the head priest is not there. So you don't know how good the acolytes are.
Which is why even taking the time that it takes for this first aid is worth it, because because the spells are.
Are you kidding?
I'm like complimenting your abilities the entire time that
Yeah.
you're working on this, but from a distance.
That's fine.
Like I don't want to.
I really did step in a poop stone.
Yes, you did. So what is your
and
plan,
It didn't make it
Bookstone
smell
people?
worse. Is the point.
I'm
We're
gonna
gonna
start
go that
heading
way.
off this way.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's get on while
If there was
it's
anything else
going.
down this tunnel, it would have come with the dogs. So.
I like that.
I got my
Line yourselves up. I'm assuming you're moving carefully and sweeping aside the poop stones.
Yes.
Same
Yes.
order. You want to be between.
Moving the poop stones. Yes.
Yeah. So.
He's third in line.
If somebody wants to be closer to the front line, I can go from the back.
I'm good.
Problem is, if you get behind him, it's a little bit harder with the lantern.
Yeah.
Not undoable, just harder because he's the same height, so you're going to be like trying to lean around him.
Oh yeah, no.
The two short people you'd be fine with, but. All right, so as you move down that hallway, it continues to be was a fairly natural thing that's been widened. It's not terribly long. Matter of fact, you can see from there that it illuminates out into a larger room. This room's floor, as opposed to the rocky room here, is very sandy. You don't know if it was moved in or was there naturally, so the smell is not nearly as bad. There are still 3 beds, similar to the ones in there. But you don't see the wet spot or the rocks that you saw in the other room.
No occupants.
Not that you can see.
I'm gonna carefully study the area, especially the ceiling, to see
Scrutiny check.
Scrutiny.
You do.
Yep.
It's the carefully examine skill.
Yep.
Investigate from D&D.
So wisdom. Oh dear. So that's going to be a 4 plus 13 for 17.
You are very sure this is just a room. There's no
All
sign
right,
of any
I
danger.
start walking in here. All right, boys, let's keep going.
I recommend. Or do the mounds look such that somebody could be hiding underneath them?
Cobalt, maybe.
Right.
You wouldn't want to try to hide under one, but
No. I think we might poke the beds just in case.
Walk the beds.
rat grubs. No.
I'm gonna go up to this one then.
Okay, you can just move yourself up to where
Yeah,
not
I'm
a
just
fight
gonna
yet.
start.
I'm staying within 15 feet of him.
All right, so you smash down on that bed with your mighty hammer, and it just comes apart as mud splatters on you, and leaves are sticking to you now, and the rags are all scattered all over. Man, you have cleared that bed out.
And
You're
I'm
dirtier
the-
than you ever were,
And there's a red explosive there.
and you're really sure that there's nothing underneath it.
Yeah.
And I'm the dirty one. And I'm the dirty
I'll
one.
go to now.
Because
So
it's
what are you doing to the bed?
I'll go to the next one and start
I mean, dwarves
smashing
are
it
supposed
about.
to be dirty. Humans aren't.
I have to see if there's anything in there.
One poop stone.
All right, so you just wail away on that bed, and you hear a weird noise. It sounds like maybe glass, which is very different than you had before.
I just broke a potion.
I'm going to discreetly look down in there and see what.
Yeah, there was what looks like some kind of a glass vial that has now been smashed completely flat. There's some kind of a greenish liquid that oozed out all over the remaining bedding on it. I mean, it's not a mountain, it's a little vial. Cause
It's green liquid, which means it's poison.
I'm going to discreetly cover it back up and pretend like nothing happened.
what are you doing to this bed?
I was poking, I stick my dagger.
Okay, you stick your dagger in a few places, and it's dirt. Nothing reacts to you sticking your dagger into it.
Why did you tell me to start smashing the beds?
Why?
No reason. There's nothing around here.
But there could have been. There could have been kobolds hiding in the pile of stuff.
Oh, God.
All right, I guess we're going on to the next room.
Yep.
You guys are just following, letting them do the silliness?
I'm following the light. I gotta stay within 15 feet of him. Behind him, anyway.
Oh, you're blind, right?
Well, everywhere you've been in here, the rooms themselves do have dim light throughout them because of candlelight.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
But you would be...
I just don't want to be in dim light.
Right, it's not much fun. Alright, so this one is actually fairly short, so from there easily you can see it opens up kind of like that there's a back wall right about there. And in the light, I need my mini, is a human, right here.
No.
Scattered around him are mini kobolds. You think maybe babies?
Oh.
They have the big heads and bigger eyes of most young.
Are they super cute?
Well, yes, they're kind of like puppies, to be honest.
Recruiting roll.
And they're actually hanging onto his legs. He is looking at you, and as soon as he illuminates, like, heroes, heroes, you have come. The sooth speaker has waited for you for so long, for mighty heroes to rescue me.
I look behind me real quick, and then realize,
Beware,
yes!
beware, on the sides, the demons are there.
Wait, what's your name?
So beware. My name is Halopur, but they're coming for you.
No, hold on a
He
second.
said sooth speaker, I think.
Yes, that's what he said first, the sooth speaker. The wordsmith, that is me, but you must
Draw.
kill them.
I ready my dagger to throw.
Yeah, I got my scimitar.
Not me!
Well, if anybody comes running in,
There's no other sound or noise at this point.
Go further in. See if
Please,
get,
great
like,
heroes,
long
you
tunnels
must
or-
save me. You must kill them before they kill me.
I don't know if you're telling the truth.
Oh, the wordsmith never lies, certainly not to a noble dwarf such as yourself.
Not noble.
I also never
A
lie.
common dwarf such as yourself.
Not that common.
this is a dirty dwarf.
A dirty dwarf such as yourself. You're covered in leaves. Obviously you're a druidic dwarf who lives in the wilderness and saves me. Alright, hold on.
I'm going just. Oh crap.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on after you do that. With shrill barks of ferocity.
Can I be right behind him?
Yeah, you can have moved up with him. This kobold actually does have a spear.
Oh. Oh, they're ambushing me.
Dude! They leap forward at you. Everyone roll initiative. You knew something was there, so D8s.
Do I,
D6 always.
D6, that's what I heard.
Oh, they finally rolled well in their initiative.
Wait.
I must roll the d20.
I want to wait.
4.
I finally got a decent initiative roll.
This Helliper guy's gonna have to die.
He was
He
warning
warned
you
us.
repeatedly.
No, that was a trap.
He said
That
there
was
was
a
a
trap.
trap.
said they're on the sides.
And actually, what you see is him clasp his hands over his face as they leap out. Kill them, heroes! Please save me!
He He presented that situation in such a suspicious way. That's his fault.
Well, 1. The kobolds are going.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
So the one with the spear is trying to drive a spear into your side. You get a D8 defense, and you do not get your shield.
What?
So you have a D8 plus 4 defense. Oh no, because you wouldn't say your special age yet. Go ahead, D8 plus 4. You don't get the plus 4 from the shield, so it's just plus 4.
9.
So as you are reacting and realizing, oh, he wasn't lying about the kobolds, this one drives his short spear right into you.
I'm sure he'll be fine. He didn't put poop on the end.
Yeah,
How do you know?
maybe he did.
I bet he did.
Who doesn't poop on their spears? Come
Right.
on, man.
I need to get a spear.
Seems to be a thing they like to do around
Primitive
here.
poison.
Right?
Short spear.
Not so
D4,
primitive.
D6. Primitive.
Vietnam War, they had a
Yeah,
horrible problem.
still
with
using
that.
it.
Really? They would
Yeah,
put poop
that
on
was one of the
poison?
things they smeared on the punji sticks that you'd step into the traps on.
Oh, wow.
It's a convenient, easy to find disease causer, and it's horribly nasty.
Wow.
Well, before your armor, you take a 6-point wound.
Ugh.
So it's probably 4 points. I
My
think your
armor.
DR,
How do I know my armor is?
the yellow one that's DR.
2.
Yeah,
Wait.
so subtract 2. So you take a
4?
4-point wound. So reduce
Ow.
your current hit points by 4. I'm sure that's not below your threshold of pain.
My threshold of pain is a 10.
Yeah, so you have to take a 10-point wound before you have to worry about that. Yeah, you're a tough dwarf. And you might even have the tough guy. I don't remember where
I
that
think I did
comes
see
up.
toughness somewhere.
It would be on the skill sheet. You'd have it as a talent. Would be
I think I
tough
had
guy.
it. Anyway.
But either way, you're doing fine now.
Tough as Nask
Tough.
Old Rin Top. Tough as Nails Old Rin Top.
Oh, the better
D12.
D12 top. Instead of a 20 for threshold of pain, you only roll a 12.
Oh, okay.
So you're a lot more likely to make your threshold of pain.
Oh, wow.
Yes, tough guy is a really nice feat for people who expect to take damage. So he does hit you with the spear, but between your leather and just natural dwarven toughness, it just kind of cuts a line on your ribs. The other two have daggers, so the one guy is trying to dagger you. Roll your defense, please. Still the D8 plus
D8.
4.
10.
Yeah, you actually, that one, he is so excited to see you, he lunges at you and literally stabs you in the shield.
Okay, cool.
Makes like no attempt to hit you and stabs the shield dramatically.
Take that shield.
Oh, your initiative is now a 3 if it's higher than a 3. Because you took damage, it immediately drops to 2 seconds after you take the damage.
Okay, cool.
And he jogs to there, but that's all he can really do because he had to jog kind of an extra distance for the diagonal. That was all 1. Let's see. Spear dude. Yeah, that's what I thought. Their speed is horrible. Dagger dude.
That stupid Haliper.
And 2.
I like
Now dagger guy can finally stab at you. Roll your defense. Still D8 because you're still reacting to this whole stabbing thing.
5.
Yeah, so-
Wait, 5.
So he stabbed you with his dagger.
I only get the plus 4 still, right?
Yes. Did you roll a 1?
Yeah.
So you fumbled your defense.
Well, it doesn't have to be a 1.
It was a 1. So you take 5 points of damage minus your armor, so 3 points. So a separate wound of 3. As he drives it in, and you are just like flustered by the fact there's 3 of them all around you, which leaves you wide open
No, I
for
want
him
to
to
correct
stab you
that.
again.
I'm
next
flustered
second.
because of Haliper.
Okay, you're trying to find out if was a part of this or not.
Right.
If the cowering is an act, you're really trying to study him, so you're paying no attention to the little guy in front of you with the knife, who proceeds to stab you
It's
again in 3.
obvious that he has explosive puppy bombs, and he's going to be hurling them at us
Yes.
anytime.
Anytime now.
Roll a defense in 3, as you do not get your full defense because you are now
3? A
reacting.
3?
It's second 3. We're on second 3.
Oh.
Normal defense D20, not the D8 anymore, because you are reacting. Because you fumbled your defense, the kobold gets a free shot at you in the next second, because you just left yourself totally open.
18 plus. Now I got my shield now?
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be 26.
Yeah, so this time, as you start reacting to all these attacks, you get under your shield and take it on your shield instead of in the face.
Okay.
I believe your speed was a 3 of reaction,
no,
so
it's
you
a
can
3.
swing back at any one of the kobolds.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to go after this spear guy. Am I adjacent to him?
Yes, you're adjacent to all of them. I pushed him back to remind myself that he had reach on you, but
All right. Yeah, I'm going to.
it's a short spear, so it's
whack
really
the spear
not that
guy.
much longer, but it's 4 instead of...
Oh, that's a 9.
He actually ducks it, just barely. trying to get around your shield and avoid being stabbed by any of the others. You come just over the top of his head. And he ducks underneath it.
Kevin, what'd you get?
4.
I'm at 4 too.
Oh,
Anybody else in 3?
No.
4.
Roll second.
Is this occupiable square?
Yes, but you will have a -2 to attack and defense just because it's kind of small for your full frame. If you were a halfling, you'd be fine, but for you, it's kind of squished in there.
Well, can I attack first and then move into the square?
Sure. So you lunge forward with your dagger against spear-wielding lunatic.
Yes. 16?
Actually, with the spear, he manages to deflect it.
No!
Because he doesn't have the -4 for this defense, because he's got a two-handed weapon.
Okay. And then I will move.
Okay, you squeeze in there. Urgh. Anything else on 4?
Both of us.
If I'm getting ready to attack again, 6 seconds later, can I start moving 5
You
feet?
can walk.
Walk, yeah.
So 2.5 feet, because you're stubby's low leg.
Does that impose any sort of disadvantage?
-1 to attack and defense rolls for each time you walk.
Okay.
So you're at a -1 to your attack. And
Yeah, I
defense.
need to make some room for people.
That's
think.
basically what you're doing. Is you're
Yeah.
maneuvering in the fight, which leaves you a little off balance, but you're
Yeah.
making more room.
I'm a bottleneck.
You step up and you're going to club somebody.
Yep.
So he takes that two-handed club. Which one are you going to club? The spear guy or the dagger guy?
I'm gonna the one that you attacked, the one that you're next
Spear
to.
guy?
Yeah.
He does not have his 2Ds. Got -4 now.
I don't have a great attack, but that's weird.
That's a third attacker on
Yeah,
it.
12.
It is indeed, but he has a two-handed weapon, so he's less vulnerable to that.
Yeah, I got 12.
Okay.
That will actually hit because you're the extra attacker. He only gets the 2 dice versus a few attackers, and then he doesn't. One-handed weapon with nothing else gives you a -4 on your defenses. You're basically dodging. If you have a two-handed weapon, you get a little better defense early, but not you get outnumbered very fast.
6.
6 points.
Do you roll a d4 and a d6 together?
Yes, that's what
Mixed
his
dice.
club does. A lot of weapons do mixed dice.
Yep.
And that's on poor Spear Dude, who's like
Indeed.
the slowest guy in the game. Spears are slow. 2, 3, 4.
It's kind of weird.
He actually
no, he
doesn't
might
quite have
jab
to take a threshold
It's
to
actually
finish
the same damage that my.
Well, he's not jabbing.
That's right.
There is a jab rule. I don't use it a lot where you do like half damage, but you can attack a couple seconds faster, which basically is instead of really measuring your strikes. He is not doing that.
I thought the weapons had like a jab speed.
Some of them do, yeah, and it's usually just a little fast. And technically, these spears don't because they're a pole arm that always jabs. But like daggers have a jab, which is a 5 instead of a 7 speed, but you do half damage, so it's rarely of much use.
Yeah.
There's rare times when it's worth just frantically as fast as you can. One time I had a thief to use 2 daggers, fought with 2 daggers at the same time. Normally he blocked with one and stabbed with the other, and one time he had to hurt them, so he just berserked, doing all jabs and that. And so he's like doing 1 point every like 3 seconds or something. I couldn't do any damage, but he jabbed the guy to death. It was like an ooze or something, and he jabbed it to death.
Do you,
It was the most ridiculous look in the world, but it worked.
you got something you're doing over there?
Yeah, we're
I can't get through, so are there any actions I can take in combat that are like beneficial that don't deal with initiative? Because we've
You
already
can kind of do what you want. If you can come up with something your character would do, you can try to do it.
But there isn't any sort of because like there's a very specific thing where like you can remove 2 from everyone's initiatives. Or,
All right,
like, but we're through everyone's initiative.
Right, so that's not.
So
yeah,
there's not
hue and
any
cry is not
sort of
terribly
like
helpful.
combat equivalent.
Right.
Not really, no.
Okay.
You can't speed up people's swings. When
Well, I'll ready my scimitar. I'll move forward the 1 square I can.
Yep.
And I'll just wait and see if.
they're really trying to bottleneck you guys in.
Yeah, I'll wait and see if any space clears up next
They're
time.
not smart, but they're smart enough to realize it's a bad idea to let you all in the room, which they can't stop.
Yeah.
5.
Yep, I'm gonna get over there then.
Is it possible to move from here to here?
It will take two seconds because you're squeezing through a lot of area there.
Can I jog?
You can, but then he gets a swat at you because you're dropping your defense to start jogging.
I'll just.
Assuming you want to walk and continue to kind of defend.
Yep, that's what I'll do.
You're halfway there.
I can only move half a square, right? 'Cause I don't
What's the reach on your scimitar?
3 feet.
3. If you move up kind of behind him, that 2.5, you'd be close enough to slash at spear guy.
Alright, well, let's do it.
You're slashing between your friends, so, you know,
Even better.
you're not a fighter.
Ah,
so
but neither of them at the door.
Don't get a 1.
Yeah, well, you're not a fighter, so you don't have the phalanx fighting, which is designed to fight like that, so don't roll badly.
So 15 plus my attack is 2, so 17.
That will hit.
I was waiting for the one.
I was too. Doesn't
I,
even have to
I,
be
I
a
get to
one.
re-roll one time this session,
Yeah.
so I was.
It doesn't even have to be a 1.
I was
It can
gonna
be
use
a
it.
bad roll on it. It's not like a crit. It has to be a fumble.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Just has to be a miss.
Yes.
So I got 9, but one of these is an 8.
So
I
you get to roll and
re-roll
add it
that.
on at a -1.
So 5 more, so 14.
14. He is down. As you lean through right over the halfling's head, halfling feels a whistle across his ear,
Yep.
and your thing goes right above his spear and just cuts right across his throat. Your scimitar does.
Alas,
Was
you'll
that
never,
this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alas, you'll never be able to have that afro.
Do the puppies react
They are burying their heads in his legs and
in the?
in the human's
Yeah,
legs, and you
yeah.
think maybe crying. You're not sure. It's a weird whimpery, barky noise.
It's a siren song. It's going to possess our minds.
Anybody else on 5?
Nope.
I think everybody moves 6.
I attacked on 5, so that means I'll get to attack again on
No, I actually will break into
13.
You jog to there.
a jog or a run to here.
Yeah. So you're picking up your pace. The one that you just stepped in front of sees a hated halfling, snarls, and tries to stab you.
Yeah. Okay.
You do get your normal
I will.
defense.
I will beg him to put down his weapon and let us help him.
You've got really good defense too, because you're
Not
so
gonna happen.
small.
But
No, but
defense, and so I counted my the thing right. My
that's
whatever it
yeah,
is.
just normal.
So 19.
Yeah, he has a +10 defense, so that's why normally he's not too worried about being hit.
Right.
And you easily just dodge around this guy's attempts to stab you.
Yeah.
Now, if another person attacks you in the same round, then you have the D20 -4 because your two-handed weapon only gives you full defense against one person.
Okay.
But he tries to stab you, and you easily, nimbly sidestep it.
Okay.
17.
17.
17.
Or 7. Sorry, I got my ones when I didn't roll back to the last one. We jumped ahead 10 seconds. I was bored. No. So this guy, the other guy, is trying to stab the dwarf again.
Oh. I have a -2 on my defense.
Yes, because you walked
So
over.
I'm rolling a d20 now, though, again.
Yes, D20 plus 6, effectively.
Plus 6? Oh,
Well,
yeah.
it's plus 8 normally, -2 because all the walking around you do.
17.
He hits you. As you're moving and trying to let your friends into the room, your shield drops for just a second, and he gets across the top of it with his dagger. He rolled a 16. He's got +2. He made an 18. Oh, well, that's wonderful. He does 3 points before your armor.
So just 1.
1.
Nice.
So you take a minor scratch as you manage to mostly catch it on your shoulder of your armor, but the tip does get through and just poke you.
Beautiful.
He feels so proud. He did a point of damage to the dwarf.
Oh, the dwarf's starting to get damaged.
Well, that's good for you.
I don't think it's good for
8.
me. Nope.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna whack at the kobold furnace that way.
The one who just poked you.
Yep, that guy.
He's got the -4. Yeah.
Ooh. 12.
That hits. Roll back
Yeah,
defense.
baby.
So as you're there, you just line him up, and
Am I in melee range of the other one?
you could be. You don't have to be because you're far enough back.
So I could take a second and
Yes.
re-engage.
Yes.
11.
Can I have taken a second last turn when I did nothing?
That drops him. So as he turns his head briefly because he hears him moving up, and you just golf swing him into the rib cage and drop him.
Baby. He goes down. That's how it's done, boys!
So I'll engage this one and swing at it. Between an ally and a wall, so probably a little defensive bonus there.
It's a little bit. He's going to take a +2 to his defense.
All right, well, I will use my reroll because why not?
Alright, so you use your mulligan. Your pure honor and glory lets you aim a little more true.
Much better. 19 to hit.
That's true enough. You hit him. Perfect use of a mulligan.
The other one was a 4. So.
Yep.
For 11 damage.
Yes, he's down.
Jeez.
You scimitar across his face and he drops.
Damn it! I move into
You
backstabbing
did
position
2d8
now.
with your
Two
scimitar?
different guys.
Yeah, but I don't get
nasty.
any bonus to it. It's just 2d8 flat.
Oh, okay.
And your one advantage of the Warhammer that hasn't come up is if you fight creatures in heavy armor, you ignore some of their armor.
Oh, cool.
Because you're designed to punch through armor. So you do a little less damage, but you're good against heavy armor.
Okay.
And you're actually slightly faster than a scimitar too. But
And he's got a better attack mod. And
well, that's because he's a fighter who's got the right attributes.
definitely better in melee than I am.
So he collapses.
Oh, dang.
I was fearful for you. The wordsmith was afraid for the noble adventurers, but I see you have vanquished them.
Oh, we're not done with all the foes quite yet.
Surely you don't mean to kill the infants. They're hardly harmful.
Looking at you.
I'm no foe. I'm here waiting for you to save me.
We just got ambushed by these kobolds.
I warned you. I pointed out exactly where they were.
I didn't see them.
I'm sorry you didn't see them, but I pointed directly at them. The great wordsmith warned the dirty dwarf that the kobolds were there and that they were waiting in ambush for you and that you needed to fight them.
I'm going to walk forward to him and
Is
start
he tied
checking
up
him
or anything?
over.
He is not tied up.
Yeah, seen it. I was gonna say, is he?
He
tied
does
up?
look very disheveled and half starved.
Okay, no injuries, no parent injuries.
Not that you can see, but as soon as you go there, the kids go running off to this corner over here. They're not trying to get past you. They're just huddling and hiding.
Okay.
So,
He's an older man. You'd put him... Well, it's hard to judge these dumb humans, but
Yeah.
if he was a halfling, you'd say he's past middle age, but not old yet. For humans, you're guessing he's in his 40s, maybe 50s.
what exactly does a wordsmith do?
I assure you, I am a teller of tales and a puppeteer extraordinaire, which has kept me alive in these vile caves as these hideous creatures became enamored of my many talents. And
So
left
you're
me
poor.
alive so long as I entered to... Yes, I'm poor. I've been trapped... The wordsmith has been trapped in this cave by vile
Can you speak
monsters.
kobold?
I learned it in my time here. One of my natural talents is a smooth ability to learn to communicate with those other species.
Row, Raggy.
In plain terms, he's a polyglot like you.
Oh, okay.
So over
Is he
time,
good looking?
his,
Do I need to kill him? No, I'm just kidding.
He is part
All right.
He is
his
old.
looks are 9, so no.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about him at all.
His charisma, on the other hand, is a 18, but his looks are
He's
9.
not good looking.
He's ugly, but he's a very good smooth talker. He
I
also
have him
is a
beat.
rogue.
My looks are 8.
Yeah.
And charisma is 3.
Yes.
You look like a black hole.
Hideous.
Wait, where are looks? Looks is a stat?
Yeah.
Looks as a stat.
Looks.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
It's important how good you look.
17.
Well,
It affects your charisma.
It does
though.
things.
This
It
is a
affects your
camp-
charisma.
this is a campaign
It
for
affects your
family.
honor,
It affects your honor. Yeah.
and it gives you fame. Those are the big effects of
People
looks.
find you less honorable if you have bad looks.
Yes. You
You
come
also-
across as dirty and that's why you have low honor. Because
Low honor?
yes,
You do.
I'm
you're
very
dwar-
honorable.
You are not. Yeah. Now honor isn't necessarily what you would think of as like the
Right,
Like
it's
you
not.
always it's
Your honor's 6.
How do
Mine's
people-
15.
how do people deal and react to
I'm
you?
21.
Dwarves start with
And I
low
stepped
honor
on a
because
poop-stone.
they're ugly and uncharismatic, so people just react badly to
Now,
them.
what's funny is if you have a low enough looks, you also get fame.
Yes, you're famous for being horribly ugly or horribly attractive.
I like
Both
that.
will get you a little bit of fame.
Yep.
Well, good sir, it looks like it's your lucky day.
Why are these
Indeed.
kobolds like friendly with you?
Because I entertained them with
Oh,
my
okay.
brilliant talents after I was so sadly cast out of the inn and moved on to make a new life for myself. I was ambushed
What inn?
by these vile
What
creatures.
in?
The shady salamander's shack.
And what did you do to the poor halflings over there that they
I
kicked you
did
out?
nothing to them, but I was supplanted merely because of breasts.
Oh well, yeah, that's fair.
Breasts. What's
Yes.
They are very nice.
So too many people thought. Long red hair, large breasts and hips, and my puppeteering is gone. My days are gone, so off I was to travel to a new
I'm
town.
confused. What happened?
And yet,
The lady that was playing music replaced him.
and yet, ambushed was I and stuck here.
She got him run out of town.
However,
And I
wasn't
can't
actually run out
blame-
of town. He was run out of the inn.
Run out of the
He
inn.
ran out of money, so he
Run out of money.
So I was going to the new town to show my talents when I was ambushed, and now I have been saved.
No, don't. We didn't quite save you just yet. We're still trying to consider if you're the bad guy or not.
Is there another
we're
dwarf here
really
other
not.
than him?
I have seen no dwarves, only the vile dogmen.
Have you seen any green men?
I have not. I've only been in this one room, and all that were here was my caretaker and the small ones who had forced me to do puppet shows until my
What are you
fingers
gonna do with
bleed.
them?
What are you going to do with them? Apparently you're going to kill
They're,
me and
they're
them.
yours. They don't like us.
I'd be happy to leave them here.
I highly recommend you dress them up in little clothes, and then you put on little puppet shows with the little
Train
dogs.
them how to dance.
Do not
And you
train. I'm a
train them how to
puppeteer.
dance, and it will be the cutest
I
thing.
like all
that-
of these.
You
I
would
Oh
make
my
money
God,
with
you're
that.
going to make a zillion. Those breasts will not stand against you.
Well, no, don't go supplant her. We'll have problems. But
I
take your
do like
kobold
these
show on the
ideas.
road. Get a
I'm on board for
wagon.
this.
Traveling circus.
It's probably because it's not involving that.
It's exactly like you guys
Not
are like,
killing.
hey, let's
You
dress them up
seem
in little
somewhat
outfits and
intrigued
dance
by
around.
that whole idea.
Let's do that. I love it.
In fact, I am a man of some renown. I will spread your name. Come up with a name for your act, and I will.
He honestly seems to be considering this, but then he comes back. Whether I do that or not, I must leave this place.
Yes. Come with that. You can
Well, no.
cut off to the exit when we. What do we need him
It
for?
turns out they weren't puppy bombs.
Just
after
because
all.
you don't listen to words doesn't mean we have to distrust him.
I just think there's something more to this than we're hearing. And listen, it's just really random that the guy is just standing here with puppies around him. And now he's all melodramatic and all of this. And now we're just going to let him go.
Yes.
What else are we gonna do?
I don't know.
I mean, we could dress him up in
Does he have a
little
necklace
clothes.
on him?
He does not.
I think we should strip him naked and make sure he's got any stuff on him. What if he's got the necklace? What if he's the dwarf in disguise?
He's wearing a human suit.
Good sir, I don't mean to harm you, but has he suffered brain damage?
Oh,
Has
I'm certain of
dirty,
that.
Is he
Yes.
dirty dwarf been struck
What
in
is
the
it?
head multiple
What does
times?
he call those guys who really like to see naked people and they're weird and they got weird eyes at people?
I don't.
What's the word?
I would
Luke,
be.
I think.
I would be highly grateful. The kobolds have taken my hat. Unless you guys totally stop it. One of the kobolds, the
trench coats
spearman,
and stuff,
was
they
wearing a
walk around
weird
there.
green hat, and he hustles over to grab that, unless you really won't let him.
No, he's
I
fine.
know that
So,
word.
to appease our dirty friend here, please, I don't want you to strip naked. Put your hat on, it's fine. Just allow me to
just the
pat you
hat?
down. Make sure you don't have anything.
Of course.
Like a very thorough pat down.
How thorough do you want me to be? Exactly.
Are you looking for him to pat up also?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
I won't say no to
There
it,
will be no
Oh
penetration.
boy, he's all about it.
but this might not be the place.
This be like a scrutiny.
Oh, this is
This
the
would be
place?
scrutiny, yes.
I think I'm going to take the children in the other room.
This is indeed the place.
I am not doing any sort of cavity searching, to be clear.
Hold on. It's a necklace. Could be anywhere.
Oh Lord, I'm going
If I
to
see a
scoop up
chain
the
dangling
kobold
out,
children and
I
take
have,
them.
out of all of us, you're the only minor.
So
So
they
if you
won't
want
let-
to explode that
they won't
chain,
let
it's
me
up to
herd
you.
them out.
You can kind of herd them just by
I'll
like,
herd them,
aha,
that's
until
I'll herd them.
79.
you find nothing on him other than the very ratty clothes that he's wearing. He does appear to be ticklish. You do discover that.
Oh boy.
Wow.
They also took my staff and my pouch. If you were to find those, I might be able to reward you. Not immediately, because obviously I have no money now, but I do
If
have
we
some
found those, we
savings.
kind of have already gotten the reward.
I will give you more than they're worth because of the sentimental value to them.
What's in your pouch?
Cobwebs.
Probably the necklace.
Nothing at the moment,
Well,
I would imagine.
so our plan is to go to this other path, I'm assuming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So on the way out, we can guide him. He can exit.
Yep.
And where are you going to go? Are you going to go back to whatever that other town's called?
The Tiggywigger.
I'm not going to Tiwaru. They threw me out of there. They had no use for my shows. I will go to Heliper.
You've got a new show.
Yeah. They don't have time to train them yet. Where'd they go?
They're just.
You guys, the kobolds are... Now, as soon as you get them there, they run. Unless you're going to do something to stop them, they are scampering away.
I'll let him run. It's fine.
So they go running back the way you guys came
Oh,
in.
well, we'll see him again. So we point him to the exit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're at 9 o'clock, too.
I was just going to say, do we want to... This is definitely our call-it time.
Yeah, it's probably, if this seems like a pretty good
Yeah,
stop.
this is a
It
nice
is.
Yeah.
stopping point. There's other fights coming that we don't want to get into because
Yep.
as you see, they
Yep.
are fun, but they do take a while.
You know what I really like about these combats is that there's really there's not a whole lot of even opportunity
for the whole table talk and discussion, which ends up taking like 20 hours.
There's no between rounds to stop and discuss. Or
Yeah,
you
and
just
like,
gotta do.
and you're not sitting there where the like wizard is trying to decide what they're gonna do, and everybody's trying to give suggestions and help them and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, because you got to figure out what you're gonna do every second.
And
Well,
it is designed
now, to
that
be
way
fair,
as you're constantly doing.
I will say that that's also because our current level doesn't allow for us to even have things like that to discuss.
Yeah.
At a higher level, that might be different.
Now,
Well-
what happens? What happens at higher levels? When let's say you get a spellcaster with lots of options. If it's second 10, right? And they're trying to figure out. Well, they needed to already have decided what they're going to cast, but it takes time, right?
Correct.
I mean, a friendly GM might give them a little bit, but typically, yeah, you just keep going to the count, and when they figure out what they want to cast, that's when they cast it.
Oh.
Right, so people-
So they could just keep going. Like,
Yeah,
they'd be like,
if
okay,
they're
I don't know
thinking,
yet.
I want to cast
So
a
they wait till
spell.
the
I'm
next-
going through my spell book.
They
Right.
go on 4.
And every second, I keep calling
Yeah.
the seconds. When they say, "Okay, I'm casting," then they cast it.
Right.
Oh.
They
Until
could
then,
go on
the
6,
wizard is
even though
staying there
they
deciding
They
what
rolled a
spell he wants
4,
to
they
cast.
could maybe not go till 6.
I like that a lot.
That's the wizard then spends his time. What spell are you going to cast? That's up to you.
Flip it through the book.
You know,
My favorite thing so far is how many skills there are.
there are a huge
I
number.
really like they're not only being like
Yes.
14 or whatever.
I just wish I
fighting
didn't have
is.
to add them.
Well, life is.
Yeah.
If it were like a Call of Cthulhu where you just roll under it, you know, that would.
And there is pluses, advantage to that, and that is the official way. The problem is when you get to opposed skill checks, like I'm sneaking and someone's listening. Now you have to roll high, and they use the addition system that I use. So I use it for everything, so I don't have to tell you if it's opposed.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh, so normally you do just roll under.
normally you do just roll on.
Normally you roll, yeah, that's he house ruled it.
I just house rule it the other way because I find it easier.
That way you
But then
never know if
always
it's
wanna roll
opposed or not.
high.
It removes the, like, metagamey...
And you always want to roll high, which
I
a couple
wonder
of my
because the
previous
check
players was
modifiers
very
here are like if
superstitious.
it's trivial, it's minus 90, and I'm
Right,
like,
that'd be to the roll normally, so I just take it to the 100 you have to beat. So if it's minus 90, you have to literally beat 10.
yeah,
Which is why I almost never will have you bother to roll that, because come on.
yeah.
But yeah, the way skill, like, if you level up, you get, your class usually gives you some improvements to your attack, defense, speed, initiative, some of those. And then depending on the class, you get a few other things. There are not, again, the hordes of abilities you have in D&D. You don't get like flurry of blows. You just, those numbers improve as you level up is typically the big effect. And then you gain building points to spend to improve whatever parts of your character you want to improve.
So I'm thinking now of how we could, the whole idea of like, if the wizard's not ready, he just goes on the next second or the next second whenever he's ready.
Right.
So how do we transfer that to like D&D or maybe Pathfinder or something?
Well,
What if they-
Pathfinder has hold action.
Right,
Or
right,
a
right.
whole turn or whatever.
Yeah, but
That's
it's-
what you'd almost have to do. I don't know.
Well, yeah, or you just move your initiative or something.
You change your initiative. It's not like
Yeah.
5e where you can ready an
I
action.
also,
It's
though, I
literally
have
like
to
you
make,
can
I
go.
understand where you're coming from, but I have to make the argument in the other direction, which is, if I'm a fighter, I have an axe, I have a sword, which one do I choose? If I'm a mage, I have 14 spells.
Yeah.
So it's a little different, like you have to allow a little bit of time for the mage to make a decision, because it might change from turn to turn. I'm not just swinging an axe, I have to make decisions about like the huge list of spells, instead of just like, ugh, like I have to actually make a decision. So.
Yeah, but
You
if
have a
you're-
whole round of combat in 5e to do that, where it's like you have a pretty. As your turn ends, you probably have 3 or you've narrowed that down to 3 or 4 already.
Sure.
And then, like as rounds progress, you can be thinking I don't think what he's complaining about is like, oh, it takes 30 seconds instead of 5. I think it's like I clearly haven't thought about this at all between my 2 turns.
Oh.
Like.
Yeah.
I didn't think we had encountered that, but it's possible.
I think it's a matter of the group, though.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
haven't
think
had
we're
as
gonna
much
see it with
trouble.
us.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like, I don't remember encountering that too much. I mean, there were cases where, where like,
that's your
and here's the other thing that happened to me a lot. What happened to me a lot was, I'm ready. I know what I'm doing. Oh, that guy's immune to that.
Yeah.
Or like that, and then
Something
I have to
changes.
shift my entire, like, what I'm doing.
Something just changed in my
Right.
whole thought of my turn. That's what
Like I was
usually-
gonna fireball the room, but now my entire party's in there.
But
Yeah, like
the dumb
that's-
monk ran in the room again.
The dumb monk ran in the room, right?
Yeah, and I don't think we did either. You know, occasionally Aaron would have it, but he
This is
would
my favorite
sort of
spell.
counter that by the fact that there's like
It's called Silver Bowl.
3 that he chose from anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like,
pretty
which,
sure
which
what he
of
was
the
gonna
3
do.
is it going to be?
Steel ball that
But,
No,
but
I
he
just
would
things
have
out
the
at
ones where
you
it's
at
like, oh,
high
I'm going to try to
velocity.
hold person, and it's
If it
like,
hits someone, they light up.
Yeah.
it's not,
Bing
it's not, it's not a
noise.
person.
It's not a person.
And then as the
Bing,
silver
bing,
ball
No,
comes
I
flying
worry
back
that
at you,
like
You put your hands
It's so
together.
complex playing spellcaster.
Knock it
that,
back
like,
out at you.
sometimes it just takes a little
Well,
bit
it's
of
a
time.
good idea.
But I think it's fair to say you should take 5 minutes. I mean, I agree with that. But I mean, sometimes it might take a little longer. So.
But I mean, we had a problem with it early on in this group, where, and I don't remember what variation of this group at that point, like who the players were, but where he was using like a turn timer.
No, I remember that.
Like the little sand timer, where it was enough of a like discussion was happening
Yeah.
or lack of decision making was happening, where we were like, all right, let's use the timer. It didn't last very long because I don't think we had a big enough problem to justify it and like whatever. But
Again, I can hold your sheets if you can. I don't care with that.
Oh, I know you can have them. Good.
Do you want to just hold them all?
It doesn't matter to me if you want me to, and then I'll just have them all in my little Hackmaster
Makes
bundle.
sense. Yeah, I it would be nice if there was a way to translate that easily.
The problem is that you can't, like, say you lose your turn very much because that's a much bigger
But
penalty.
you wouldn't lose your turn. The thing is, what he's trying to say is, Hackmaster, you don't lose your turn.
Right, and
You
that's
lose
what
a
I
couple
mean.
of segments,
Right.
which isn't so bad.
Right.
But
You'd
if
have
it's
to-
something I'm saying it's D&D, instead of you wouldn't lose your turn, but like you would just the next
slide
person
on the
goes.
initiative, right.
You just wait. The next person
See,
goes.
that's
you know?
reasonable for you to
That's
say
what I would
you
think would be
slide
the
your
way to do it.
initiative to the next person. That's reasonable.
and Pathfinder 2.0 has that.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Like, you have
and that's
delay.
reasonable. I agree with that. Like if you're like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. I need a minute. I'll let the next person go. I go after them. My initiative slides to that. That's very
And it
reasonable.
stays there.
And
That's
that's-
the thing.
And it stays there.
Right.
And
That's
it
very
would be the
reasonable.
GM's, partly the GM's
I
option
kinda-
to force
I
delay
kind of
if you
even
just
like
take it
that.
too
I
long.
think that's a good thing.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like, how can we translate that to that?
Yeah.
Because you're right, it doesn't happen too often in our
Right.
games, but occasionally, like it's just like holy crap, like you said, everything just totally changed.
Totally
now
changed,
you want
yeah.
to think it through again.
But I think it's reasonable to say then that means we'll shift your initiative
Yeah.
after the next
You have
person.
a
Gives you
forced
time to
delay,
think
right.
about
Because
it.
it's
Yeah.
it's not only it's yes, it's slowing the game down and stuff, but
Right.
at the same time, if you're all of a sudden trying to find it and you're
Right.
flustered and you feel
Right.
pressured and
Right,
stuff,
right.
it's not good for you either.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But I think I completely agree with the idea. I think it would be very reasonable to say, okay, if you don't know if something's happened to your just jump the initiative line and say, okay, you're going to
You
go to the
delay
next
one,
person.
and if you're not ready by that one, you delay
Right.
one again.
Delay one again.
It's a
right.
permanent change. You're lower on the order.
Exactly,
now, so-
exactly. You continue to move down the order. I've always liked that idea
Yeah, I
of
always
like
thought that
being
was
able to delay and then your initiative stays there. So, because it's not like you get to well, I'm going to go at the end of the turn and then the beginning of the turn again.
Yeah,
Like,
'cause
no, that's
that's
not
the
how it
penalty
works.
to that if you
Like,
do that,
exactly. The
but
penalty
not
is
penalty,
if I drop back
penalty.
behind Trevor, then that's my initiative now.
Yeah.
And
That's
if
what
you're
stays.
if you're at the very last initiative in that round and you're still not ready,
Yeah.
well then you just go to the very beginning
Right.
after the next person.
After the
So
next
you
person.
Just keep moving.
Yeah.
That would be fair
Which
enough because you're not
hopefully
losing
that
much.
doesn't
but-
happen, but that'd
Well,
be crazy.
There were times when in our 5e games
Yeah.
where it's like, I really don't want to go first, and I got a 24. It's
Yeah.
like,
And that's the
That
other
does
side where
Agreed.
it's valuable.
Delay it, yeah.
Because
You-
that's
you'd
something
have
I
to-
did miss in 5e that from 3.5 and such was the ability to just say, I just want to wait.
Yes,
Right.
I don't
I
want
agree.
to. I don't
I
want
agree.
to ready in action.
I think that's a
I just want to
good-
wait.
I like that ability. I like that ability to say, I don't know what I want to do yet. I'm willing to give up my initiative to the next.
wonder why they
I like
removed
that.
it.
I don't know.
I don't know. Because
I-
I
because
also
they
like that.
simplified things, and that's
Yeah.
Just slipped out.
I
complicated.
guess, yeah.
My only concern would be if there starts to become too much discussion around everyone being like, okay,
Yeah.
so who should delay in what order, what's
Right,
the ideal
what
order to
order,
go in?
yeah.
If you go too far, then
Yeah,
it becomes.
and that's
then
Well, I
what-
think
you
it
know,
should be
yeah.
more about, like what you said. Go to somebody's turn, hey, what do you want to do? And they could be like, well, shoot, I don't know, I figure it out. And then you can, alright, you can delay. But it not just be, like you said, not just be like a bunch of table talk and people like,
So clever
you go
players-
first and then I'll wait and I'll go and like, yeah, no.
So clever players can use that to their advantage, the timing of things to their advantage, such as, hey, I'm going to wait until the bad guy goes, and then I'm going to do a stunning blow, right?
Yeah.
And then he's stuck that way forever and ever.
That can be a downside to
But
it.
that's-
The players metagame it to the point.
But that's not right. That's not the point of it. So I guess
But on the other hand, there,
that's where
a tactical character might,
But technically,
Do
you
that.
can almost do that anyway. You can say, hey, I'm going to
Yeah.
ready an action to go off
Right.
right before, right after somebody else's turn.
Right.
To,
Yeah.
so
you could technically do that right now. You could ready an action to do it. Yeah.
right.
It's just a teensy bit easier to do it with if you have actually.
No, I don't know. There's probably restrictions on delay to some extent.
might be,
You
I
can
know.
only do it.
I'm about 3/4 of the way through, but I'm just entering into here's what you can do in combat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read that section.
And part of it's because I was
I'm
ponying
still,
up on Hackmaster
I'm still
too.
in the skills
reading through it.
And I mean, I will admit, like the spells I just skimmed.
Yeah.
You know, if I play a spellcaster, I'll look at the spells more. I read how to do them, but the specific spells, I'm like, okay, they're cool, but I'm not going to spend an hour reading all of the
Yeah.
spells
Yeah,
because
I was a little underwhelmed with the spells that I've used in Pathfinder 2. Like Divine Lance was not. I guess it's a cantrip, so you
Well,
can't expect.
And I believe I've heard people say cantrips aren't as powerful in Pathfinder. I don't know that it's true, but I've
Well,
heard
they're a
that.
little bit.
But to me, they were always so
They're a little bit
powerful
Overpowered in 5e.
I always felt like they were.
Yeah, that's true.
Cantrips in
Because
5e. That's the whole reason why I played what I did the last time. Stefan was supposed to be a cantrip master. That was the whole idea. Because cantrips, once you get up to a higher level, cantrips are insane. Like
I will say
ridiculous.
that's the one thing I really didn't like with 5e is the